it's a very divisive topic in the tree. And that's why he's trying to normalize it and get people's, you know, more opinion on it. And he's an advocate for it even after being a victim of it. I think that's a very powerful thing, is when someone, even after being a victim of something, is still an advocate for it because they understand that it's like the risk is worth the reward, or it's like you just want to bring more education and more thought and light to the situation to get people to learn more so that they don't wind up in the same situation as you. I'm just thinking timeline here. So I want Duarte to be like standing at the farthest point he can possibly be inside of the tree, which is basically at the gate entrance to the roots that lead out. And it's like there's the entrance, then there's the roots themselves. Inside of the roots and on the exit area is where like the like hospital and like emergency and like vaccination and like all the adventurer like emergency stuff is located all there. Holy shit, I'm so close. No! We'll probably end on stage 6, guys. I gotta go to bed. I gotta work early tomorrow. Unfortunately, short stream, but we will be back again tomorrow. As always. As always, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. A little bit of a short stream, but that's how she goes. We're always here. That's what matters, right? So remember, hey, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Die! This isn't fair. Die! Fuck me. I don't know this shit. Die! Wait, do you have to come up from... Nope. It's coming out from an angle. It's highlighting, but it's not clicking. This is bullshit. Ways to build your vocabulary, not necessarily the words themselves. Like, that's what like I said, it's like, I'm looking for techniques overall, and we're going to write everything just as it is. We're going to follow the guideline. No bullshit. We're just going to follow the guideline. It's true, but you can start the process. I'm doing that. That's very true, Book. Getting ahead on the process is very good. So you let me know how it goes. You recommend to me, and maybe I can follow in the way. But like at the moment, I'm just doing so many fucking things that it's like ugh. And then you like micromanage those seconds out, and you turn like an hour of work into 55 minutes of work, and you turn 8 hours of work into 7 hours. And then you turn, you just keep compacting it. And then eventually you're just like booming through your daily quest like fucking crazy. I mean, if it's easier for you guys, like I'm always open to suggestions. If you guys have something that you're like, this isn't 100%, can we make it 100%? Take a look at the most popular books on Roll Road and you'll see what I mean. I do, because I've seen them, Beezus, and I always wondered why. Then maybe I could put notes in between. You know what? This might actually be a good thing, Beezus. I think we just leveled up. Beezus, I think you just leveled me up. Holy shit, dude. Thanks for participating in leveling up the stream. Oh no, is this gonna fuck everything up? Oh no. No, why did you get to attack? What? This is bullshit. Now 1,000. Well, I'm just gonna say fuck it. I'm not even gonna try to beat this one. All this chroma has been rather energizing. Thanks to you, I awakened from my slumber. Did my tales interest you this much? I'm afraid I have no more to share. But you can have this. We should be able to kill him with this. Yes! We wrote a little bit. It is what it is. We had a good stream today. It's the weekend. Tomorrow. Big stream tomorrow too, guys. Stick around. Look for that. Anyways, remember. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Yeah, when you guys tell me something, you have to tell me like I'm a 2-year-old. You know, you said bada bing, bada boom, bada bang, you're done? Well, no, that was a 4.5 hour motherfucking heart attack. Don't ever convince me to fucking do anything with the PC ever again. So I see a pop-up on screen that says press F1 to go to BIOS. You've connected a new device. Like, the other half of the screen shows a blue screen that's like, hey, your device didn't connect properly. We're gonna fuck with some shit and see what happens. So I left it there for like half an hour because it said it was gonna restart. And what do I do this time? I read the second line. And what does the second line say? Second line says press F2 to set default values. And it's like he comes into the office and he's that one guy who's like, he's wearing like a stained shirt and shorts and he's completely unkempt, but he's the only guy who knows how to use the old system, so you can't fire him. And that's literally what this fucking movie is about. Let's see what Grok can say. Movie is called Clear History with Larry David, and you look like the homeless guy in it. Wait, is that it? Fireblade, yes! Okay. Oh my god, we have to see this scene, because this scene is fucking hilarious. This is me, guys, this is me.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Howard.
Howard!
Yes.
And yeah, John Hamm.
Howard. Call it a Dewey. That's a good name. Call it Duncan.
I'm really sorry.
It doesn't matter if you apologize if it's not sincere.
Apologies don't have to be sincere.
That is literally the only thing an apology has to be.
Okay. I don't know if Smokey actually speaks Chinese or if he's using an auto-translate. I don't know. Damn! Twinning! What the fuck? Yeah, I might just have to one-shot this guy. I'm not even sure. Wait, what? Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being there. We're doing awesome. Love you guys. We're doing great. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you.
Does it have a good
It's
flow
the
overall?
idea of like not being able to see the trees from the forest, right? And it's like the same thing as like snow blindness as well. Bunch of different ways to say it, but the idea is that, and like for me, the main thing is like the things that are obvious. It's not, I guess the best way to say it would be like the types of trees in the forest. So you see all the trees in the forest, but are you thinking, oh, this is a maple, so I should say that's a maple. Oh, that's a pine, so maybe I should say that's a pine. Oh, that's actually a bush, so maybe we should say that's a bush. Oh, those are flowers, you know.
Snow blindness
like,
is when you do so much cocaine you go blind, right?
having text on the screen as like notes to copy out is so helpful. That's why I have the subtitles on, so I can just copy straight from the subtitles like we were doing yesterday. Yeah, here. Intrusive thoughts. So, this is one of the short stories that we're gonna write eventually. This is like old school. This is like really, really, really old school. And every day there's that red button looming on his desk. And one day he just wakes up in a bunker. And no one knows how World War III started. But yeah, he just wakes up in a bunker surrounded by like, you know, special service and stuff like that. Like, oh my god, you're awake. Holy shit, what happened? Like, the world's ending. Unless you like know them and you're like good friends with them or something, or it's like a family, you know? You know, that random person. And the fact that she banned you means you're a fucking random person. I have no control over it, guys. I just wanted to know when the ads popped up so that I could like stop the stream, because people would sometimes be like, oh, I missed that because of ads, and I was like, what do you mean ads? Now it tells me, but now people are saying they're getting slapping in a way that makes me think this is on purpose. No, it's a side effect of something that I did on purpose. I turned the announcements for ads on, and I'll show you guys exactly what happened since I did that. Pretty fun day. I mean, Zoink was going crazy, but, you know, maybe he learned a little bit of his lesson, so it's okay. It is what it is. There are times and there are places, and there are not times and there are not places, as you well know. Anyways, remember, I love you guys. You guys are fucking awesome. And we will be back again tomorrow, as always. So, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Yo, 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 how's it going, everyone? We back at her again. So I'm a little bit late with that. I had a little bit of an issue today. Never seen this shit before in my life. So it kind of scared the shit out of me. But have you ever seen this before? I was literally like, I saw this and I was instantly like, oh my fucking god. No, that joke last night. Downloading that file was a virus. I was like, what the fuck? Well, I don't know what to do. I was like, this is retarded. I tried to look it up and I was like, is it my PC? Is it like, did I accidentally hit a setting on my PC and now it's like, it's dimming the screen? Because it doesn't do it on my other PC, which means it's not the TV. It's my fucking computer. But I don't know why or how or what setting I could have changed that it's like all of a sudden, oh, just, you know, after like 3 or 4 minutes of you, and it's not even, like, I can move the mouse around and it won't bring the screen back. I have to, like, actually click or, like, press a button on the keyboard, and then it goes from, like, it's like when your phone, like, you know, it doesn't, like, turn off, but it goes, like, dark. Like, screensaver mode. So it, like, you know, turns my brightness down to, like, 10%, and I'm like, I'm trying to read here, bruh! And then I saw this, and I'm like, no, man, am I gonna need to fucking get a new computer? Fuck, it's only 1.5 years old! It's not even 1.5 years old! My other PC is, like, 12 fucking years old, and I run that shit into the ground! This I'm actually trying to treat like a fucking, like my goddamn kid. So, yeah, I was a little bit, on edge. So I ran, CCleaner, and I forgot that it would log me out of all of my shit. So I had to spend like the first 10 minutes of the stream logging back into Twitch, logging back into fucking, Kick, Rumble, fucking Twitter, fucking everywhere. And then I woke up this morning and I was like, what? I only slept for like 3 hours? And I was like, oh fuck, it's daylight savings. And I was like, oh fuck, it's daylight savings. Shit, I didn't tell anyone on the stream because I was so like, fucked up yesterday. I didn't even think about daylight savings. So I would have been like, yo, stream's gonna be later, right? But, I mean, most people, like, I don't know about Europe, but I know, like, if you're America, right, you have daylight savings, so nothing really changed. But there are, like, some people that, like, don't have, like, Australia, I don't think, has daylight savings. So, can kind of fuck with, the stream, because technically I'm on an hour later. Yeah, we got some rest and relaxation, and we feel great. I'm just gonna have to go grab a drink because my throat is still a little sore. And again, if we don't have any beta reads off the bat, we will go back to Stoner Girl and Goblin Girl Evolution. Because I'm just, like, I was, like, debating. I'm like, should I start a new story? Should I try and finish an old story? Should I just move on? And I'm like, you know what? Tomorrow, we're gonna do the, I work at 7-Eleven. I hate my boss. It's my slushie machine. Something along those lines. But anyways, I'll be right back. Drink. Yo, Callie, what's up? I saw your new ASMR, bro. You want to watch it? You want to watch that shit right now, Callie? God, I gotta clean up this fucking shit here. All my nail polish fell over, and it's all like rolling off of my fucking table. Ah, shit. Fuck. I lost my thing. Oh, that's not good. Oh god, it could have got stuck to my foot. I could have tracked it anywhere. It's still in my ear. It's still in my ear. Woo! Cause I didn't look around and try and find it because it was still stuck in my ear. I had to get new fucking headphones. Pretty sure these came with like my phone that I got in like 2012 or 2013. Pretty fucking sure. Alright, alright. Let's get it! I'm so excited, Callie. I want to see how far you've come. And how far you can make me come. I mean, what? Why can I not find this? I can never find any of my things.
There you are. Okay, now I just have to tune it.
I'm so excited for this, Callie. Is this you playing the guitar, Callie? Because if it is, I'm gonna explode right now.
I just have to try my best here.
But Callie, have you ever seen this before? I'm scared, bro. I'm fucking scared.
This soundproofing should be enough. Can't let her hear me doing this. It'd be so embarrassing if she caught me before her birthday.
But yeah, I don't know, I'm scared.
Refused to accept my gift last
How the
time
fuck?
after
Okay.
it's like I
I'm afraid my computer is fighting back against me. And it's trying to get me to buy a new one.
I think she started doing that because it's her best form of punishment when it comes to me. Hey, if you can hear me behind this paper-thin wall, I made you a sandwich. You said you were bored of the same food, so I took everything I know about what you like and made that.
Hey Nico, how's it going? Welcome,
Not
welcome.
spicy, but with a bit of sweetness, right?
Nico, go check out
And I know your feet always
Callie's
hurt.
ASMR. Callie, by the way, are you putting all of these into a playlist?
You come back and the way you hobble about. The massage gun's in the closet. It was supposed to be for your birthday.
Okay, good.
But
Super smart. That's how you get secret views.
I might have gotten you more.
Because then people just get stuck on the playlist and they fall asleep. I'm finding you. I'm better than yesterday, Nico. My throat's a little sore, but
So
Nico, have you ever seen this before? I had like a fucking heart attack
you really
today.
can't hear me.
I don't know what the
I
fuck
don't
this
usually
is.
rush into the kitchen or down the hallway.
Well, I've never seen it before, and I'm like, do I have a virus? Do I need a new computer? Like,
I can't stop thinking.
I
always get
don't know what to
sick
do.
of it.
It's impossible to use.
You bring me my favorite snacks or Chinese food, and I'm left wondering how.
Yeah,
I can
right?
repay you. I know I.
I don't fucking know. So I'm hoping it won't do that again. And it was that like Chinese like letters and shit, and like things were like flipping upside down, and I was like, is this like
Right back
Google's like after Halloween scare kind of thing. I'm like, is this like what the fuck is going on? I've never seen this before. And I'm like, I can't read what's on the screen. Like images are just like white squares. I'm like, is my computer fucking broken?
How she makes me feel in her arms.
It's a little quiet. I'm turning up a bit because like the back and forth between it, right?
With her
Like when you're really
voice,
quiet
what I
versus
feel
when you're
is
loud.
more than touch.
The whisper and stuff is too much of a differential. So when you're whispering, move really close to the mic so that like you're whispering but the sound level is still the same, or raise the sound level to equalize everything out.
Love is like taking your boots off after a long day. No. Well, maybe I can run with it for a bit.
Love the
I like how
pun,
it
Callie.
starts off
Love the
fast
pun.
and once you warm up, you get a really good line. If only I could sing.
And I will always love you.
Your love is like taking my boots off after a long hike. My okay, I'm gonna.
Much better than me, Callie. Holy shit.
I won't stop, no matter how bad it is. Okay, let's go. My feet are given room to breathe. My heart's been given space to bleed. I can't imagine heartache again so long as you stay more than just my friend. And when I take my boots off after a
Like what's so
long
good
day,
about this,
the
Callie,
rest is spent inside
is
your warm embrace.
I
I could compare
like
the
the-
way you hold me to the way that led
not authenticity, but like the reality of it, right? Where it's like, this is the spontaneous, this is just out of nowhere. It doesn't feel like a script, it feels like improvisation. But it's good like that.
Okay. What about all those times she does what I never expect? She always goes beyond. The way she makes me feel loved. She really is like taking off my boots. Why can't I find another metaphor? I bet she'd be so mad if I used this in the song. Yes? Oh, coming.
I hate knocks. Knocks are like air horns. They should be illegal in things. I thought someone was knocking on my fucking door. It's like, what the fuck?
I was
You got me with that one, Callie.
saying what? The way you make me the way you make me a sandwich with extra mayo. Hey, mi Angelita, I was joking. So you want me to tell you how you make me feel? But I'm not a songwriter. You believe in me?
I do believe in you, Callie.
Oh,
You have the power.
if I'm a poet, then you're my muse. But I don't believe in myself very much.
Why?
I believe in the reason your eyes change color in the sun. It tells me you're more alive than I am.
Oh shit! Second
No.
second story
Life
came out with a new
changes.
video 6 hours ago.
It moves, it
Anti-heroes
adapts.
are our only hope.
I can't even adapt enough to write a song that moves you. What? No, there's nothing I'd change about myself. Just the way I feel about you. I wish I could compare you to something better than, you know, boots. Huh?
But if you really
You're
like
saying I should
feet,
learn
then
that?
that's a good compliment.
Before?
It's like if you
Just
really
don't
like
say boots or
chocolate and you're
feet
comparing
also.
them to chocolate.
And read it like a poem? Oh, that actually sounds like a much better idea. Okay, I'll try.
But Callie, this is a good thing. I can tell you wrote this.
Just let me get
Like, this has your style all over it.
You gave my skin room to breathe. You found my heart some space to bleed. I can't imagine heartache again so long as you stay more than just my friend. I fell in love with the way your eyes catch the sun and gift me the skies. I feel your heartbeat in the sun I hold. Every year I forget we're getting old. Your eyes are the reason standing still feels like party of.
It's like stream just began. Yeah, Fish, because daylight savings. I forgot to say daylight savings. So it's actually, the stream will be an hour ahead now because it's actually, I'm an hour behind.
Does it?
I was so fucked up yesterday, I totally forgot about daylight savings.
You want me to?
So this is the new stream time.
Okay.
Because I know some places don't have daylight savings. So it kind of
guess
fucks the stream up a bit, the schedule and
I
everything.
don't think paper
But I
dogs
don't
would be able
change
to
when
fly.
I go live. I just go live at 6:30,
And
my time.
Your love is like flying. You know, the doves had to completely change themselves to find the love or the flight that you make me feel every day.
My heart flutters for you like a dove
No,
flying in the
wings wouldn't be strong
wind.
enough. Trust me, I've tried making paper doves fly.
You know what
The
your love reminds me of,
aerodynamics are
Callie?
nightmare. Where do you think I got the lyrics?
Fucking Articuno.
Huh?
Ah, the best Pokemon ever.
I don't mean that I had to change for you to love me.
Because he's
I
blue.
mean that the person
He's
I
a
was
bird.
before I fell in love with you wouldn't have been able to handle your love.
And he controls the weather.
Instead, he found his wings and flew up to find his angel.
Aw. It's so adorable, Callie. I love
feel
it.
like I can handle your love now. Huh? What are you doing?
Oh, that was good, Callie. I loved it. The interruption, the like lack of confidence, the like, you know, like, oh, I don't want her to find out, but this is really how I feel. And it's like, I know she doesn't like that, but it's like, oh, this is how I feel. Why can't I express myself? Hello, Matteo. What's up, good sir? How are you today? What are you up to? We're just watching Callie's new ASMR. So, Nico, since you're here, do you want us to read your next chapter, Nico? Because there's no one else right now. I was going to go back to Stoner Girl Evolution because I don't have anything else to do right now. I'm chilling. Hell yeah, bro. Fine. Hell yeah. So, Matteo, are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I am Intoxication, and if that is all above is true, then you will have a good time here, because we like to beta read, critique, improve our writing skills, write a little bit here and there, draw a little bit here and there, and I do in my free time. Hell yeah, that's sick. It's pretty much what I do too. Get in whatever you can, right? Keep the creativity flowing. We're not, you know, we're more of an idea than we are an actual writing, because I have no formal education in writing. My writing is shit, but I have really good ideas. Yeah. Nico. But Nico has a damn good story here. This is a post-apocalyptic, consider it like Mad Max meets Fist of the North Star. I'm waiting for that horde to come. Asia is invading Europe. Why does this thing just not work? I hate this fucking thing. Bye, I have to leave. No worries. Have a good one, Mateo. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for coming in, man. Who has reads tonight? So far Nico, but I don't know if he's here still. He was here earlier. See ya. Peace, bro. Have a great rest of your night. But Nico's usually hanging in the background there, so we can at least get it ready, because we need to translate it. Oh, this is the old one. Nico. This one. Should have chapter 15 on it. Nope. Huh. I don't know where the rest of his chapters are if it's not this one. Nico, did you put your... Ah, shit, we're in an ad break. I saw he popped a new one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I got chapter 14 from, because the things that I have there only go up to chapter 11. So there's got to be one hidden somewhere in all of my fucking downloads somewhere. Oh, here, I think it's this one. 188 pages. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Okay, there's chapter 15. We could do chapter 16 too, because that's pretty short. Yeah, we can do... Wait. Can we... Hold on. Yeah, we're on 16. Not 15. That's right, because we already did 2. So 14 and 15 were pretty short. So we got 16. Let's see how long 17 is. Well, it's not. Let's see. Okay, maybe that's a little much. So let's just go with chapter 16 then. So it's got to be at least 3K words. $4K words. Okay, perfect. We just need to translate it. Translate this. Okay. In the meantime, we can go back to Gamer Girl Evolution. For more Stoner Girl Evolution, what should we call it? Okay, yeah, we already did read this one. So we're on chapter, oh god, who knows, 11 of Stoner Girl Evolution now? I think? Scroll Hub. Of course, it signed me the fuck out. Reading list. Up to chapter 26 now. Nice. Okay, so pretty sure it was this one. Yeah, so we're on chapter 14. Welcome back, players. Alright, we'll take a toke, and then we'll get into this. Oh! Get your tokes ready! Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go! All right. Oh, okay. About me, Lax. No. Callie, I said the way that you were speaking, the character voice itself, with the hesitation and stuff, because of the situation, right? You played that perfectly. It's not that you lack confidence, Callie. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the character lacked confidence, and you played lacking confidence and hesitation beautifully. You sold it. Because that's what the character's feeling, right? They're like, oh god, if I get caught trying to you know, share my love, right? It's like, oh, that can't happen. And it's like, oh, why do I keep thinking about her feet? She's not gonna like that. Oh, no, but it's the way that I feel. It's just so hard hitting, right? Because there's like the two kinds of things, right? There's like, that's the word I'm looking for, timid. It's the timidness in the voice that sells it, because of the situation, right? Because it's like you start off confident. You're like, all right, let's fucking play some guitar. Let's fucking go. Let's make a song for her. And then it's like, oh no, every time I try to make a song, it's about her feet. Fuck! It's so good. Oh man, speaks to me personally, Callie. Gotta find the ones that appreciate the things that you do. Okay. Anyways, so Gamer Girl Evolution. We're just gonna make sure we're gonna do this because it's super easy. Chapter 14. Excuse me. The silence pressed down on them until Ingrid had finally spoke, her voice soft but firm. We don't know how much time we'll have left together, do we? Her eyes flicked between Celica and Milia, calm on the surface, shadowed with unease. We should make the most of the time we have. Celica paused, the reality of their situation sinking deeper with each word. Full moon was coming, and with it, their return to the game world. Back to the uncertainty of what lay ahead. She didn't know when they'd be able to return to normal life, or if they ever would. Celica nodded slowly, meeting Ingrid's eyes. You're right. She turned to Milia, offering a gentle smile, trying to ease the fear she saw in her sister's eyes. This time things will be different, you know? You know what's going on now, and so do we. We'll help take care of things here. We'll help you take care of things here. Celica felt her heart tighten. When she returned, she had been so focused on the visible UI and using the game's resources for her business plan that she didn't even consider how others were affected. The business would have to wait, at least for now. Family came first. Let's spend today together, Celica said, her voice steadier now. We'll figure everything else out later. How about we go shopping? For now, time she had right here and now with Milia and Ingrid was most important. Celica knew with her abilities it was unlikely anything would happen to her, and as she helped Ingrid, nothing should happen to her in the near future either. Still, she didn't think that'd always be the case. In the future, there'd be times when Celica couldn't help her directly. It'd be up to Ingrid and her alone. It's no wonder she still felt anxious deep down. They left the house, hoping for a change of pace, but the streets felt unusually quiet, almost like it was muffled by the gray skies overhead. The occasional passerby seemed on edge, walking briskly. Celica kept her pace steady, but a slight unease settled into her chest. She glanced around as she walked. Something was off, though she couldn't put her finger on it. Maybe it was just her imagination. Let's get some essentials, Celica said, trying to focus on the task at hand. She pushed the uneasy thoughts to the back of her mind. They made their way into the grocery store, the bell above the door chiming softly as they entered. The aisle felt colder than usual. There was a small line at the checkout, but it wasn't busy. People moved slowly, their faces heavy with fatigue. Let's get a couple weeks' worth of supply for Milia, Celica suggested, grabbing a shopping cart. She filled it with the basics, canned goods, pasta, rice, and snacks. Felt routine and mundane, almost comforting, actually. So how's the voice, Callie? Is the voice good? Is the voice off? You know, I'm still trying to like find that balance. So it's gonna be going up and down. So like you can tell me when I like pass it and when I drop below it. Then I can find that easy medium. Ingrid walked beside her, her expression thoughtful as she picked out a few extra items. More than she probably needed, but she knew how quickly things could change. Milia wandered down the aisles, frown on her face as she picked up random snacks. It wasn't the usual carefree selection she'd make. She paused in front of the chips, her fingers brushing over the bags. With a nod from Celica, she ultimately decided to pick them up. As they walked out of the store, Milia turned her eyes to the sky. Her brows furrowed as the gray clouds hung lower than they had before. It's a little quiet today, right? She murmured. Her voice held the same emotion that had been gnawing at Celica since they stepped outside. Yeah, Celica agreed, her voice low. I guess it is. They walked a little further, passing a few more shops. But this time, the silence seemed to be weighing on them all. Ingrid gave a small, almost imperceptible sigh. It's hard to ignore the atmosphere. Everything feels off today. Amelia nodded, a nervous edge creeping into her voice. You think it's got to do with the game? Like, maybe it's affecting the world more than we realize? Maybe, Celica said. Her mind was absent. Ingrid gave her signature reassuring. A. I don't know. Gave her a signature reassuring smile. Oh. Not gave her as in Ingrid gave Ingrid's signature, not Ingrid gave Amelia a signature reassuring smile. Ingrid gave. So I think the word there is wrong. Presented, she's not giving, I don't know. Hey, let's not worry too much, exactly, she said. We're together right now, and that's what matters. Let's make today a good day, no matter what's going on. Salika nodded, feeling a small comfort in Ingrid's words, trying to lighten up the mood. Ingrid spoke up again, her voice tinged with a fun sense of curiosity. So, if you both had to explain it, what makes a game good? What is it about them that you both love so much? Celica smiled, engaging a glance at Amelia before responding. For me, it's the lore and the worlds they create, the characters you meet, the stories you play through. And the grind, Amelia cut in, grinning. Can't forget the grind, Celica smirked. Of course you'd say that, though I will admit there's something oddly satisfying about maxing out stats. Like, really satisfying. There's nothing like getting 200 mil in a skill in RuneScape. Amelia nodded. It's fun to finally clear a difficult stage, level up, and see your character grow. Nice to flex your account to noobs, too, or try 4 fun strats and builds. But if I had to pin it down to a single thing, Amelia paused, thinking about her next words carefully, a good game is one you get lost in. Ingrid was quiet for a moment, mulling it over. I guess I can sort of understand half of what you both just said. She paused, then looked at Celica. Do you think I could improve at games? Like, really learn and get into it? Celica displayed a rare smile. Of course! You can start small by focusing on perfecting what you know, and trying to enjoy the game as you learn more. If you do that, you'll definitely improve. Amelia grinned, nudging Ingrid playfully. Plus, you'll have us to help. You'll be a pro in no time, just you wait. Ingrid laughed softly, the tension in her shoulders easing a little. A pro? That's a little too far. As long as I can be summoned to the game world and clear every main quest, that's enough. Pro and noob! I'll leave being pros to you two. Sent. Okay. Sent what?
I'm white.
I'm black.
I'm yellow.
And I'm single. What's up, boys? Ladies, shit. I just stay mac and cheese out my pants pocket. Gave her my number and she immediately blocked it. I just put a metal fork into an electrical socket. I got bored as hell and started to play Bop It. Kicked my uncle in the balls. Yeah, I'm Batman. I just ate a protein bar out of a trash can. Fought a cripple man. That dude really lacked hands.
I mean, it's funny, but it's so brain rotty. It's the same song. Is it always the same song with just different cat pictures? I'm like, God. We're so fucked. I'll leave being pros to you two. I'm getting the same fucking song every fucking night. Like, I mean, it's not that it's a bad song, but, you know, shake it up a little bit. But, I mean, the problem is, it's like echo chamber, right? You do what works, you keep doing what works, and it doesn't matter as long as it works. It's like, okay, cat pictures with this song work, keep changing the cat pictures and make 100 of them, and 3 of them will get 1 million views. Boom. There's my next 6 months worth of fucking rent. Oh, easy peasy. After a brief shopping trip, they returned home. Quiet of the apartment was comforting after the strange, almost oppressive atmosphere outside. You said you wanted to learn, right? A voice came from the living room. Celica and Amelia moved to the couch, setting up some consoles. Ingrid followed, a little hesitantly at first. She hadn't played much before, but seeing Celica and Amelia so excited sparked something inside her. She knew they'd be wanting to play games with her for the longest time. Alright, show me how this works, Ingrid said, rolling up her sleeves. They decided to introduce her to an MMO, since that's what the Ten Realms was. RPG game knowledge would be the most helpful for her when they returned. Amelia and Celica spent a good while explaining different video game terms and common MMORPG tactics like job changes, skills, item rarity, accessories. You can tell this is a Final Fantasy player with job changes and not class changes. It's like you can tell the difference between a WoW player and a Final Fantasy player based upon those words. Clearly a Final Fantasy player. Guilds and more. To Celica's surprise, Ingrid absorbed the information like a sponge. Still, once Ingrid felt like her brain was going to explode if she learned anything else, she switched to a party game. Her first few attempts at controlling the characters were a bit shaky, but within an hour, she was fully immersed in the game, laughing at her own mistakes and trying to catch up with the others. It wasn't long before the competitive energy in the room began to build. Amelia's usual spark of rivalry flared up, challenging Celica to a one-on-one match. "You're going down, sis," Amelia teased, a grin spreading across her face as she selected her character. Celica raised an eyebrow, but the playful spirit inside her was ignited. She accepted the challenge, her fingers moving with a practiced ease over the controller. The next hour was filled with the sound of virtual battles, laughter, and the occasional playful argument over who was winning. Celica couldn't help but smile as Amelia did her victory dance, gloating over a particularly hard-fought win. Celica let her win. Ingrid, trying to keep up, was more amused than frustrated by her lack of skill. Despite the challenges of the day, the air between them felt light, almost like nothing had changed. Even though they knew the full moon was fast approaching, they made the most of the moment. The light outside had dimmed, shadows stretching long into the corners of the apartment, and a quiet hum seemed to hang in the air. Celica glanced at the time on her phone, her hands tingling. It was nearly time. The full moon had risen. Its glow, pale and distant, seemed to pierce through the window. As the minutes slipped away, a faint green light began to fill the room, casting strange shadows on the walls. Amelia's breath caught in her throat. She stared at Celica and Ingrid, her eyes wide. "You'll both come back, right?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Celica's complexion hardened as she hugged Amelia. "We'll come back, I promise," she said softly. Ingrid placed a hand on Amelia's shoulder, giving her a small, comforting squeeze. "We'll return as soon as we can, Amelia. Just be strong, okay? You've all the food we left, and I've even sent you some money. Remember, if anything is wrong, call the police." Digital green light brightened, bathing the room in an eerie glow. Flickered and pulsed, and before Amelia could say another word, Celica and Ingrid vanished. The air hummed one final time, and then silence. Amelia stood there for a moment, frozen. Her eyes scanned the empty space where they'd just been, as if they'd reappear. "They're really gone, just like that," she whispered to herself, her voice hollow. System announcement. Welcome to Earthonia's second floor, the Cyclops Marsh. Congratulations! You were one of 3 players who achieved the fastest dungeon clear time in this area. You were one of the 3 players who achieved the fastest dungeon clear time in this zone. You were one of the 3 players who achieved the fastest dungeon clear time in the world. As a reward for your achievement, you will receive 3 unique rewards. Just as Celica was getting her bearings, she heard a familiar, slimy voice. "Welcome back, players." The Slimicus, or whatever his name is. That dude. Okay. What is this? Wait, is this another one, Callie? Wait, I didn't see you posted 2 of them. My bad. Callie, why didn't you tell me you posted 2 of them?
Do you ever get a little bit tired of life? Like you're not really happy but you don't wanna die. Like you're hanging by a thread but you gotta survive, cause you gotta survive. Do you ever get a little bit tired of life? Like you're not really happy but you don't wanna die. Like you're hanging by a thread but...
True. Unfortunately, well, I mean, fortunately, I'm not in that situation. You know, I'm very lucky. That's why I have no luck. All my luck went into my spawn RNG. But my actual life luck itself is like minus 10,000. Because I like stacked all my luck in one area. It penalized my luck everywhere else. But I was like, I need a good spawn location. And I mean, I got about as good spawn location as you can get. Because it kept me humble and nice, you know, because it was just enough, right? I had my ups and downs, developed me as a person, but I never had, like, worries, right? It was always personal worries. It was never outside worries. Alright, and now, again, Nico, if you're still not here, or if no one else is ready for a beta read, then we will move on to Goblin Girl Evolution. We'll log back into Royal Road. Yo. Boom. Okay. What the fuck? Here? Okay, welcome, Nico. Hello, Electrancy! What's up? How are you today? Welcome to the stream. It won't let me log into Royal Road, apparently. Whatever, but Nico's here. What are you up to, Electrancy? I'm a first-timer to Kick. Oh, cool! Yeah, we love Kick. It's only because I'm the only person in the writing category, so I have the entire category to myself, which is pretty cool. But yeah, welcome. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of words? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Well, welcome. I'm Intoxication, and here we do beta reading, we do critique and improvement of our skills, we do reacts for notes, basically, like workshops, we do a little bit of art, a little bit of writing, and we like to have a lot of fun and fuck around, pretty much. But yeah, thank you. I would love to read your stuff if you want. If you want to, feel free to, if I can type it out, join the Discord. We've got, stream beta reading. If you want me to read anything in your, and if you just want anyone else, you can put anything in here and collaborate with everyone else. There's also self-promotion. If you have any books that are published or anything like that that you want to promote, feel free to drop that in there. So much I wouldn't even know where to begin. I'm a short story writer, I feel you. I got like 100 fucking short stories. I'm writing a web novel, Stoner Girl Evolution, as well as a main novel, Final Fantasy inspired novel. But mainly we do short stories. Because I just get so many ideas and I just have to like get them down. But lately we've been working on, can you look please leave a message after the earth? It's on YouTube, I think. Okay. I can do that. Damn, we're up to 81 views, guys. We're getting 2 views per hour. Holy shit, that's crazy. What the fuck? This? This is a short story? I would be so down to listen to this after we're done with Nico. I love sci-fi. So like After the Earth. Oh, dude, Electrancy? This is fucked. Okay, so one of my sci-fi series that I want to do is essentially humans leave Earth. And it's like they abandon it, right? And then millions and millions of years pass, and it's like all the technology and all of everything that's left on Earth basically is buried, and new intelligent life forms evolve. And throughout their history, there have been people that have basically heard voices in their head, and they have changed the course of history through some sort of ancient tapped-in knowledge. And they're basically like great religious and philosophical leaders of their time. Like every 500 or 600 years, something like this happens. And as time goes on, more and more people are having this happen. And the idea of it is, the more that you're exposed to something, like an outside signal, like, you know, you're exposed to light, so your eyes develop. You're exposed to the movement of particles, so your ears develop, right? So then, these creatures start developing the ability to pick up the Wi-Fi signals that are coming from distant space from humanity that's out there. And they're tapping into, like technological knowledge and stuff like that that's just leaping their civilization ahead. And then it's like more and more people are getting these. I have a similar idea in one story I wrote. Hold on. That's so awesome. I fucking love talking to authors about that shit, because there's so much, like, small nuance. Oh, fuck, we're in the middle of an ad. Goddamn ads on Twitch. Well, we gotta take a toke, so everyone get your tokes ready. Let's go. And get her done. Good thing about Kick, no ads. You don't have to worry about ads. I don't know why everyone just doesn't go on to Kick. Like, it's such a better experience than it is on Twitch. A way better experience than on Twitch. But I guess there's just some sort of stigma behind it. The people are just like, nah, we'll stick with Twitch, where SAers go free and dog shockers exist. Oh man, and our CEO's an absolute gooner, so we love it. But over here, we just got Kick that's like, yeah, I'm a gambling dude. And then you look at Twitch, well, Twitch is also gambling dude, so I mean, I don't know, man. It goes to show you how fucked the world is when that's kind of the thing, is that, like, people's base opinion is so fucking important, because first impressions are the biggest thing. Because once someone makes up their mind, and this is why my conspiracy theory rant of why Hollywood presents things that are actually real and like agendas that are going to be pressed, because once someone believes something, such as you present an idea to someone and it's in a movie, their idea is, oh, this isn't real. So when it happens in the real world, you're unwilling to change your opinion because your first opinion of it is, this situation is fictional. It happened in a movie, it didn't happen in real life, even though it did happen in real life. And that is the power of psychology. And I fear that because there's a saying that I love. I am too stupid for this many people to be dumber than me. Like, when people think I'm intelligent, there's something fucking wrong. I'm a fucking retard. But I'm the one thing I can do, I can change my mind. I can evaluate things, I can say I was wrong, I know more now, and I can change my mind. That is the one ability I have, and it's probably the one ability you need, of all things. It's like having charisma in a video game. You don't think it's important until it matters. And then it's like, oh fuck, hell yeah. Anyways, 3, 2, 1, toke! Okay. Nico, here we go. Chapter 16. Well, let me just do this one thing. Boop. Get that going. So, Nico's story. Chapter 16. The Ghost's Path. So this is a post-apocalyptic Mad Max type story. Very, very fucking awesome. That morning, Hussein bin Farid al-Hamoud stood tall on the docks of Scrapsland. His companions were busy chartering a barge that would take them down to the Dnieper, to the Black Sea, toward their people. For Hussein, time to return home had not yet come. Europe and the ghosts of the Levant needed a liaison agent, and he had volunteered for the role. "Are you sure you want to stay?" Nadia asked him. Hussein didn't answer right away. He felt the cool air on his face despite his veil, the ambient humidity. He didn't like this continent, so far from the scorching heat of the dunes of his childhood. But he had made his choice. "Yes, I'm sure." Nadia nodded and boarded the motor barge with the others. His friends waved goodbye as their vessel pulled away from the docks. Hussein turned, heading toward his old bike, his hand resting on the grip of his AKS 74U. "Here we are, alone on this continent," he murmured. "Let's make sure it's worth it." Leaving his motorcycle in the vehicle lot, or buggies, modified pickups, and other colorful, war-tuned vehicles were parked, he set out to find an armory. Found one at the dock market, an arc of containers surrounding the central stalls. A red, rusted container with a wooden sign painted with an assault rifle. The racks were set up at the entrance, exposed for all to see and touch. The owner was a man in his 40s with a thick, black beard. "You're a long way from home," the man said. "I'm Caspard, armorer from this rat hole. What can I do for you?" Hussein didn't even speak the language of the Ash tribes well. Didn't yet speak the language of the Ash tribes well, but he caught the gist. "I need dark hair. This." He pulled a 5.45 by 39 cartridge from his pocket and showed it to the merchant. The man nodded and pulled out a crate of ammunition containing small cardboard boxes. "I've got it somewhere. Bingo! A box of 20 rounds. That'll be 30 pebbles." Hussein didn't immediately understand that the armorer was asking for payment. "Pebbles?" "Cash, if you prefer." Hussein raised an eyebrow. "Fluss? Money?" "I don't have your fluss. No cash, no bullets." "I thought Dakar were given. For our warriors, not for outsiders. I fight with you. You're fighting for Europe. I'm staying here for the Petrogras deliveries, and I fight with you. What's your name?" "Hussein bin Farid al-Hamoud." "Fine. I'll give you your Dakar, but no funny business." "Understood." Caspard handed him the box of ammunition. That was like a good exchange, because he's like, "What the fuck do you mean I don't get ammunition? I came all the way across the fucking desert for this shit, and you want me to pay for this? Fuck this." I'd be like, "I want to talk to the fucking manager. This is bullshit. Where's my employee discount?" Manager of the desert. Oh, man. Hussein stuffed it in his pocket, adjusted his weapon strap, saluted the armorer, and left. Lol, relax, Karen! Welcome, Queen. How's it going? How are you today? He walked the muddy streets, passing under the iron bridges connecting the city's upper levels. His boots sank into the muck. Humidity seeps into his shoes. He was heading toward the barracks set up outside the city. Modest tents were reinforcements piled under tarps. He scanned the setup and approached a man stacking crates of food. "Is there room for me?" The man stopped and looked at him up and down, surprised. "Head doesn't hurt so much, so better?" "Hell yeah, Queen. Yeah, I feel a lot better today. Like, I slept like all day, and I was just like, yo, I'm just chilling. And then I woke up and I was like, huh? I only slept for 3 hours? And then I realized it was daylight savings. And I was like, oh, fuck. I was so fucked up yesterday, I didn't even mention daylight savings. So I didn't tell anyone that the stream's technically going to be an hour later if you're, like, in areas that don't do daylight savings. Because I know parts of Europe don't do it, and I know Australia doesn't do it. And those are like some of my old viewers from when we streamed later into the night, right? It was like early morning in Europe, and like you know, midday to evening in Australia. But now that we've changed the stream schedule, we've got more of an American, you know, Western audience. Excuse me. And then we get people like Nico, who's French. The Great Paris! Where are you from? The Levant. I fight for Europe. All hands are welcome. There's a free spot in a tent, but you'll be with 7 women. That okay? That's fine. Some places in the US, like Arizona, don't do daylight saving either. Really? I thought all of the US did. Oh, I didn't know that was a state thing. That must be so... Dude, that would be so confusing if, like, I don't know where any of the states are, but, like, you know, the state in the middle didn't do it, so it's like a time, it's an hour here, so it's like, it would either equal, like, Eastern or Pacific Standard Time, because it would go between the two, so you go up a state instead of going over a state, and the time zone changes. Oh god, that would be so fucking annoying. But that's the world, right? Everyone's got to have their little piece. That's fine, Lucien said after a pause. He wasn't in a position to be picky. What's wrong with having 7 women in the tent, other than the fact that they might think that you're a fucking creep? So, you know, just never open your eyes, stay in your corner, and say, yes, ma'am, thank you, ma'am, and you're fucking golden. Man pointed out the tent and went back to work. Lucien navigated the sea of canvas, dodging a cart loaded with gear, and reached his destination. Hawaii and Arizona are the only 2 states that don't do it. I could see Hawaii, because Hawaii is a little bit off base. But what about... I'm not gonna make that joke. That's like making a Taiwan-China joke. I was gonna be like the annexing of Cuba, right? So Cuba is like the 51st state. But I can say that as a Canadian, I was raised in school with, like, knowing the idea of manifest destiny. So the fact that America will basically, its idea is to consume the world and create a global, like, government. A global nation. A one-nation world. That's literally, like, what the history books in high school taught me was, like, the ultimate goal of America upon its founding, was consume the world and create a one-world government. Just kind of fucked up, right? Dodging a cart loaded with gear and reached his destination, stepped inside, ready to greet. Hello! A knife flew past his nose and batted. Yup, okay! Exactly, Nico. Exactly. Embedded in a target hung in the corner of the tent. Oh, sorry, cried a young brunette, jumping to her feet. Lucien looked around. He was in a circular tent with 8 beds, 4 of them bunked, cobbled together with wooden frames. The other pallets were on the ground, just leather sleeping bags lined with fur. Lucien took his time settling in and getting to know his tent mates. They were in casual gear, jackets hung on a clothesline, rifles stashed in a corner, but each had a knife and a Glock clipped to their belts. They stared at him like he was the day's entertainment. Dance, monkey, dance! Hey, girls, we need him to do a strip dance for us. Get up on that pole! We need some... Woo! We'll throw the pebbles at you, boy. Let's get down. Even though, like, I'm not sure about this, Nico, but it really seems like Hussein and Nadia have, like, a thing. But they seem to be that, like, anime friendship thing where the mission is more important than them being together. So it's like, let's put the mission first, and when we're successful, then we can be together. I kind of get that vibe from them, but I'm not, you know, I don't know if that's your intent. They were in casual gear, jackets hung on a clothesline, rifles stashed in a corner, but each had a knife and a Glock clipped to their belts. They stared at him like he was the day's entertainment. 2 women sat beside him, boxing him in. He felt cramped. So, you got a face under that veil? Asked the one on his right. Suddenly, Lucien grew increasingly uncomfortable. Looks like he lost his tongue. One of them snickered. Easy, we're not gonna eat you. I'm dying to know if he's cute. Lucien didn't understand everything, but knew exactly what trap he'd walked into. He felt like he'd dived headfirst into a wolf's jaws. The one on his left, cigarette in mouth, nudged his arm. So, you gonna show us your face? Lucien didn't move, but clenched his fists on his knees. The one across from him pretended to grab his veil to yank it off. He shot up, pushing her back. He's playing hard to get! Isn't it like I don't know anything about the Middle East, but I'm assuming the veil has some sort of either philosophical, religious, or cultural meaning to it. That's kind of like the idea of like a burqa, right? Where it's like, don't show your face. Yeah. So, these women are being extremely rude. It's more about hiding truth in general. I like the idea of the facelessness of it by not judging someone like by their looks or something like that. So I feel the veil, not really. The knife, yes. But he doesn't like the situation. Yes. I could definitely see that, Nico. You know, I'm the type of person that this would be like my jam. I would be sitting there being like, you know, oh my god, I love your hair. Like, that fits you so well. You know, like, just get right in on it. That's my biggest problem with women, is I friend zone women because I want to get to know them, because that's how I, like, gain a connection. So anytime, like, I actually like a chick, I'm always really good friends with them, and it always fucks up whatever relationship there could be. But it's like, I don't have any feelings for them if I don't know them. So I have this, like, I need to just find a woman that's willing to marry her best friend. It fucking sucks. But it's like, I friend-zoned women so bad that I just can't, you know? Because I'm like, other than that, I just, like, if I'm bi, so if I just want sex, I'm just going for a dude. I think it is being third eye blind. Yeah. But I was gonna say is the idea. I think the idea of facelessness is overlooked in the fact of not judging someone by their looks. Something like that. Like, I feel there is a power behind that is extremely overlooked in the Western culture. Because we are so fixated on the individual and on looks and on individual people that it's hard for us to look past a person to an idea, or, you know, past their looks to their personality. But I don't know if that's just a very Western thing or if that's a very human thing. It could be both, right? It could just be very exasperated in the West because we're a very show-your-face kind of people. Which the internet does not like with that, right? That's why older people like Facebook, because it's like you're not really hiding who you are. Even though like 90% of people are, because, yeah. But anyway, sorry, rant! Lucien didn't move, but clenched his fists on his knees. Once again, from him, one across from him pretended to grab his veil and yank it off, shot up, pushing her back. He's playing hard to get, she laughed. He's not gonna say no, right? Said the one on his left, slinging an arm around his shoulder. We're way too cute for that. Oh, scoozy. It wasn't 7, guys. I don't think I'm sick anymore. She said the one to his left, slinging an arm around his shoulder. You're way too cute for that. Felt more and more trapped, like a dog surrounded by a pack, barking and laughing. When the one on his left put her hand on his thigh, it was the last straw. Lucien stood, shoving her, and drew his dagger from its sheath. Al-Masuni Amar Thanaya. Wasa Adba come. He said come! Fucking goddamn it. Hold on a sec. My thing crashed. Botrix fucking crashed. Come on. Sorry about that. Super annoying when that happens. Because it kills the TTS. There we go. Much better. Okay. Touch me again and I'll gut you, he roared, so furious he spat the words in his native tongue. Ugh, relax, sighed one of them nonchalant. Could have just said no. It's no. Oh. It irks, the double standard irks me so much, Nico. Women are so like, no means no! And then when a dude says no, they're like, what do you mean no? It's like, shut the fuck up, bitch! No! And then they're always like, all you have to do is say no! It's like, no, bitch! I say no, you keep coming, I gotta smack you around or some shit! It's like, that's probably like my biggest pet peeve is like blatant, obvious double standards that have been, that not just exist, but like double standards that have been fought for, you know? Like women have like fought for the last like 50 years for like the respect of no means no. And now that men are like no means no, women are like, no one says no to me, bitch. My love is stronger than a restraining order. And it's like the roles have like swapped, like the Overton window switched so hard now that women like got their way and they're like, okay, no means no. Me Too movement, believe the victims. But now it's like they're so almost entitled in a way that it's like when men say no, they're like, men don't say no. What are you talking about? And it just really irks me. I'm like, bitch, what if I'm gay, huh? Like, 998% gay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's been working lately, let's say that. Yeah. Fine, fine, put your stuff down. There's a training ground nearby to stay in shape. You should go. Lucien had no desire to stay, grabbed his bag and bolted. Outside, he ran into 2 guys his age, cracking up. "Why are you laughing? You got the cursed tent," one of them wheezed, doubled over. "What do you mean? Why do you think it's all women in there? Anyone who's tried has nearly been cooked." Lucien was livid. He didn't like being mocked. Brushed past them and found the guy who'd sent him to the tent. "Daylight savings is silly. Do you understand why daylight savings exists?" And I can agree, yes, it is kind of silly. It's kind of antiquated, but I think it should just be, it should just be shops that specifically deal with farmers just open an hour early and close an hour later. I don't think, like, the entire fucking country, the entire continent needs to shift their shit around so stores and businesses, it's another example of businesses taking their responsibility and putting it on the people. That's my opinion of daylight savings, is companies saying, "You know what? We don't want to have to change our hours around, so we're just going to make everyone else change their hours around." And I mean, you can say that, like, there's so many angles you can come at it from, right? But I think that's, to me, as a fucking conspiracy tinfoil head, not to interrupt, but I think it's silly. Oh, it's absolutely silly, Fish, because those businesses could just open earlier to give farmers, or open later, right? And opening later doesn't even make any sense. So it's kind of like, I don't know, open, and why do they have to open at a time? You could just say, oh, businesses that need to open when the sun rises, open at dawn. We don't have a time. The sun starts coming up, we're open, because you can see now. So now we can, like, start work. But anyways, tangent about daylight savings. Yes, I think it's retarded, and it's one of those things where the businesses are putting their responsibility on the people. But anyways, as he approached, he saw the man exchange something with another. The slap on one hand. "So how's the tent?" the guy asked with a smug grin. "I want another one." "No worries, we've got a mixed one. 5 of you. No tricks this time." "Relax, rookie. You almost passed the welcome. You already passed the welcome ritual." Welcoming is... See, I'm like, why would this guy do this? But you know what? That's actually kind of funny. I like that, Nico. Because I'm like... You know, why is this, right? Why is this? Why would he fuck with this guy? You know, it's like a respect thing, right? But then it's like, no, this is a respect thing. It's like, oh man, I can't remember what movie it is, but it's like a movie about hazing. And, you know, it's like 2 frats, like, God, I wish I knew what the movie was. But anyways, it's about, like, hazing, and they're, like, hazing these guys, right? And they're trying to, like, go on the other side and be, like infiltrate, basically, the frat, and be like, yo, these guys are so brutal in their hazing and stuff, and they're doing all this shit, and one of the guys, like, breaks down, and he's, like, trying to, like, you know, like, get evidence, and the dude's like, "Okay, you're gonna get the punishment," and he, like, takes him into the back, and he's like, "Dude, what's going on? You're doing so good, man. Like, you're so close to the end. Like, just keep going, man." And then the guy's like, wait, what? And he's like, "Yeah, we believe in you. You got this. Like, oh my God, you're so close. You're gonna make it this time." And then he turns on the guys who are trying to get, like, evidence on the people that are doing the frat, who are doing the hazing, because the guys who are doing the hazing are actually, like, every single one of them has gone through this ritual, and it's like the male bonding ritual of having to test other people under pressure as, like, a evolutionary thing to make sure that the people you surround yourself with are capable of taking care of themselves and taking care of other people and being able to be reliable in a situation when something happens. when that bear comes to invade, when that horde comes to invade, when that lightning storm sets a fire, you want all of the people around you to be instantly actioning and getting shit done, not crying in the fucking corner, which is why I'm a loner, because I'd be the guy fucking crying in the corner. But it's like, you know, it's such a natural way for men to bond, because then we know we can trust people in dire situations. So I absolutely love the idea of hazing between, like as male bonding. Because, like, all of my great friends, that's what we do. One of, like, my best friend, he's a fucking smartass. He has a retort for fucking everything. It's insane. You just can't, I'm like, you should be a fucking comedian, dude. It's insane. They're dumb. There are some things that are, but the dumb things are the things that survived over time, because they were things you could do instantly. And Rober, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I missed that. I was in my head too much with it, you know? I get too caught up in this, but it keeps me, you know, grounded from the story, so it allows me to maintain the non-snowblindness to know that I'm in critique mode, right? But yeah, I really like that one saying, just solved everything for me. That was an example of the tiniest, just one sentence can solve an entire page of confusion. Or like, uncertainty. Fucking ads! God fucking damn it! I don't believe in ads! No ads here. Exactly. Exactly. You got the good stuff. You're smart. You're smart. Jesus. Oh, it's getting hot in here. Remember to watch your ads, kids. They teach you the way to go. If you don't watch ads, how are you supposed to know the cultural norms? If you don't watch ads, how are you supposed to know the latest fads? If you don't watch ads, well, you're just gonna fall behind. And when you fall behind, you're gonna wonder, and everyone's gonna say, oh, you didn't know about that? And you're gonna be like, no, kick it or lick it. Love it. Yes. Yes. Absolutely wonderful. I just gotta check something 1 second here while we wait for the end of the ad. I gotta make sure that it's tomorrow. Yeah, it's like the movie trailers, except every trailer is Borderlands! November 5th. Okay. November 5th is the full moon. So just a little bit of a lore drop here, Electrancy. On the full moon, I'm a werewoman, and on the full moon, I turn into a woman. So, just a heads up. It's a thing. Welcome in his new tent was much warmer. He'd share with 2 men and 3 women. Tent was set up like the last, with room for 3 more. Beds were just pallets. No problem. Lucien had his sleeping bag. He set down his gear, but kept his AKS-74U slung in his dagger sheathed on his chest. 3 women sat in a circle, sharing strips of dried meat. The smell was unfamiliar to Lucien. What kind of meat was this? Want some? One asked, offering him a piece. This woman was about 30, slightly drawn features like the young woman he'd seen at the Northern King's court and in Ashenfield, but less pronounced. Her fur-lined hood was pulled over her head. Couldn't tell her haircut, but her eyes were brown, unlike Nina? That was her name, right? With eyes black as coal. What is it? Lard. Lard? You know, the big animal, lots of hair, short legs, big teeth, digs up. Lucien only caught half her sentence. He shrugged, shaking his head to show he didn't understand. She pulled out a half-torn notebook, sketched something, and handed it to him. Ah, Lucien said. Hollof. If you say so. You taking it or not? We don't usually eat that. I don't know how to say it. La Euphazoo Jadim. It doesn't keep well. You kill it and eat it fresh. Don't worry. You're not in the desert. It's already cooked. You're fine. Sian was quiet for a moment. Wait. Now this brings something to me, Nico, that's an environmental issue. If he's from the desert, aren't most foods dried in the desert? Isn't like the idea of like drying foods like a desert thing? I'm pulling shit out of my ass, but like logically you'd think that would be the way it is, right? So like smoking and drying meats and stuff like that. So this adds like kind of a cognitive dissonance to me where I'm like, well, he's from the desert. Shouldn't he know about like drying meat? Okay. That's just instantly where my mind goes. So as someone who's not familiar with that, it's just a question that pulls me out of the narrative. But that's just for my own curiosity reasons, right? Where I'm like, well, that logically doesn't necessarily make sense. But that's a me thing. Lucien was quiet for a moment, hesitant, but took the piece and bit into it. Very salty, but good. Beef jerky, basically. My favorite food. Except it's so... I haven't had beef jerky in like 6 months, because it's like $17 a fucking bag, and it's like 12 fucking pieces of jerky. Where I used to live, tangent, it's called, it was literally called World's Best Jerky. Like, it's like world famous jerky. Best beef jerky I've ever had in my life. So fucking good. But, I don't know. I can't afford fucking jerky. It's expensive. It's a rich man's food. Sadly. Very salty, but good. With a flavor he didn't recognize. What's that taste besides the meat? Smoking. Makes it better. Lucien nodded and finished his piece. One of the men stood. Alright. The war brewing. We'd better stay in shape. The others agreed. Come on. Show us what you've got in training. With pleasure. Lucien smiled. Followed his new comrades to the training ground, set up outside the barracks' perimeter. Everything was arranged to keep the personnel fit. Pull-up bars, shooting range, an arena for hand-to-hand combat. Men and women in light gear were doing all kinds of exercises. Lucien noticed the crazies posted at the edge of the field, ogling the men and whistling. His jaw tightened. He understood why they'd suggested he come here, and he had no desire to be their eye candy. Why do you want to... What do you want to start with? Asked Davin, one of the men from his tent. Not sure. Got a specialty? Knife fighting. Perfect. Come on. Davin led him to the arena. A dirt circle ringed by crates and makeshift barriers where the three pairs were sparring. Davin rummaged in a crate and pulled out 2 wooden daggers. The man, about 35, took off his shirt. He was well built, but not overly muscled. Don't hesitate to get comfortable. No thanks, Lucien said, keeping an eye on the 7. Your call. On guard. Lucien took position, facing his opponent, and saluted out of habit. The 7! Oh! The boys. And I was like, alright, there's 7 women. Facing his opponent and saluting out of habit, he got in the zone. Like facing one of his brothers in a duel. He and Davin circled, sizing each other up. Davin had a solid stance, firmly planted, but too stiff. Lucien charged. Davin swung a circular strike at his throat, but Lucien ducked, rolled under Davin's arm, and hooked his leg around Davin's throat, bringing him down. Rising, he grabbed Davin's wrist, twisted it to make him drop his weapon, and pressed his own to Davin's throat. Well, damn, Davin breathed. You blitzed me. Blitz? You're too fast. Lucien stood and offered a hand to help Davin up. Davin rubbed his wrist, making the younger man smile. I could teach you a few tricks, Lucien offered. With pleasure, Davin and the other fighters chorused. Lucien spent the rest of the morning training with the others. He was one of the best at hand-to-hand, but the others held their own. He soon worked up a sweat. He had to strip down. When he took off his jacket and shirt, hell yeah, muscles, let's go! Beach time! He heard clapping and whistling. Turned to see the women from his first tent watching. Felt like a piece of meat. Snorted and ignored them. Heading to a basin of water. The air was cool, so he splashed himself and scrubbed off the sweat before drying and dressing. Yes! Yes! Oh, Sean, welcome. How's it going today, good sir? How are you? I'm currently reading Nico's story. Bless you times 2. Thanks. Next one will be 1, and then it'll be gone, and that's me getting rid of my cold. Ugh. He kept his kafie. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I always forget. And is she broken? Or did we just get locked out?
Kafia.
No, she's broken. Kefia. I always sneeze, what you mean? I'm just making a joke, Queen. It's cause... no spice with women, bro. You've been blessed. Again! I was sneezing 7 or 8 times yesterday, Queen. So, if you sneeze more than 4 times, that's usually, like, the me getting sick sneeze. Right? Like, it's like, there's something, in, like, fucking up my nose. Other than that, it's just, I sneeze because. So if it's 2 or 3 times, we're golden. But if I sneeze like I did yesterday, I know I'm getting fucking sick. And my nose was running all fucking day yesterday. It was so brutal. So I slept all day today. And I even got the extra hour in because of daylight savings. Which was super cool. So I literally slept for like 14 hours. Well, I probably slept for 10 hours. I lay in bed for 14 hours. Kept his kafia over his nose, but figuring sandstorms were rare here, lowered it for easier breathing. His companion saw his face, 22-year-old from the Levant. Nothing extraordinary. I was in bed for roughly 10 hours. I'm usually in bed for like 3.5, 4 hours at most. And then I'll like take a nap later in the day for like an hour and a half. Cause like I just have such a hard time sleeping. Not when I'm sick. When I'm sick, I just pass the fuck out. The shooting range though, his results were decent. Nothing more. Old gun was built for close quarters, not sniping. After training, Hussein wandered Scrapsland's tents. The city was livelier than he remembered, normal with reinforcements arriving from across Europe, past strange fighters in partial metal gear, steel gloves, chainmail, or pauldrons, all bearing crests with symbols he didn't understand. The Crusaders! Is that what they're supposed to be, Nico? Because that immediately, I'm like, yes, Crusaders. Fuck yeah. That's badass. Wandering, dodging carts and loads, he ran into a man he'd seen in the north. You! I know you! The young man shot back. Didn't you come to my king's court? Yes. Oh, is it Gunner? Is it Gunner? Me neither. His companion laughed. Hussein bin Farid al-Hamud. I've said that name so many fucking times that I still can never get the Hamud. I say like Humid instead of Hamud. No matter how many times I do it. It is Gunner Vinkinson. Thought your people were defending your borders. They are. I'm here for personal reasons. You? I'm the liaison between my people in Europe. Thanks to you and yours, we got organized. Thank you. My pleasure. What are you up to today? Drinking with 2 friends. Wanna come? Why not? 2 headed to the Drunken Rover, a bar of wooden palisades topped with corrugated metal to shield patrons. Why did I say protons? God damn. Patrons from rain. Guard against neutrons from space! The back was 2 containers for food and booze. The floor was planks over dirt, with cable spools, tables, and stacked pallets, metal barrels, or real stools for seats. Stirring lights lit the place, the air thick with wet wood and hot food. Gunnar went to a table where a man and woman Hussein recognized sat. He'd traveled to Nova Kiev with the man. The woman, he'd seen her at the king's court, and in Afershield. Ashenfield. Jesus. Salam, Hussein said, waving. You brought a friend, Rudel asked Gunnar. We know each other. Oh? You just never saw my face because of my kifeya. You're Nina, right? Yes, and you. Forgot your name. Rudel. Right. I'm Hussein. Sit. Hussein sat on a stack of pallets and pulled a tin cup from his bag. Rudel poured him a hefty shot, and he toasted with his new companions. So, what's new with you? Rudel asked. After Nova Kiev, I went to your mountains. The Alperi nearly killed us. They're a bit paranoid about outsiders. Don't hold it against them. Paranoid? Wary. You settling in? Wait. Okay, I'm a little bit confused here, Nico. This is Gunnar talking, right? Not Rudel. Because I'm like, Rudel never left, right? Or did he? I'm confused. It's Hussein talking? Okay, I have a gap here then, Nico. What's the Alperi? Cause like I'm trying to remember. He went. Did I miss something? Because the last thing he did was go to the King of the North, right? Then after the King of the North, he came back here. An alliance of fortresses in the mountain of Europe. Okay, Nico, I do not remember that at all. Did I just forget that, or is that not happened? Did it just do like a summary and saying that Hussein, or did we pick up after the fact? Because I know we were with Den and Alice for the last couple of chapters, right? So more things could have happened with Hussein in that time. But I'm like, I don't remember him going to the Alperi. But I could be retarded. So I thought this was, no, after the courts of Europe, he went to the mountain off screen. That's the reason why I cut up all of these chapters for rewrite. Okay, okay. Courts of the North. Okay. So it hasn't shown us that, but it told us that. Okay, that's what I thought. I wasn't 100% about it. Because at first I thought it was Gunnar saying that, and I was like, why would Gunnar say that? He's a Valkar. They're, like, super wary of outsiders, too. So that was another thing that put me off, is the Alperi. Are they even more weary than the Northerners? I don't know. Or is it just because it's not the sorts they're suspicious as they are, you know, defending their land? Anyway, sorry, tangent for that. I just need some clarification, right? You settling in okay? Nina asked. Your continent's cold and damp. It's unpleasant. And your women are weird. How so? I was in a tent with women. They got too close, tried to touch me. So what? That's an opportunity, no? Rudel said. Rudel! Nina elbowed him. What? Doesn't bother you that they touched him when he didn't want it? If I had a woman all over me, Rudel, shut up! Catching Nina's glare. See, it's a difference of opinion, right? So, like, I would be like, yeah, I would be, like, instantly making friends with them. Other people would be, like, instantly hitting on them and absolutely loving the attention. And then there's people that are like, no, I didn't ask for it, get away from me. Like, I like my personal space, right? So, being able to look at someone else's perspective, but your initial response is your own perspective, is, you know, the human response, right? So, it makes sense that Rudel will be like, dude, they're all over you? Why wouldn't you want that shit? It could also be like a cultural thing too, right? So there's a lot of depth that's being explored in this chapter. Catching Nina's glare, she turned to Hussein, who'd refilled his glass and downed it. What do you think, Hussein? I don't like being touched if I don't want it. It's... I can't even say it. Not right. It's not right. The rest of the conversation was tough. Hussein struggled to express himself in their language. His talks had been functional until now, but with gestures and broken phrases, he got the point across. They toasted one last time and parted. On the way back to the infirmary, Nina cornered Rudel. Seriously, Rudel? You weren't cool with Hussein. How? Imagine a guy cornering a woman and groping her. What would you think? That's assault. For Hussein, it's the same. Ah, come on, he's a guy. He's not gonna complain about a bunch of horny chicks wanting him. Rudel! Nina stopped dead, grabbing his collar. Her obsidian eyes welled with tears. How can you be so insensitive? What if it was me? Yeah, see, he's barking up the wrong tree here, man. She's not cool with this because she's experienced it and seen it firsthand on both sides her entire life. She's like, nah, you don't play both sides of the fucking fence on this one, bro. You're downplaying what he went through. I thought you were better than that, but you're just like the rest. Nina, too late. She turned and ran, leaving him stunned. Started to chase her, then stopped. He'd only crowd her. Damn, he'd screwed up bad. Trudged home, face long. Damn! Slammed the door, ignoring his old man. Stormed to his room without a word. Collapsed on the floor, lit a cigarette, took a furious drag, punched the moldy floor, and sent his ass valve flying. Curling into a ball, head in his arms, he let anger and bitterness consume him. Nina, meanwhile, went to her reinforcements barracks, stomach knotted under the late afternoon sun. She felt betrayed. Her Rudel, so gentle, so understanding. She couldn't believe he'd played her all this time. She reached her tent, collapsed on her cot. Her tent mates noticed her mood, but got only grunts. I love this, like, miscommunication, Nico. It's so real, and it's not, like, most people are like, oh, well, you know, these people are dating, so we have to have them fight, and we'll have them fight over something stupid. No, this is a legitimate reason to, like, get mad, right? And to see someone else's perspective, and it's a growing opportunity for both of them, right? For Nina to be able to sit down and say, this is why I feel this way, do you understand? Can you feel that way? Instead of just, you know, like, because there is the angle of women don't understand how men talk to each other. Right? So, if, like, what two guys said between each other, jokingly, two women said between each other would, like, end friendships. So it's like, it's just a different way that dudes, like, talk to each other. And again, that comes back to, like, the hazing and the, like, putting people in difficult situations to see how they react, so you can judge them for when those situations actually show up. So this gives, like, this perfect miscommunication for a building point for both of them. And it also gives Rudel the opportunity to see things from a different perspective as a male with someone who has different perspectives than him, and knowing that, like, there are some things with some people, right? Some people you can joke about this stuff with, and some people you can't. But when you know that you've crossed a line and it's a joke, that's where you apologize. And it's like, that's the learning process that Rudel's going to have to undergo, right? And again, he has a little bit of the socialness, awkwardness of being, like, a doctor, and that, like, forced bedside manner that I'm sure there's an over-exasperation when he's off the clock to express himself, because he's not able to do it, like, at his job, right? And that's just, like, the depth of Rudel's character speaking to me in this scene. And, like, same with Nina, where she's looking at it from the complete opposite side because of the trauma that she's gone through. So it's like two people that have completely different perspectives about the world, but are trying to live in a compromise at the center of it, are now having, like, their first almost ideological crash, but it's not even really that, right? It's just an explanation and understanding that can be used as character growth. But I fucking love it, because it's an actual deep topic to have a misunderstanding over versus, you know, go make me a sandwich. Fuck you! And then they break up. It's like, I was hungry. And I didn't mean it like that. You know, like, shit! And how it hits so hard, especially when you really have feelings for someone, right? And you're like, you really fucked that up, and you're like, you don't know if you can ever reconcile it, and that's such a human feeling, right? Even though the only bridge that's truly broken is the one you never try to repair. And as long as you do as much as you can to repair it, and put the ball in the other person's court, that's really all that you can do, right? So I'm excited to see where this leads for these characters, because I have yet to see anything, let's say, on the negative for Rudel, other than, like, him being a doctor and just living with a doctor's life. So it's nice to see him in an emotional state now. Definitely rounds out his character more. Her Rudel. So gentle, so understanding. She couldn't believe he'd played her all this time. She reached her tent, collapsed on her cot. Her teammates noticed her mood, but got only grunts. Hours later, in the dead of night, Lucien woke to a strange sensation, like someone shaking him. He opened his eyes slowly, piercing together foggy thoughts and tense darkness. He came face to face with a woman. Worse, her hand was shaking his crotch. His blood boiled. He punched her face, and she let go. He tackled her, blocking her in a chokehold, realizing she was half naked. The noise woke the others, flicked on flashlights. Cien saw his attacker's face. One of the crazies drew his dagger and pressed it to her throat, about to slit it, when a tentmate yelled, "Stop!" She touched me. What? Down there. She came and touched me down there. The zub. The what? The dick. She touched my dick while I was sleeping. Let this lunatic go, the woman roared. I told you I'd kill you if you came back. Two men from the tent rushed to separate them. After some kicks to the face, both calmed down and were taken to Scraplin's burgomaster. An emergency night session was called. The Iberian forces rep, under whom Maria, the accused, served, was dragged from bed. Once everyone was awake, Alexander Palachenko entered the warehouse hall and served as his court. All right, explain what's going on. A woman broke into my tent, I was sleeping. She touched me down there. My dick. She jerked you off. Did what? Annoyed by the language barrier, Mikhail mimed the motion. Yes, that. You confirm? Mikhail asked Husien's tent mates. They said in the dark that they hadn't seen it. Maria had entered their tent, and when the fight broke out, she was half naked. More men testified that Maria and her tent mates were known for their aggressive sexuality, to the point it was a bet in the barracks. Feeling the noose tighten, Maria confessed. Jury deliberated. On return, Mikhail spoke. Normally, attempted rape is castration. Since that's not possible here, Maria Morales, you're sentenced to bastinado. If you do it again, you'll be shot. The verdict, Maria was detained to await her punishment, chained and isolated to reflect. Hussein, deeply disgusted, isolated himself, sat on a rock by the Dnieper, away from the tents and cities, watching the Black River reflect the moon, silver flecks on its smooth surface. He huddled in his cloak, shivering in the dawn chill. Shitty continent. Grass was wet with dew. He smelled damp earth mixed with the city's gasoline fumes. He never get used to it, but the quiet, broken only by faint scrapsland noises, calmed him. On his rock, he racked his gun's bolt mechanically. Calmer. He stood and headed back to town. He needed something to do. Holy shit. Ads! That was perfect timing. Fucking ads. God damn. Ads. Oh, at least I didn't, like, get into the rant about the story before the ads hit. Whew. Damn. Damn them ads! Alright, toke time! Get your tokes ready! Let's go. Beautiful chapter, Nico. This is a subject people do not talk about and do not generally care about. So, it's cool to see that it's presented in this way. It's not just shrugged off, right? And it's like, it fits perfectly for this character. Angela Salas, yo, what's up? How's it going? Like, yeah, see, the great thing is that, and, like, the nice thing is to have chapters be able to stand on their own. Where it's like, you haven't read the first 15 chapters before this, but you can kind of get a feel and an idea for the story, because each chapter has enough meat to it that it gives you something to grab onto, right? Even if you don't have anything beforehand. But how are you, Angel Salsa? Or Solace? Solace? Angel Solace. Yo. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome. I'm Intoxication, and here we do beta reading, tips and tricks to improve your writing skills through reacts and notes, as well as a little bit of art, a little bit of drawing, and everything under the sun when it comes to entertainment and tangents. But yeah, fucking absolutely amazing, Nico. Taking all of these different topics, like shifting, like his, like Husien's, like the closing loop of at the beginning, Husien saying goodbye. And it's also like I said, like I feel like Husien and Nadia have like a thing. So it even exasperates even more what he would think, because he's like, well, what would Nadia think if people were doing this? And I would say, if that is your intent, Nico, because I'm not 100% sure if it is, but if it is your intent, I would have Hussein mention that in this chapter. Like, the fact that maybe the reason that it's not just that, but it's like, you know, like, he has the first reaction, but then when he starts to think about it, and he's like, oh god, what would Nadia think if she found out? Right? Like, if it's not your intent, don't put it in. If it is your intent, I would put it in. Because then it, like, it's now giving us that hint, and it's giving us a situation that we're looking for an answer for, right? Because before, it was all about, yeah, it's the stuff of blackmail. Exactly. Exactly. So if he does have feelings for her, and he does consider that, it should be a thought he has in his head. I'll think about it. Because, again, I'm not sure if you want Hussein and Nadia to wind up together at the end of the story, right? I'm just saying, I feel like I'm getting those vibes from them, which is why I'm saying it. So it's like, if you're not intending that, make them more like a brotherly, sisterly friendship. Because I feel like there's tension between them. And I don't know if that's just from Hussein's side, because it's his perspective that we're seeing. But those are the small, tiny little things that you can just add in there to give. From this point, we've either imagined it or wanted it, or, you know, thought about it. But now it's like, once the character thinks about it, now it's solidified, right? Now it's become canon. We know Hussein was not supposed to end with someone. Okay, but does he have feelings with her, for her? But is gonna have one of those things where it's like, you know, it's the anime friendship, where it's like, you know that the characters are in love, but they're never gonna be together. And that's like the personality of them, right? And that you can work that in really, really well. But yeah, so far, I think as far as like connections between characters, I think this has been like the strongest, because it has all of the inner bits of Hussein, and then it shifts over to Rudel and Nina, just like, and it's like a shock. It's like water to a shock of cold water to the face. I can reveal all of it now. You don't need to reveal it, Nico. I'm just saying, these are the things that, like, you should do if these are your intentions, right? That's the feedback. So it's not necessarily that I want to know, it's that these are the plots I have in my mind, and due to either which plot you choose, these are the things I would like to see as a reader. And it can give you ideas for maybe you didn't think about this, and you're like, oh, that's a great idea, because if I can spark a direction that you didn't think of, I've done my job, right? Because that's what I want to try and find, is places and perspectives that you haven't seen, because the more perspectives you can get, the more circular your story appears, right? Then you can have genuine different perspectives instead of, like, pretend perspectives. With no context and solely from my own writing, putting a firm "they won't" can be a good moment to put in. Country girl, welcome! How's it going? How have you been? Yeah, like the all-encompassing, my destiny is greater than the feelings that I have, and I know that if I ever tell this person, we would abandon our mission. So we will never be together. And then you can always subvert that expectation and have the entirety of the story falling apart because the two characters decided that they were going to get together. And it fucks up the entire world. I hate providing input on incomplete work unless it's collab, but that's me. I like to be a third-party reader that comes at it with absolutely no knowledge and picks it apart piece by piece and then throws it back at you and says, did I hit the nail on the head? Because what I do in my beta reading essentially is what did I get from the story as a reader, and then compare that to, as a reader, what were you trying to say? And if what I got out of the story is what you were trying to say, then you did a good job. But I feel like if I have prior knowledge of it, I'm going to miss the spots, because that's what I have with my writing. Because, like, with my writing, I know everything. So there are assumptions that I make that a reader would never make because they don't have the knowledge that I have. So, keeping that in mind when I'm beta reading, I like to go into it blind, being like, did this come across? Did I actually think about this? Heavy sigh. It's been a rough couple weeks, so I slowed down to avoid burnout. Same, country girl, to the point where the YouTube videos that we're doing, we are now not writing the stories for them. We are taking a week off of writing for now to do, like, present other people's stories on the YouTube channels. And that way, because I've been, like, crunch storying, right, for, like, the last 3 weeks. Well, actually, it's been an entire month, since we launched the new YouTube channel. So, yeah, in order to avoid burnout, but I still want to do the videos, I am just going to do other people's stories. So all I have to do is the video itself. I don't have to write it. And then I won't feel rushed to write a couple of stories in a week. Because I do feel like I was getting burnt out. So it's always good to take a step back and just take a vacation, you know? And then come back. And then you've got all those ideas that are cooking in the back of your head, right? But anyways, that's my feedback. So let's move on to this. I'm really interested in this. I love sci-fi so much. It's my favorite genre. So do most of my videos. Most of my videos have music in them. That's why I don't stream on YouTube, Electrancy, because I got a copyright strike on my YouTube channel. And yeah, that's the last thing I want, is to have my YouTube channel deleted. So I don't stream on it. I've considered making a random third, well, technically 7th YouTube channel, just a live stream, because to have my presence on YouTube. So that's a consideration that I might actually, like, now that we've got the other YouTube established and done, I'm just gonna have another one. Because, like, I haven't uploaded, like, I have like 50 or 60 or 70 videos I have to upload. And we have, I think we just hit, yeah, 1,300 videos. Toke, true queen, Toke. So, like, yeah, the entire history from the moment I started streaming. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to click oldest. Is all cataloged. And then when I stopped 4 months ago streaming live, but I still upload everything. But you can only upload 15 videos a day.
Welcome.
So sometimes I have more, like, between the stream, I usually have more videos in a day than I can upload in a day. It's actually ridiculous, because I do so much stuff on the stream. I honestly don't remember what was the last thing of mine we read through on my Mind Blown. Yeah. I mean, I started streaming in order to hold myself accountable to writing, because I usually write one short story a year, and we've written like 60 or 70 short stories in the last year since I started streaming. Because I'm like, I want to hold myself accountable, and that's the reason why I stream. I'm like, this is my hobby. This is what I want to do, but I never do it because I'm a lazy piece of shit. So I'm going to make myself held accountable through a third-party means, streaming. And I absolutely love it. Did Ellie have the uncomfortable conversations with her ex? I'm trying to remember. Yes, she was in the barn. Marcus came in. Marcus cornered her. She went and talked to, who was it? Who'd she go? She was talking to Jake, right? No, he's the guy. He's the barn dude. She was talking to her brother. I want to say Code, but it's not Code. Cord. Yeah. So Marcus confronted her. She talked to Cord. Then she there was the council meeting or whatever, and they disavowed Marcus or something like that. That's what I remember, country girl. But anyways, this is please leave a message after the earth. This is a short story by PJ Redlesque. Then the pack Alpha Flint. Yes, Flint. That's right. And she talked to him. And we got a little bit of exposition on her past and her reasoning for the werewolves and the stray werewolf and all of that, everything that happened. So, well, I mean, technically the easiest way. I just wanted to see if I could remember, but yeah. So the last thing was, there was from outside the house, or simply conjured by the dreams, she could still hear the howling of the wolf, right? Because she was having a nightmare. This is chapter 13. The Unwelcome and Unexpected. Level 1, Kisi. Yo, Furt. Kaya, how's it going? Welcome. Nightmares getting worse. Yup. Don't know if it's her trauma or if it's magical. It has something to do with the Covenant. So we'll have to see with that. I'm very intrigued with it though. Alright, but here we go. Level 1 Akemi. Alright. Keep talking and you'll be level 1, Furt. Body Siki Pide. No idea. You could use TTS, then I won't have to pronounce it.
Please leave a message. After the Earth. A short story by PJ Redlesque.
Okay, this is on. We're good.
Chapter 1.
Ooh.
Quinn sat in the dark of the Tangler-ray.
Oh, I love the name
listening
Quinn.
As a voice from the future told him Earth was already over.
Oh, Queen.
Not in
One day I'll get to chapter 7 done and hopefully you
impulses.
remember my story.
Not
Sure
a
thing,
gradual
Queen,
fade
maybe.
into uninhabitable
I forgot about your
atmosphere,
tokes, Queen. We got a toke.
But over.
I got
finished.
distracted. You should have said it. You should have
Archive.
spammed it like yesterday.
The
6
message wasn't
of one,
a
half
warning,
dozen the other.
or a
Of
plea,
other.
or even a lament. It was, bafflingly, a notification. A cosmic post-delivery confirmation.
3, 2, 1, toke!
The Tangler-ray was a skeletal cathedral of obsolescence, a rusted forest of parabolic dishes reaching toward a sky that hadn't held anything genuinely new in decades. Once it had been a hub for interstellar communication, a hopeful ear pressed against the void. Now it was a haven for squatters, dreamers, and Quinn, a failed poet with a penchant for picking at the static of forgotten frequencies. He preferred the company of echoes to people, the predictability of decay to the volatile churn of modern life. The message had arrived, not as a grand pulsating signal, but as a sliver of noise, a fractured monotone buried in the background radiation. It took him 3 weeks, fueled by lukewarm synth coffee and the stubborn refusal to abandon a hunch,
That's not
to
good.
isolate it, to untangle it from the cosmic hum. It sounded clean. Too clean, as if generated not through space, but from a place beyond
Okay.
it. Archive complete. Designation. Earth. Data
Yeah,
integrity.
to be fair, I was sick.
99.997%.
But
Playback initiated. Repeat
Not good to have a
silently,
bloody
indefinite.
nose.
The voice was genderless, devoid of inflection, a dispassionate recitation of bureaucratic finality. It wasn't about
Don't like me. Fucking
it
nose hates me.
stated it as a fact already settled, a process already completed. Quinn replayed the fragment, the words etching themselves onto the damp concrete floor of the control room.
Being
The message was short, barely 30 seconds, but it carried the weight of millennia. Not the weight of tragedy, exactly, but the chilling lightness of acceptance. Earth wasn't destroyed, it was compressed. Reduced to a single terabyte of data? Impossible. The sheer volume of lived experience, the swirling chaos of history, the infinite nuances of a single human life. To distill it all into something that could fit on a data chip felt like a monstrous act of reduction. He ran a diagnostic sweep, checking for interference, signal degradation, anything that could explain the anomaly. The equipment, salvaged from decommissioned orbital stations and black market tech bazaars, rattled and whined in protest, but the results were conclusive. The message was real. The source was unchartable. It didn't originate from any known star system, or nebula, or dimension. It simply was. Outside, the wind howled through the skeletal remains of the antennae, a mournful dirge for a planet that already existed only as a ghost in the machine.
Oh, I love that line, ghost in the
He
machine.
remembered a history lesson from his childhood, a pre-collapse text about a number significant to early humans, 422.
42?
It had denoted a specific cycle, a point of transition.
420!
He couldn't place the reason, but the number resonated with the stark finality
I know,
of the message.
I'm just trolling.
A cycle complete. The Earth's. He switched on the array's holoprojector.
I do that a lot.
illuminating the control room with a flickering mosaic of star charts and schematics. The holo display shimmered with greens and blues, attempting
Hitchhiker's
to
Guide to the
locate
Galaxy for the win.
transmission's
Indeed.
origin. Nothing.
I want my
It
exposition
wasn't
to
a
be
pinpoint
like
source, but
Hitchhiker's
a diffuse
Guide to the
field,
Galaxy. Where
as if
people
the
are like,
message wasn't
that's the
sent
reason
from a
they read the
specific
book.
location, but emanated from
Because of the way
the
things are
archive
described in the
itself.
world.
A feedback
so-
loop.
Because it's
of
Final
the
Fantasy
past
based.
echoing into the
So
present.
it's like
He ran
everything.
simulations,
Almost ready to
calculating
post
the
chapter
data
14.
compression
Just
rate,
need to get the auto
even
read
with
done
the
before
most
I can.
advanced
Nice. Hell yeah,
algorithms,
country girl.
reducing
Sounds
the
good.
entirety of Earth's existence to a single terabyte seemed mathematically impossible. Yet, the message didn't lie. It wasn't a garbled transmission, or a trick of the sensors. It was efficient, perfect, terrifyingly so. He leaned back in his chipped plastic chair, the cold metal pressing into his spine. What did it mean?
Gonna lurk and mute you while I
Not
do
the
that?
end
No
of the
worries.
world,
Sounds good,
but the
country
end
girl.
of
We'll see you on the
originality.
other side.
An infinite loop of echoes, a flawless replica playing out the same history again and again. He, Quinlan Coda, a failed poet who scribbled verses about the futility of existence, was now listening to a final, cosmic confirmation that his pessimism was in fact tragically accurate. He replayed the message one last time, the dispassionate voice cutting through the silence.
4. We're going back up.
Archive complete.
Fuck.
Playback
Excuse me.
initiated. He felt a strange detachment, a sense of being a mere observer in a play that had already concluded. The Earth wasn't dying, it was being preserved. And
4
in that
sneezes. Get some
preservation,
V8.
he suspected,
True,
lay a
Sean.
far more profound and unsettling loss than any
I usually don't have an
apocalypse
appetite when
could
I'm
deliver.
sick, so I
Chapter
just
2.
haven't done anything.
Coffee steamed in cracked mugs at the last Echo Cafe, while Quinn argued with Virio about how a single terabyte could hold every breath and heartbreak of Earth.
The cafe, more a collection of salvaged booths and mismatched chairs than a cohesive establishment, smelled perpetually of burnt sugar and old memories. Light filtered softly through the grime-coated windows, highlighting the worn surfaces and slightly crooked portraits of long-forgotten local figures. "Saint's not just information, Virio," Quinn insisted, tracing the rim of his mug with a calloused finger. "It's texture, the precise shade of a sunset over the Aegean, the scent of rain on dry earth, the infinitesimal variations in a lover's voice. You can't quantify that, reduce it to ones and zeros." Virio, a man whose
Of course
life
not, but you can do it on a quantum level.
the excavation of minutiae, adjusted his spectacles and regarded Quinn.
Same idea as there's one
almost
part
pitiful
photon in the
expression.
entirety of existence.
He'd
And
arrived
it's
at the cafe
everywhere at all
predictably,
times.
summoned by one of the few coded messages Quinn dared send out after decoding the voicemail. "You're thinking linearly, Quinn, too attached to the analog. Consider this. Even the most rudimentary procedural generation, a simple galactic simulator, for instance, can produce worlds with breathtaking complexity from a shockingly small data set. Think of the early gaming consoles. Limited processing power, tiny storage, yet capable of crafting entire universes."
Yup.
Quinn scoffed. "A simulation isn't the same as reality. It's a pale imitation, a cleverly constructed illusion. But the principles are the same," Virio countered, spreading a napkin covered in cramped handwriting across the table. It detailed a complex series of algorithms and fractal equations. Redundancy, compression, pattern recognition, nature itself operates on these principles. Look at DNA. Billions of years of evolutionary history encoded in a double helix that could, theoretically, fit in the palm of your hand. The archive isn't storing everything, Quinn. It's storing the rules by which everything operated. He tapped a line on the napkin. Imagine a program that doesn't store every leaf on every tree, but stores the parameters for leaf generation, size, shape, color, wind resistance. From those parameters, an infinite variety of leaves can be rendered. Quinn leaned back, skepticism etched onto his face. So
This is a
they
great
just
conversation.
boiled down
Oh my
the entire
god.
history of Earth to a set of instructions. Essentially, yes. And consider this anomaly, this rather peculiar detail. The initial data signature indicated a repeating numeral sequence, 422. It appears intermittently throughout the transmission, a constant undercurrent to the primary data stream. It's not random, it's intentional. I've cross-referenced it with every known historical archive, technological database, and cosmological model. Nothing. Utterly inexplicable. The mention of the repeating numeral sent a peculiar shiver down Quinn's spine. He'd noticed it too, a subtle irregularity in the signal of the tangle array, but he'd dismissed it as static, a quirk of the transmission. "What do you think it means?"
It's the WoW signal!
Virio shrugged, his gaze drifting towards the cafe's perpetually flickering neon sign. "Perhaps it's an encoding key, a marker for a specific subset of
Saxophone's
data,
my favorite
or
instrument.
simply
Fuck
a signature, a boast almost. We've archived everything, and also 422. It's maddeningly ambiguous. Or a mistake," Quinn mumbled, tracing a worn patch on the table. with
Nothing's
his
a
fingertip.
mistake.
Some sort of data corruption, a glitch in the system. Possible, Virio conceded, but the signal is too clean, too precise for random error. No, this is deliberate, and that's what's truly unsettling. It suggests a level of sophistication, of control, that I find deeply unnerving. He paused, stirring his lukewarm coffee with a plastic spoon. "Think about it, Quinn. They didn't just preserve Earth, they reconstructed it, reduced it to its fundamental components, and rebuilt it within a digital framework. What does that say about our existence? Are we merely complex algorithms ourselves?"
True.
Quinn didn't answer. The thought, once a fleeting philosophical curiosity, now felt like a heavy weight pressing down on his chest. He glanced around the deserted cafe, at the faded photographs and battered furniture, and wondered if this, too, would eventually be reduced to a set of parameters, a digital echo in the vast emptiness of the archive. The precise shade of burnt sugar, the scent of regret, the infinitesimal variations in a forgotten sigh, all reduced to nothing more than 422. Chapter 3. The journey to the memory well had begun as a desperate search for answers. After decoding the anomaly in the transmission, the repeating 422, Quinn was convinced it wasn't just a quirk of the archive, but a hidden key buried deep within its structure. Poppy had been the one to suggest the well, an ancient site rumoured to hold the oldest fragments of the archive's consciousness. So they descended, moving through the derelict husks of old Earth's forgotten cities. Quinn had followed Poppy's lead down crumbling stairwells and through labyrinthine tunnels lit only by the flickering glow of their hand lamps. Poppy moved with the confidence of someone who knew exactly where she was going. Her fingers tracing the cracked walls for subtle glyphs she claimed were as old as the archive itself. At first, the path had felt almost ceremonial. Echoes of ritual etched into the warm stone, the air growing colder and denser with each step. But as they descended, the stillness became something else. A tangible weight pressed in from all sides, a suffocating sense of ancient purpose that neither of them could name. Finally, after hours of silence punctuated only by their own breathing, they emerged into the memory well itself. The air shimmered with static luminescence, and the walls of the cavern pulsed like a living thing. It was here, at the end of their long descent, that Quinn understood. This place had always been waiting for them. Water pooled in the memory well, reflecting broken memories of oceans that no longer existed. Not actual water, of course, more a viscous, luminescent...
Ads! Okay, let's pause it for that. For the Twitch nubs that get them ads, we'll just, we don't want them to miss out. It is what it is, right? You guys, check it out. So, I have a wand. So now I can cast magic. It's OP. OP as fuck! Get your jokes ready! No, I love this shit, because, this is just, This resonates with me so much. It's yep, this is, the way that it is. Consciousness in a bottle. I love those, so this is the concept. If simulation is possible, then we live in a simulation. Because the chances of us being the very first beings in the entirety of all of everything, it's just way too high of a number for it to be plausible. So if we ever create an actual simulation, it'll prove that we live in a simulation. Until then, we don't live in a simulation. Decent start on this one. Reborn as a phoenix with beast taming system. It's on Scribble Hub. 3 chapters so far. Damn! Reborn as a phoenix. So Sean, then you do you go the whole smut route, right? And you do reincarnated as a beast tamer, but it's you're a woman, and then you do that like a milking garden. No, I'm just saying, Sean. I know it's not yours. I'm just saying that's what someone should do. It'll get millions of views instantly.
Fluid. Residual energy solidified.
Anyways,
Poppy
3, 2, 1, top!
that didn't quite reach her eyes. Poppy, an archivist turned scavenger with a restless energy and an almost reckless curiosity, had made a life out of mapping these enigmatic ruins. The well wasn't a well at all, but a colossal subterranean chamber carved out of some ancient, unidentifiable stone. It hummed, a low thrum that resonated not in the ears, but somewhere deeper, in the chest cavity. The
Egg-laying female can literally lay an egg for every person they bed every time they bed. Lol.
Looking at ghosts, Quinn murmured, his voice swallowed by the cavernous space. He adjusted the
I
focus
love where
of
your
his
mind
eyes
goes,
scanner,
Sean.
attempting to clarify
I'm not the
swirling
only
images that
one.
danced across the well's surface. They weren't images, precisely. More like fractured echoes, fleeting impressions of landscapes and
Why do you think the
events.
avians are the
Towering
sexy
jungle gave way to a crystalline
species in my
which
book?
dissolved into a field of crimson flowers, all happening simultaneously, layered upon one another.
Well,
like
here's
colours
it
of
would actually
mist.
make sense.
Ghosts are sentimental,
Yeah,
Poppy
Sean.
retorted, already scaling a precarious
I will have to add that to my book.
monoliths that lined the chamber walls.
Female avians are
Graffiti,
freaky.
Her signature swirling glyphs glowed faintly in the dim light, overlaid upon eroded carvings.
But they only take the best of the best. Like a bird mating
This isn't about
dance.
spirits, it's about data decay. The archive is leaking, shedding fragments of itself. We're seeing the remnants of its decompression. Decompression? Quinn echoed, still focused on the scanner. The readability was frustratingly low. Everything felt incomplete. Think of it like a corrupted file, Poppy called down, her voice echoing. When a program crashes, it leaves behind fragments of code, glitches in the system. These are the archive's glitches. The memory
Oh.
well is a place where
Speaking
those
of glitches, has
fragments
anyone ever
coalesce.
seen this before?
She pointed to a particularly turbulent swirl of luminescence. There, look. Quinn shifted the scanner's focus. The swirl resolved into a fleeting.
I woke up to this
distorted
morning
image
and I was
of
like, do I need a new
library.
computer?
Bookshelves
What the
stretched
fuck is
into
going on?
infinity, filled with indistinct volumes. For a moment, the image held, clear and sharp, then fractured again, dissolving into a chaotic.
That's what I thought. I was like, but I
It's
don't
almost like
download
it's
anything. We
trying
made
to
a
tell
joke
story.
yesterday about
Quinn
it.
mused, his brow furrowed
But I
with
was like, what the
confusion.
fuck is
Story
this?
keeps
Oh
getting
god, what did I do?
It is telling a story, Poppy corrected.
Oh god,
It's
what if the
telling a
female
million
egg
stories
layer
all at once.
looks male,
The
so
archive
her
isn't
breeding with
preserving a
females of the
single
local species
timeline.
unknowingly, and
It's
she can't figure out
preserving
why her
the
children are all being born
possibility of
female?
timelines.
Oh
Every
god.
decision, every branching path exists
I hope it's
here
not a
as potential
virus.
reality.
Fuck, that's
Well
bad.
is where those potentials
I didn't
meet
download
together.
anything though. This is my streaming PC.
Suddenly, the
You made him
scanner's
joke
display
yesterday
flipped dramatically.
about a
A
virus,
string of
and then that
numbers
happened
flashed
today.
across the screen.
About me
A repeating
downloading
sequence that
Nico's
made
story.
Quinn's pulse quicken.
No, it was.
422,
Oh, it wasn't Nico's. Oh my god, actually, you know what? It was the Sonic one.
422. He quickly
Dude, did he infect?
crossed the
Were we
sequence
not
with
joking? And did he infect me with a virus when I downloaded the Sonic Advanced? Guys, did Sonic infiltrate my fucking computer? Oh god, am I haunted now?
But why?
Authentic! Thank you for the follow!
What does it mean?
Sonic.exe. But oh god, it's the Sonichu! The Sonichu is coming for me!
I was here. Or maybe it's a key.
How are you today, Authentic? Welcome, welcome.
Are you smoking?
Why?
Why are you
Look closely. The 422 sequence is woven into the fabric of this energy. It's not just in
So you have been lying.
it is
Now makes sense. The filled
As
ashtrays,
Quinn
the
examined
burning
the wall,
pine
he
scented
noticed something
hairspray.
peculiar.
Yes, I'll say it.
422
Her
sequence
three-pack a
wasn't
day,
just
boys.
released randomly. It was organized, arranged into patterns, forming intricate geometric shapes. The shapes shifted.
The voice of the
revealing and
universe.
concealing hidden layers of complexity. It's like a map, he whispered, his voice filled with a growing sense of unease. A map of what? Of everything, Poppy replied, her gaze fixed on the pulsating
The
wall.
universe's projector.
Or
Yeah.
perhaps
You know what I think the universe's
archive doesn't
projector
care about
is,
meaning,
Electrancy?
it cares about preservation. The 422 sequence is
Consciousness.
It's a mechanism, a way of ensuring
Consciousness is the signal of the universe, the canvas by which reality is painted upon.
the humming within the chamber intensified.
I don't know why people would fear
vibrating deep
ghosts.
in bones.
The people who are stuck in an
Lines grew
incorporeal
brighter,
state and are
fractured
harmless, and more
images
importantly, people
chaotic.
who
He felt a wave
would
of
need
dizziness
friends.
wash over him, as if the weight of countless forgotten realities was pressing down on him.
Sean, then why are people, like, for instance, like the Amityville Horror?
I don't think this place
What would you call that? Would you call that a demon and not a ghost?
flicker of something akin to
Like a
fear
demonic
in the eyes.
possession versus like a
Agreed.
ghost
The
haunting?
archive is shedding its skin, and we're caught in the fallout. They turned and hurried towards the chamber's exit. leaving
like,
the
that
swirling memories
actually
of the
happened in
422
real life.
sequence behind. As they walked, Quinn couldn't shake the feeling that they hadn't just observed the archive's decay.
How would
they
you
touched
explain
something
that? Like just a
fundamental,
psychotic
something
break?
ancient and unknowable, and that the 422 sequence, whatever it was, held the
One
key
of the
to
kindest
understanding
people
not
you
just
ever
life,
know
but
just
itself,
all of a sudden murders their
nature of
family in the most
existence.
brutal, fucked up way possible.
Chapter 4. They didn't speak much on the way out. Quinn's mind was already turning over.
I think
an
events
idea
like that say a
that
lot more
might
about
help them
probably the
find
human
equilibrium
psychology than
amid the
anything
chaos.
else.
By the time
But I
he
do
reached the
believe there
workshop
could be
above the
something in the
well,
background,
he
right?
was
It could be
already
both of
pulling
them.
salvaged
Both things
components
could be
into
true at
improved
the same
assembly,
time.
driven by the need to stabilize the anomaly and make sense.
I don't know.
of the
If
fortunes.
ghosts are real, Charlie will prove it. Charlie will goddamn prove if ghosts are
Knowing that
real
no
or
matter
not.
what he did,
If anyone's
parts
gonna prove it,
would
it's
not
gonna be
change.
Charlie.
The device, a precarious assemblage of salvaged oscillators, repurposed data conduits, and components Poppy had cheerfully liberated from defunct orbital stations.
More likely to me
resembled less
anyway,
a
a multiple
scientific
personality.
instrument
They
and
tried
more
to
a
be a
desperate
perfect
plea
person and eventually
hammered
broke
together
and their
from
dark
fixed.
side took over, tired of being
It
suppressed for
envisioned
so long.
smoothing the
See,
jagged
that's a very
edges
good
between
point, Sean. I
present
could
and
definitely believe
archive,
that.
achieving some
If you're looking at it from a logical
way to
sense, if you're
feel
looking at it from a
weight of Earth's
paranormal
past
sense, though,
without being
right? It all
swept
depends on
away.
what perspective you take on it.
Instead, it shuddered with a low, guttural thrum, radiating a coldness that seeped into his bones. The memory well hadn't relinquished its grip. Even back in the makeshift workshop, a cavern carved into the hillside above the well, smelling of damp stone and ozone, the residual energy prickled.
Jesus!
The image of a heating 422, painted onto the
Excuse me.
crumbling walls as though by static electricity, swam behind his eyelids. It wasn't a signal, Virio had insisted, but a constant, a fundamental rhythm buried within the archive's compression algorithms, the scaffolding upon which entire epochs were built from a single terabyte. Poppy,
They aren't being
sprawled in its
suspended and
tangled
having their
papers
arms and legs
and
twisted in
half
different directions at the same time without anything physically touching
sketched
them. It's
onto a
not
salvaged
paranormal.
metal plate. Her strokes were swift, fluid, capturing the chaotic energy of the well, not as a literal representation, but as a feeling. You're trying to
I don't know
force
if there's
a
any
connection
actual
thing,
examples,
she
but
said,
there's the
not
idea that you could be
like
hypnotized
trying
to
to
breaking your
staple
own
water.
back.
The archive isn't waiting to be understood. It is. It just exists.
But I don't know how much I
He ran a
actually
diagnostic
believe
on
that.
the harmonizer. The readings
But
were
it should
unstable.
technically be possible.
Oscillations spiked erratically, then flatlined, then surged again. The
Or have
machine
someone
was
strangle
attempting to map
themselves.
The archive's internal structure, it seemed, and failing spectacularly. I'm trying to find a point of equilibrium, he mumbled, the words swallowed by the machine's increasing drone. A way to reconcile the data.
Brain is a fucked up
with
thing, man.
Everything. Reconcile.
Reality is a
Poppy
fucked up
finally
thing.
looked up,
Because reality is
laughter
only what you
curling
think it
the
is.
corners of her lips.
And your reality can
You
change
think
in an
the
instant
universe
with
cares about
information and
reconciliation.
understanding.
It's a demolition derby, Quinn, and we're just watching the wreckage. The air thickened.
I'm always trying to change my reality too. Because I don't want to remain stagnant.
The workshop lights flickered, throwing
Every day
long,
needs to be a
distorted
new,
shadows.
different
He checked
reality.
Harmonizer's power
That's why I wrote a
regulators.
story called Day in
They
a
were
Life.
functioning within
And it's a
acceptable
character
parameters.
that every day of their life they wake
fluctuation
up as a
wasn't
different
electrical,
person, but it's that
it was
day, right? So their their
structural.
12th birthday is
As
the
if the
12th
very
birthday of
fabric of
someone.
the
Their
workshop
13th
was
birthday is a
true.
different person, but
There's
every
something
day, right? So they
happening, he
progress
said,
all the way
his
up.
voice
Every day
strained.
is a different day, and at the end, they're lying on their deathbed and they're remembering
then
all of their
the
lives
numbers began to
coming back to
manifest.
them and all the memories
Not
of
on
it.
the walls this time, but within the workshop itself, etched onto the rough-hewn stone floor, shimmering into existence.
They also
with
die
the
every day.
surfaces, tools,
So like the end of the day, they die.
circuitry.
And then they come back the next day as, yeah. But they don't remember. They just know that life that they're in. And then when he dies, his final time dying at the end of his life, he remembers all of his lives dying.
The anomaly, Poppy breathed, rising to her feet. It's spreading. Quinn frantically adjusted the harmonizer's frequency, attempting to dampen the effect. The machine responded.
I
by
feel like this
emitting
is like an
high-pitched whine
observation
burrowed into
effect.
his skull.
Like by discovering and observing this, they're manipulating and contorting what it is. It's kind of one of those things that needs to like remain hidden to not have like the observer's effect. Yes, yes, I love it. It's so good. It's so good. The curiosity killed the cat is like brought to like the absolute extreme, and it's like literally looking inside Pandora's box and you destroy the entirety of everything because you just had to know.
Displaying the data, it was distilling it, reducing it to its fundamental components. This wasn't about history, he realized, or even about compression. It was about reduction. The universe, or at least the archive, was stripping everything down to its essential form. It's not stabilizing, it's decomposing, Poppy said, her voice laced with urgency. The well is bleeding into this space. We need to get out, Quinn. He ignored her, fixated on the shifting patterns. The 422 wasn't a constant, he realized with a sickening jolt. It was a limit, a threshold.
Like the speed of light?
The archive wasn't preserving information. It was discarding everything that didn't fit within its parameters. It was pruning away the complexities, the nuances, the very soul of existence.
Yes.
The workshop buckled. Dust rained down.
Or gravity.
From the ceiling.
Oh!
Spiderwebbed
Oh, shit!
He glanced at Poppy.
I didn't think about that.
It's too late.
True!
The words lost in the rising crescendo of the harmonizer's drone. It's already happening. They didn't look back as they fled the workshop's collapse. Outside, the world was eerie, quiet. No birdsong, no wind, just the electric hush of something unraveling. In the dark, Quinn tuned the harmonizer's emergency frequency, hoping for a fragment.
Music is a little bit loud.
Instead, he heard a voice he recognized. Dr.
But I can still hear it. I hope you guys can, because I don't know if you don't have headphones on.
Media strategist, a master of turning memory into myth. The last Echo Cafe, where Quinn and Virio had once debated the archive's meaning over stale coffee and half-truths, had always been a refuge for those who valued memory over noise.
Yeah, that's why I always have... Congratulations on level 2! There's subscripts, that's why I always have CC on. Closed caption is nice. That's why on my stories I like to put subtitles on, but everyone told me I shouldn't put subtitles on them and the subtitles are distracting. And I mean, YouTube has subtitles either way, but it is what it is.
He's turning that quiet sanctuary into a
I like the subtitles, but hey.
Quinn clenched his jaw. He didn't trust Bro, never had. But if there was any chance the man understood the 422 anomaly or how to stop the archive's collapse, he needed to hear it. They set off through the deserted streets, the familiar glow of the cafe now a twisted beacon in the night. Chapter 5. Dr. Calix Brom's voice echoed off the cafe walls, promising that Earth's brand would outlive every extinction. The last Echo Cafe, normally a sepia-toned haven of stale coffee and forgotten conversations, now throbbed with a manufactured energy. Holographic projections, shimmering, idealized landscapes of Earth, looped endlessly above each table, meticulously curated to showcase planetary assets. Brom, resplendent in a tailored jumpsuit that shifted colour with his pronouncements, had seized control of the cafe's broadcast system, transforming the unassuming diner into the nerve centre of his global remembrance initiative. Quinn and Coda sat hunched in a booth.
Look what it used to look like! We did this!
Faded ceramic, a stark contrast to the polished spectacle unfolding around him.
But we could all have it. We could have it back. If you listen to me, we could have it all back.
Each carefully chosen segment of the archival transmission was now a marketing jingle, a promotional tool for a future that wasn't about preservation, but about branding.
Brando! Let's go!
Tomb, my friends.
Or Brondo. It's Brondo, right? Brondo. Idiocracy. Brondo.
It's a legacy, a proof of concept. Earth wasn't lost. It was upgraded. Think of it. A perfect, lossless copy. Endlessly renewable. We are not mourning a planet. We are celebrating a
imitation
a bizarre mix of devoted followers.
Is the purest form of flattery. Brondo. Yeah.
Poppy Luxon, perched on the edge of the booth opposite.
It's got electrolytes. It's what plants crave.
He's treating a dead world like a limited edition collectible. It's worse than that, Quinn murmured, his gaze fixed on a projection of the pristine Amazon rainforest. He's actively filtering the message. He's presenting a sanitized version, removing all the mess, the failure, the reality of it. Brom had identified 422, the limit Quinn had discovered within the archive's compression scheme, not as a point of loss, but as a feature. 422 represents efficiency, he proclaimed. It's the distillation of Earth's essence, the shedding of unnecessary data to achieve optimal playback. This isn't about what was lost, but what was saved. Virio Lark stood near the counter, his historian's instinct warring with the relentless, upbeat messaging. He'd been attempting to engage Brom in a reasoned debate, but his arguments were swallowed by the manufactured enthusiasm. He's reducing centuries of cultural nuance to a handful of marketable tropes, Virio lamented, his voice barely audible. The archive isn't comprehensive, it's a highlight reel designed to generate revenue. The cafe felt
The way they can manipulate you,
a
man.
strange distortion
It's like,
through the air, mirroring the instability that had consumed.
Why are people so dumb and gullible?
Faint
Why are they
particles
such
floating in
sheep?
holographic light, coalescing into
Take the
fleeting
truth
images,
and turn it into
images of
profit
Emmanuel
instead
bleeding
of
through the
spreading
structured
it to
reality
everyone.
Brom had constructed.
Put a
The
paywall
carefully
behind
curated
truth.
landscapes flickered, momentarily replaced by fleeting glimpses of the archive's raw, fractured
Cybernetical sheep.
Notice how
Sheeple.
the projections
Yep.
are faltering? Poppy observed, her brow furrowed. It's like the archive
This is why, like,
rejecting
my
simplification.
side YouTube
It's
channel
pushing
is all
back
about,
against
like,
the branding.
biotech horror and, like, becoming part of the
realised
machine
with a
and, like,
mounting sense of
uploading your
dread
mind
that
onto the
Brom's
internet
attempt to
and
control
the
the message
network that
was
controls
accelerating
everything,
decay.
you know, the ultimate
The
AI
archive was
powered
meant
by
to be
brains.
packaged and sold. It was
It's
a
like all based
complex,
on like
fragile
if
system,
if
and
Earth was the
Brom's
origin of the
manipulations
Borg.
were unraveling it. He wasn't just building a brand, he was accelerating the erasure of everything that had ever been. Brom, oblivious to the subtle chaos unfolding around him, was unveiling his master plan, Project Rebirth. Using advanced neural interfaces, he intended to allow individuals to experience the archived Earth, immersing themselves in a curated simulation of paradise. Imagine, he declared, his voice reaching
I
feet.
feel like this is gonna
A world
fucking
without
backfire
suffering,
really
without
bad.
conflict, without loss, a perfect echo of everything that once was, available on demand. A wave of nausea washed over Quinn. He understood now. Brom wasn't interested in remembering Earth. He was interested in replacing it. He didn't want to preserve the past. He wanted to create a sanitized, marketable future built on its ruins. The holographic projections stuttered violently, then collapsed, plunging the cafe into momentary darkness. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. When the lights flickered back on, the cafe was subtly different. The walls seemed to breathe, the furniture distorted, and the air thrummed with an unsettling energy. The carefully constructed reality was crumbling, revealing glimpses of the archived Earth. Not the idyllic paradise Brom promised, but a fractured, fragmented landscape of loss and decay. Quinn, rising to his feet, felt a strange sense of liberation. Brom's control was slipping. The archive was fighting back, and perhaps, just perhaps, there was still a chance to salvage something from the wreckage. Chapter 6. Throughout Brom's performance in the cafe, the archive's data had been played and replayed, compressed recordings of Earth's past presented as seamless illusions. Each holographic projection had been a playback of that stored data, Earth's memory stripped of its messiness, reshaped to fit Brom's narrative. Now, as the final projection stuttered and the illusions fell away, Quinn realized there were no more curated fragments left. In the crumbling light and static, he heard the archive's final voice, a raw, unfiltered echo that wasn't another playback, but the archive itself, speaking beyond Brom's control. In the final playback of the archive's compressed memories, Quinn heard a voice that didn't beg for rescue. It just said, "We remember, even if you forget." It wasn't broadcast, not exactly. It felt seeded within the static, woven into the glitching luminescence of the last Echo Cafe. The cafe wasn't just flickering now, it was dissolving, not into darkness, but into layers of itself, spectral tables overlapping faded booths, the weathered counter replicating endlessly, each version slightly off-kilter, like a distorted photograph. Dr. Brom, stripped of his amplified rhetoric by the archive's stubborn refusal to cooperate, resembled a man unraveling. The neural interface, once a beacon of his Project Rebirth, now pulsed with erratic, useless light. He clawed at the controls, issuing commands that were swallowed by a rising chorus of digital sighs. His obsession hadn't been about preservation, Quinn realized, but about ownership, about having a flawless replica to manage, to shape, to become immortal through. The archive, in its silent defiance, was refusing to be controlled, refusing to be another trophy in Brom's imagined collection. Poppy, leaning against the crumbling doorway, sketched furiously on a scrap of salvaged synth paper. The cafe's disintegration wasn't frightening to her, it was material. She wasn't trying to fix anything. She was documenting the decay, capturing the beauty of its unraveling. It's like watching a sandcastle return to the beach, she observed, her voice calm amidst the internal chaos. Everything eventually flows back to where it began. Vireo, normally a meticulous chronicler of minutiae, was slumped at a table, his head in his hands. The archive's glitches weren't just ruining his research, they were exposing the inherent falsehood of his approach. He'd chased authenticity, believing he could reconstruct the past with perfect accuracy. Now, confronted with this fluid, dissolving reality,
that's the
he
struggle,
understood
right?
that memory wasn't
Perfection.
a fixed point, but a shimmering, subjective echo. 422.
It's perfect the way it is.
Barely above
Is how you
whisper.
should think about it.
It wasn't about efficiency, was it? It was about what gets lost in the compression. All the subtle nuances, the small, imperfect moments, they're the first to go. The cafe's luminescence intensified, then fractured. Patches of the simulated Earth began to bleed through. A fleeting glimpse of a sun-drenched forest, the murmur of a bustling city street, the vast, cold emptiness of space. These weren't projections, but fragmented memories, uncontrolled and raw. The archive wasn't simply
part gives me
resisting Brom's
goosebumps.
narrative. It was overflowing with everything it had contained. The beautiful, the terrible, the mundane, the forgotten, all colliding in a chaotic, breathtaking display. Quinn didn't try to make sense of it. He didn't attempt to salvage the fragments, to piece together a coherent picture. He simply allowed it to happen, letting the dissolving reality wash over him. The weight that had been pressing on him for days, the need to understand, to fix things, lifted. He recognized a profound peace in the unraveling, an acceptance of the inevitable. Memory wasn't about capturing the past perfectly. It was about acknowledging its impermanence. He looked at the dissolving cafe, the spectral tables, the fading booze, the blurred faces of Bron and Vireo. It was a monument to loss, but also a testament to the beauty of fleeting moments. The archive wasn't failing. It was reminding them that everything, every relationship, every achievement, every memory was destined to fade.
Yup.
And in that fading, there's
That's
a
what
strange,
makes it real.
quiet liberation.
Is the end,
Final message,
right?
woven
It's
into
the up and the
static,
down.
wasn't a plea for
The good
help,
makes
for
the
a
bad.
declaration of
Bad
triumph.
makes the good.
It was a simple
You
acknowledgement.
can't have one without the other. There would be you wouldn't
It
know.
is gone.
There'd be no contrast.
The luminescence faded, not into darkness, but into
Eternity
gentle
is
silver
the
mist.
worst hell you could
The
imagine,
last
right?
Echo Cafe dissolved completely.
So I'm like,
leaving
I'd hate to
behind
be God.
Only the quiet
It'd
hum
be
of the
fucked.
abandoned server room, and the faint scent of something lost but not forgotten. Quinn stood in the stillness, breathing in the silence, and for the first time in a long time, he felt truly, profoundly at peace.
Damn. I mean, he technically got what he wanted, but it wasn't exactly what you
hope
always
you've enjoyed
want.
this production of PJ Riddle's
Which is why I
Please leave a
hate
message after the beep.
Zanzia cultivation stories for the most
If you
part.
enjoyed this
The end
production,
goal
please
for every
consider
single
leaving a
cultivator
thumbs
is
up, and don't forget to
immortality.
subscribe to this channel.
Ah, yeah. Makes sense. No, thank you for sharing that. That was fucking great. Hell yeah. Give it a like, give it a comment, give it a subscribe. Head on over there. You don't know what to do. Give them some love. Glad you enjoyed it. I did. Thank you very much. Alright. So, I'm not sure if Country Girl is back, but if not, we can read Sean's chapter for today. $55. We're gonna have an ad in a sec here, guys. We're gonna have an ad. I gotta log into Royal Road because apparently it's not accepting my password. Only a few more chapters till the end, too. Oh, after today, only 6 more days of my story to get through. Oh, damn. I was wondering how close we are to the end, Sean. But I assumed, again, that, whatchamacallit, the births would be, like, the end. Right? Just like kind of with cat version. I think my PC is fucked. What is going on? Didn't get that far. What the fuck is going on? Okay. Chrome was just being a little fucking bitch. 55. Dojo. That's right. They're building a dojo. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Virus. How do I check if I have a virus? Because, I mean, we were joking when I downloaded the fucking thing, but I'm like, you've given me a fucking heart attack. I'm like, I don't know. It's like let's see if it does it. It might just be on the other monitor. It might just be Royal Road. See what's holding the memory hostage? I don't know. I don't know anything about computers. I don't know why Chrome takes so much fucking memory. There are external hard drive enclosures that will hold 2 drives, so if you get a new drive at some point, you can put your old one in and close that to keep eventually. Get to that point, switching to Linux from operating system. Well, I don't know why Chrome is taking so much memory. Chrome is evil. I believe it. I 100% believe it. Yeah, I was like, anytime I click on anything, it was just frozen. When I go to maximize it, it'd like keep the screen like this and then have the rest of the screen like gray. But anyways, tangent. They're all evil. Oh, I believe it. Chrome opens like 6 different versions of itself at once. No idea why. Well, it's because your extensions, right? All of your extensions also open. So when you open your first Chrome, it opens all of the extensions. So it's like for every extension you have, it has an extra process. At least that's what I've noticed. Anyways, toke time, and then we will begin Sean's story. Memory leaks. Probably. I don't know anything about computers. All I know is it works, and it's like what happens when it's like my screen will go black, and then OBS will just like freeze. It's a thing. Bad coding, memory leaks. Okay, that's why I use Brave for everything with video. I'm just stuck in my ways. I'm stuck in my ways. 3, 2, 1, toke! Okay. Here we go. Sean's story, chapter 55. Treehouse Isekai. Chrome does everything else, though. If it's a game, stream, or video site, then I use Brave. I see. It had taken over a week for my training equipment to arrive. Miley went with me to the warehouse. We took the low boy. Even though the packages wouldn't need that much space, it was still more than the pickup could hold. Seems a major waste of space, doesn't it? Yeah, but what can you do? Anything else to look for? Anything else to look for while we're here? More tree seeds? Got it. Might try one of the supermarkets. Colmart, perhaps. What's a call, and why does it need a whole market to itself? I laughed. Sorry, love, but Coltons are the founding owners of that chain of stores, so it's called Colmart, as in Colton's Market. No such thing as a cow. At least, I don't think there is. Oh, that's a little egotistical. What do they sell? Growl. Maybe we can get some food first. I took her in for a side hug. Sure thing. Something simple, maybe. We can pick up better food to take home. How's burgers sound? I'd answer that if I knew what those were. Slap my forehead. Duh, ground beef patties, fried, topped with cheese, maybe bacon, stuck on a bun with sauce, pickles, onions, tomatoes, and lettuce. Just a quick snack, somewhat filling and easy to eat on the move. Won't even have to get out of the truck. Well, actually we would. I don't trust myself to haul that trailer through a drive-thru. We can get some french fries or onion rings to go with the burgers. What about that sweet, bubbly drink? She looked extremely hopeful. Sure, in fact, we can get some different flavors at Colmart while we're there. You can have a basic cola from the burger joint, just for now, unless you want something clear. They got lemon lime flavor there, and there's something called mild yellow, too. I'll just stick with the cola. I know I like that. Maybe try some of the others that you buy from the store. I got into the hauler and started driving. Roughly 10 minutes later, we had arrived at the Burger Emperor. I purchased our meals, and we resumed our travel. Luckily, Colmart wasn't more than a mile down the road. I bought a case each of every soda that was not diet. Then we went to the garden section, and to my shock, a few saplings had yet to be sold. Several options for tree seeds were available, too. I cleaned them out. Let's go get food to take home now. Miley looked curious. What's your plan for dinner, then? I grinned. Barbecue. We're going to Highway Barbecue. Like their motto says, Highway Barbecue, eat flesh. I'm getting every kind of meat that can be smoked. Maybe we can take everyone into town to the manor and share it with Vanessa. I know, Mary loves barbecue. In fact, I should call the other in the order since it's going to be big. Everyone helped unload the trailer and stash the training equipment in the dojo. After which, the entire family, as well as Hank, 8-ball and write an absolute masterpiece of a science fiction story. Damn! That's crazy! I'm rooting for you, Electrancy. Go, 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 go! Do it! I believe! I believe! Abject failure of a comedy. That's not fair because my next story is a comedy horror. I work at the 7-Eleven and I ate my boss. He is the slushy machine. And then it's like he works the night shift, but it's like the slushy machine like controls the night shift, and it's like controls his mind and makes him do stuff if he doesn't listen to the slushy machine the entire time. And then we will narrate it like this, and it will be very good. We will be like, oh no, it is not a good time. He is coming for me. Last time I woke up and I had 18 stitches in my arm, and they said, oh, how did you stab yourself with a knife 22 times? And I said, oh, I didn't feel the first 21, so I didn't know. It was not good. Directed by M. Night Shyamalan. True. True. The twist at the end is that he could have left anytime, and anytime he's not at his job, he's fine. So he could have just literally quit, but he just didn't want to quit the fucking 7-Eleven. It's like the simplest fucking solution, but he just refuses to do it. And then you build his entire character off of him being like, stick to routine. Once he has a routine, the only thing that can fuck up that routine is like something interrupting his routine. I watched the first episode of the original Battletoads cartoon last night. Now I want a realistic version, still animated, but the toads actually killing the enemies. Battletoads! That'd be badass. As well as Hank and his girls made ready to go to town on Guyana. Cressa insisted on carrying her family on her back, regardless of how doing so was considered inappropriate in her culture. She didn't care. And besides, the cultural taboos of my world are unknown on Guyana. She stuck her chest out as if she were expecting praise. I held my hands up. Hey, no skin off my back. It's honestly nobody's business but your family's. Sweetheart, are you sure? I mean, I like the idea, but you're not an animal. You're my wife. Hank was honestly torn between the temptation to accept and the feeling that it was disrespectful to his wife. She's a centaur, by the way. It's fine, love. She really means it. You know, I was riding on her the day you first saw us. Vaughn hugged Hank from the side. Just climb on. Wrap your arms around her waist, under her breasts, please, or else we won't be going anywhere, and then we can be off at a gallop. Cressa gasped. I can behave. Everyone chuckled. That doesn't mean I can, honey. The way Mary and Kate were ripping into the various smoked meat treats, I assumed they must need something in the food. Must need something in the food. Should keep a sample of everything so we can synthesize it. Clearly, they're gonna need more before the babies are born. Mary groaned. Don't remind me. Triplets. Ugh. Kate turned in mild horror. Triplets? Are you sure? Healer and Alex were in attendance. When she heard Kate's question, she nodded. Indeed, the same as you have twins. Kate's eyes bulged. Glad she's staying here for now. Twins aren't as challenging as triplets, but they aren't exactly easy. Take good care of her, Healer. Of course I will. Whatever gave you the thought that I wouldn't? She was affronted. Apologies, but doctors have major debt due to their sub-studies, so they have to charge high prices for their services, and the medications and implants have their own costs, then administrative fees, so oftentimes they won't give proper care without adequate funding. I mean, no disrespect. It's just a bad habit, and both Mary and Kate need your help. If I can provide you with anything to ensure you can give them all the attention they need, just name it. They're both extremely important to me, as are all my wives. How horrible. Never fear. I will care for all of your family, although I don't need anything myself. Alex could use some new shoes, apparently. He says that none of his shoes will go with his new dresses, and he won't stop pestering me. It is somewhat distracting. And in this world, basically the behaviorisms and culturalisms on feminism and masculinity are swapped. So men wear makeup and dresses, and women are dominant. And they control everything. And men are like, you know, prissy little bitches. I'll take care of it, Mary. Would you mind brainstorming with Alex? Then give me the shopping list and his shoe size. Mary smiled. Sure, I'd love to geek out over some designer shoes. Order them online. Don't try to get them from a local store. Alex needs good shoes, not Calmart trash. Rana chimed in. We've set the satellites so your phone will work even here. So just hand it to her and let her do the shopping directly. Otherwise, you'll mess things up. I'd do it myself, but your measurements are different. Oh, gimme! She reached out with her sauce-covered hands, demanding my phone. Ahem! You might want to wipe your hands off first. She looked and blushed. Shut up! Back at the treehouse, in the dojo that had been added above the main house, I started setting everything up. Why did you need those static targets? The hard light projector can offer anything you want. I know how to train with these, unlike your projections. These are stationary and solid, so I know they won't break when I hit them, nor will arrows pass through them to impact something or someone else. Miley frumped, but accepted my reasoning. So those are for practicing forms, and you can use the projector to train combat skills. I nodded. These here are small enough for even a toddler to train with, so I can begin training our children as soon as they're old enough. Finally placed the last katana on the sword rack, ready for practice. Alright, let me test out these projections. I'll use the nunchucks this time. God damn, my nose is freaking the fuck out. It is not having a good time. Alright. Miley activated the projector, and I soon faced 4 armed assailants of varied races. Their faces were too perfect, and they felt creepy as a result. Uncanny Valley! They came at me with a methodical, unrealistic attack pattern. It's only challenging because there were 4 of them. Ducking and weaving as I moved, the nunchuck swung with deadly efficiency, impacting stomachs and heads with precision. Whoa, Matt called. That's so cool. Gabby thought I wasn't aware of one coming from behind, and she raised her hand to attack it, only for nothing to happen. Look out, she called, only to stare in shock as I effortlessly disarmed the attacker and cracked its skull. All 4 projections dissipated into sparkles of light. Why didn't my magic work? That would be because there wasn't any water in their bodies. Can't manipulate what isn't there. Whole room is kept at low humidity, too, so there's little water in the air either. I ruffled her hair. How about you 3 grab your bows and start practicing with the targets? Never aim at the same one twice in a row. Miley spoke next. You don't need your arrows. The projector will provide you with unlimited arrows. Just keep shooting till you can't shoot anymore. Lisa couldn't keep silent after that. Let me try that first. If the arrows that your create don't fly the same way real ones do, then it will teach bad habits. She took Gabby's bow, since hers wasn't in the dojo, and the projector provided an arrow for her to test. It flew true, and the air currents in the dojo altered the flight exactly as expected. Huh, not bad. It even hit off the mark, exactly the way I'd have assumed with the breeze in here. All the physics of the arrow's flight have been calculated to the tiniest degree. We're quite particular about these simulations and how we test new weapon types or shielding. Rana was quite proud of the technology of her people produced. I personally tweaked this simulator to accommodate your antiquated weaponry. Antiquated? Lisa demanded. From their perspective, or even mine, yes, bows and arrows are from a distant past, not a current weapon type. Still, I wouldn't have used that word. I'd have said traditional. Still used for hunting. I actually have a bow, a hunting bow. Rana scratched her head in embarrassment. Sorry, Lisa, I wasn't trying to offend you. It's like James said, they are traditional to my people. So, traditional that nobody has bothered to make or use them for over a millennium, at the very least. An energy rifle makes them useless. The thought of her beloved bow being useless shocked Lisa. Sean, why couldn't you have one more word? You should have one more word. Can never be perfect, right? It would be 666. No, it was a good chapter. The deviation and the food and everything, oh my god. You set up for the dojo and you're expecting that, and then it's like, oh my god, we get to eat first. Of course we get to eat before we go to the dojo. It's the only way it could possibly be, right? But again, I would say more conflict. Change shock to affected, and then add deeply. Lol. I mean, jealousy, tension, something, you know? Especially during, like, training and stuff like that, right? I almost want to do it, now you pointed it out. Like, I specifically mean, like, Cressa and fucking whatever Hank's wives are towards James. Because, like, Hank just doesn't quite live up to James. But Hank loves them, right? And he's willing to breed them. So it's like, there's the compromise there. But just, like, hinting at those both those sides, I think, just the tiniest bit, would just add some spice to this. Because that's what I mainly think your stories are missing, Sean, is just spice. Not the actual sex, but like something to add a little bit of, you know, intellectual conflict, a little bit of jealousy, a little bit of, you know, negative emotion. Hank is a little slower to accept more wives, but he'll get there. But yeah, just something along those lines. Because again, I mean, it was sugar, spice, and everything nice. Indeed. Indeed. But it is like, again, slice of life, harem stories are not my cup of tea, right? The closest thing I know to that is like 5 hearts under one roof. And it's like the whole point of it is like all of the bitches fighting over the dude. But in this, it's like harem, they're all married, right? He'll become a dairy farmer, you can count on it. Yup, I can definitely see that, Sean. But as far as like the pacing and the smoothness of the chapter, the dialogue and everything is fine. It's just, I want there to be something that builds tension, something that, you know... But that's just, again, that's me, right? That's what I'm looking for in the story, and that's why I don't read, like, slice of life harem, unless it's, like, literal smut. All the miniaturist lovin' on his future. True. All right. Country Girl, are you back? Are you ready? If not, we will carry on with Eye of the World, Book 1, The Wheel of Time. Hope you'll like the chapter called Defense. I was hoping when the police came out there was going to be more conflict too, Sean. Hoping that, you know, investigation and then they would see something that would cause problems and start a war. But, you know, that's just me, right? Alright, so we're on chapter 32, Eye of the World. 4 Kings in Shadow. The village was bigger than most. But still, a scruffy town to bear a name like 4 Kings. As usual, the Camelin Road had run straight through the center of the town, but another heavily traveled highway came in from the south, too. Most villages were markets and gathering places for the farmers of the area, but there were few farmers to be seen here. It's the feds that almost cause a war and lose multiple millions of dollars worth of military assets, not the cops. Well, the cops would be, like, suspicious enough that, you know, they'd tell their superiors there was something weird. Their superiors would, you know, go to the feds, and then the feds would investigate it as, like, a national security risk, you know. It would, like, get passed down the chain of command, basically. That would be my thought process, right? So it's like, it would start with that. With a hint at it. Of them being like, yo, what's back there? And them being like, I'm not sure about that. Like, no, don't worry about it, you know? It's the gold and greed that triggers everything without governmental approval. The fact that gold can be made out of nothing, literally just synthesized. Four Kings survived on a stopover for merchants' wagons, trains, on their way to Camelin and the mining towns of the mountains of mist beyond Barrelin, as was the villages beyond, or between. The southern road carried a Luggard's trade with the mines in the west. Luggarder merchants going to Camelin had a more direct route. Surrounding country held few farms, barely enough to feed themselves in the town, and everything in the village centered on the merchants and their wagons, the men who drove them and the laborers who loaded the goods. He made a fake gold mine and included enough junk to make it seem legit with the crudely smelted gold he sold to jewelers. Yeah. So they're gonna come looking for the gold mine, find everything else, and everything's just gonna shit's gonna hit the fan, right? That would be my assumption for a direction for it to go. Plots of bare earth, ground to dust, lay scattered through Four Kings, filled with wagons parked wheel to wheel and abandoned except for a few bored guards. Stables and horse lots lined the streets, all of which were wide enough to allow wagons to pass, deeply rutted from too many wheels. There was no village green, and children played in the ruts, dodging wagons and the curses of wagon drivers. And you're like, you stand on the edge of the street as a car's coming, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, can't go! Right when the car gets there. Oh, fuck, man. Good times. Village women, their heads covered with scarves, kept their eyes down and walked quietly, sometimes followed by wagoneers. Comments made followed by wagoneers' command. Comments that made Rand blush. Even Matt gave a start at some of them. No woman stood gossiping over The fence at a neighbor, drab wooden houses stood cheek by jowl, with only narrow alleys between, and whitewash, where anyone had bothered to whitewash the weathered boards, faded as if it had not been freshened in years. Heavy shutters on the houses had not been open in so long that the hinges were solid lumps of rust. Noise hung over everything, clanking from the blacksmiths, shouts from the wagon drivers, raucous laughter from the town's inns. Rand swung down from the back of a merchant's canvas-topped wagon as they came abreast of a garishly painted inn, all greens and yellows that caught the eye from afar among the leaden houses. The line of wagons kept moving. None of the drivers even seemed to notice that he and Matt had gone. Dusk was falling. Raymond Dow! Sup, y'all? How's it going, good sir? We're doing great today, Raymond. How are you? You got another essay for us, bro? And they all had eyes on the unhitched the horse. Had their eyes on unhitching the horse and reaching the inns. Rand stumbled in a rut, then leapt quickly to avoid the heavy-laden wagon clattering on the other way. Driver shouted a curse at him, and the wagon rolled by. Village woman stepped around him and hurried on without meeting his eye. I might have one if you get home. What? Words? If I get home? As in you? You, Raymond Dow, not me? That would make more sense. If I... Ads! Ah, classic ads. Classic, no you. Go home, you're drunk. Okay, end stream. Oh, true. Okay, get your tokes ready. Let's get her done. We need another one up in here. I have to walk across a forest area. If I don't talk in 20 minutes, that means I died. Fuck! Okay, Raymond, if we never see you again, I love you, bro. You're fucking awesome. I will memorialize you with your essays in the Discord. And post them on print them out and post them on my wall. A bear got him. You'll be the lost lore of Raymond. Just like we have the lost lore of Beezus, the lost lore of Valium Boy, the lost lore of... Who else? Chapter 14 is up. Nice. Who else did we lose? Toe Connoisseur. I mean, Eggy Mayo's been around. I would say Eggy, but Eggy came and stopped by yesterday. So, he's just been doing his own thing. Beezus, on the other hand, motherfucker. Make me pay for Scrivener and then fuck off. Bastard. And sounds good, country girl. I guess we can, Smokey! But we know Smokey didn't actually disappear. Like I said. He just got his wisdom teeth removed and wasn't here for like 3 days. But, like I said, he did say, L streamer, I'm unsubscribing. Bye. I'm gonna find a new favorite streamer. So, you know. But like I said, he was probably gonna do something for 3 days, like have his wisdom teeth removed. And, that's why he wouldn't be here, so he was making it all dramatic, because that's Smokey. So I laughed at him, and I told him see you tomorrow, and they didn't show up for 4 days, and I felt bad. I should have said goodbye while I had the chance. But I didn't want to believe him. I didn't want him to leave. I didn't want him to go anywhere. I need Smokey. He's my favorite. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm allowed to be biased. I'm only human. Shut up and toke! Okay, 3, 2, 1, toke. Had to in honor of Smokey. Shut the fuck up! Alright, well, if Country Girl's back...
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
Guys, it sounds like my chair is gonna break. You guys owe me a new chair. This thing's like 14 years old. If I fall out of my chair because it breaks, I'm blaming Smokey.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
You fall and die? That would be funny. Just like boom, smack, because there's the corner of a desk right here. And just like boom, 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 just down and out.
You did good.
And then the stream would never end. The stream would just go on forever, and it would be the most iconic thing ever. And people would just come to the stream because it'd be the first time someone died in real life in a stream. And then the stream would do something so big, Twitch would notice, and then they would ban me because I died on stream. That is the legacy I will leave behind. And everyone will question whether I had a seizure or not. They're like, hey, was that his first seizure in 3 years? Have you just been pushing himself so hard? The epilepsy finally caught up with him? I mean, maybe. Yeah, dying on stream is against the TOS. But sexual assault, I miss him so much. Well, we've just had someone be birthed on stream, so, you know, full cycle. I mean, that's true, Country Girl. I totally forgot that, I don't know what her name is, but fucking gave birth, like, on stream from, like, a home thing. It's just called a home birth. So, you know, bad parenting from the jump. Well, I wouldn't say, like... I mean, sure... I actually, like... I think it's kind of wholesome. Like, maybe not live streaming it, but... the idea of recording it, so you have that moment. And I mean, you're a streamer, right? So it kind of just makes sense. Damn, I'll have to try harder next time, right? Ah, shit! Queen, you're not getting your money now. I hope you know that. Fuck! Okay, that's chapter 9. So let's just... Chapter 14. Here we go. Where are you, country girl? Recording it is fine and normal. Recording it so it's online permanently is effing weird. Well, I just mean it's the... You have to extrapolate that, right? If it's normal to record it, right? To, like, have the memory, but your entire life is built around streaming your life, then technically it would make sense that that would include giving birth. So I think the streaming your whole life thing is the effing weird part, not the actual giving birth or making your entire existence like centered around like you showing your entire life to everyone. I think that's what should be considered weird, not the actual birthing itself. So I'm a big picture kind of person, right? That's why extrapolation kind of goes both ways with it, right? Where it's like, I can see how you can get there, and it matches up with what you already do. It feels like those family bloggers tell everything about the kids. It feels uncomfortable level of exposure. Absolutely, no. It should be illegal. It should absolutely be illegal to do that, country girl. I know it's another form of recording. Even if you did a normal recording, you still show that to so many people. Exactly, Queen. So I think it's just... It's weird in the fact of it's like... You know... It's new. It's not something that's been done. It's not standard, right? And like pregnancy and birth is something that's generally tabooed and hidden in society, right? From the moment it's born, this kid is gonna have no privacy. Well, see, I mean, there's kind of an upside to that, country girl. Is it's one thing to be 12 and then have your parent become famous and then you lose all of your privacy. But I think it's a little bit different growing up and never having privacy to begin with. It sucks, it's bad, don't get me wrong, but at least you never experienced what privacy was, so you'll never know what you lost. And then, like, discovering that later in life might be, like, a huge, like, character arc for that person, right? So, again, I can see both sides of it, and I'd still be against it, but I'm like, at least there is an upside. Whereas there's some things, it's like it's really hard to find an upside in it. Isekai Terry just got an update. So good. Guy is summoned into an OP cultivator and instantly nopes out of the situation and keeps trying to avoid cliches and constantly frustrated by a noble girl saying stupid things and having them happen as a result. Just made the biggest mistake ever by saying she needed to calm down. Not necessarily true, country girl. You're assuming the parents are going to have the kid in the camera like that. Protect their kids. But to her, those weren't strangers. She was sharing a moment with her community. That's another thing too, right, Queen? Is it's like she's been like a streamer for like 10 fucking years. Right? So it's like that's a huge moment of your life that you get to share with your community. So I think it's both equally wholesome as it is scary in the idea of like sharing your privacy and the willingness people are to throw away their privacy. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it. At least not the way that they did it, right? It's not like she was sitting there and we were fucking filming or fucking pushed the baby out. You just saw her leaning over the tub or the the pool thing, whatever the home bath, whatever the fuck it is, right? But it's like, could you imagine having one of your stream clips is your baby's first cry? That goes so hard. Like, I'm a huge family, like, traditional family kind of person. Like, we have, like, all the old tapes of, like my favorite story is, so this is on tape, right? My parents' wedding tape. My dad's sister is, like, 17 or 18 years younger than, no, 23 years younger than him. And she was, like, 4, and she kept lighting garbage cans on fire. Well, because no one was paying attention to her. And no one noticed this, even though it was, like, on the recording, until, like, there was, like, 8 garbage cans on fire, and everyone's like, what the fuck is going on? And the entire backyard is almost on fucking fire. So pay attention to me. It's like, oh my fucking god. We can call online groups communities all we want, and to a certain point that's great, but in reality it's a group of strangers. I mean, it is true. And that's the parasocial aspect of it, of what you're willing to sacrifice, what level of privacy, and that's the scary part. Right, country girl? Is that we consider a bunch of strangers online our community, our friends, people we want to share the world with, our world with. But at the end of the day, they're just random people on the other side of a screen. And the upside to that is the power of connections, right? But it's the scary part is you never know who's actually there. I'm fully aware I'm old-fashioned and conservative-minded, so it doesn't need to make sense to me. I just like to see all of the sides. Whether I agree or believe in any of the sides is not the point. It's the fact of, yeah, I could see where you're coming from and I could see how you could believe that. Right? But that's why I take everything into consideration and then say, well, all of it can be true in varying degrees. Right? And that's kind of what's important about it. But anyways, shall we get into Country Girl's Story, Chapter 14. Small Town Gossip. Ellie walked down into the kitchen the next morning and kept expecting at least one inhabitant of Hollow Point to ask questions as to what caused the crash and shriek from her bedroom in the early hours of the morning. To her surprise, Jake, Talia, and Cord kept the conversation casual. They were talking about the storm that would likely roll through in the next few days, and tried to get as much work done outside as they could before it arrived. Not so bad as last year, most everyone got the harvest finished pretty quickly, and the storms were good enough to hold off until after the equinox ball a few weeks ago. Cord dug into the generous helping of steak and eggs on his plate. Fuck, I'm hungry. I want steak and eggs. Oh, Elv. I forgot to tell you, Winnie Montgomery was head of planning again. What a terror she is. If I remember her, she abandoned any role of hostess and snuck out with the lead fiddler by the end of the night. Ellie sat down at the kitchen table, thanking Talia for handing her a cup of coffee. What is she now, twice widowed? Yeah, lucky bastards. At least once they're dead. They're safe from her, Jake said, cleaning the last of a pancake from his plate. You know, she actually tried to corner Cord over here into sitting with her at dinner and first 2 dances of the night. Yeah, I can't thank you enough for the save, Miss Talia. He gave her a gentlemanly nod, even if it meant I distracted you from, other enjoyments. Think she's bad with the men folk? Talia interjected, rolling her eyes. Try being a woman outside the coven and dealing with the likes of her. My pa's always said the Montgomerys spoiling their young too much. Never did them any good. Seems like she's still got quite a grudge against you, Elf. Cord toasted her with his mug. She attached herself to me walking out and kept asking if I'd heard from you lately. Bet she makes it sound to everyone like I did her wrong. Ellie shook her head, smiling ironically at herself. Nothing at all that she set her designs. Nothing at all that... Nothing at all that she set her designs on Jeremy while we were together. That sentence doesn't make sense to me. What am I missing? If only she would have been successful on Marcus. He would have forgotten all about me. So that's what, like, nothing at all. That she set her designs on Jeremy. I just think there should be a comma there, because it's like nothing at all that. But it's nothing at all that she set her eyes. You know? Purpose of reading. If only she would have been successful on Marcus. He would have forgotten all about me. She always had it in for you. He put a comforting hand over hers. I remember when you were kids, you'd come home from the schoolhouse ranting and raving about her. Maybe a comma missing? I don't know for sure. I don't know. Could be the way that I'm reading it. Could be the way the sentence is structured. I'm not... Remember, don't listen to me when it comes to that stuff, because that is not what I'm good at. Individual words and sentences themselves are not what I'm good at. I'm good about extrapolating and figuring out where the story's going to go, what you're trying to do, and whether it's coming off across or not, right? That's my expertise. She may be sweet as a rotten peach, but if her brother's any sign, there's a reason their family's never been all that liked. Yeah, if you're hungry now, they end the chap eating saloon food. Fuck. I should have grabbed food while we were listening to that story. But it is what it is. Jake piped in. 4 of them had never gathered and discussed events, but the atmosphere in the kitchen settled itself naturally. It gave Ellie a vivid impression of what renewing her place at the ranch could become. Things my brother and Johnny has told me about how Hugh Montgomery is with the circuit riders, could curl your hair, is sneaking off with women when it's his shift, runs in the family. After breakfast, when Cord had left with Jake agreeing to help him out by fixing a gate to one of the back pastures, Ellie hitched the cart and rode to Talia into town. With the hubbub of the last few days, the last time Ellie had been into town was for drinking to Kay the night of her wake. You'll need to fix that fast, Talia had informed her, opening up a list nearly the length of her arm. Between the ranch, getting on terms with the circuit riders, and all the other details, you don't have too much time till winter to get things in order. And here I thought Cord was the manager, Ellie laughed, pleased to have at least a little time she wasn't being constantly watched, and letting herself get distracted by Talia's chatter about day-to-day concerns. The road from Hollow Point to Palem was well cared for, and, if a little gloomy, the weather for the day was shaping up fine. Don't tell me he's been shelling off his chores on you. No, I only add things to the list he doesn't have experience enough to think of. She shrugged casually. My ma is always railing off things that need to be done to keep Cole Hart's house up to snuff. I get it from her. I can't help it. Let's stop there when we're done with that list of yours, Allie said, lowering her hat to shield from the low-risen sun as they drove. It'll give me room to apologize with your mother for not swinging by to see them sooner. I doubt she'll hold it against you, Miss Ellie, Talia said, giving her hand a quick supportive squeeze. Daughter of a hotel, indeed. Always knowing how to be reassuring without intrusion. She knows you've been busy, what with losing your gran and taken up for her and all. All the same, she knew Talia meant well, though there was a pang of jealousy. What must it be like to belong to a close-knit family? If I'm making the rounds, it wouldn't be right, and God knows Gran wouldn't be happy if she knew I was falling short for them. Their first stop was naturally dual in purpose, with the Merle Crowell Crowley. Merle Crowley is both lawyer and factor. I don't know why the is there. Isn't that his name? Merle Crowley? Or is that supposed to be like the Merle Crowley? Both lawyer and factor. Like he's the one and only! Ellie knew the necessity of calling a coven gathering before the town council met next. Merle was the only one in the Palem who could tell her how things stood and could be trusted with his input. I'll be alright. I'll be right with you, Merle called, waving a hand for some books to put themselves away as the bell over his door dinged. Dinged? Oh, morning, you two ladies. Morning to you, ladies. How's it going, Merle? Ellie tipped her hat to the lawyer as they walked in. Talia, I'm meeting with one of the circuit riders after this. Why don't you handle the simple shopping, and I'll see you at the Iron Gate later. Sure thing, Talia hurried out of the office. See you around, Mr. Crowley. Good day to you, Miss McKay, Merle said as he sat back down behind the desk, summoning the hollow point account books to him. What can I do for you, Miss Ellie? I was hoping you could help me. Ellie removed her overcoat and settled into a chair opposite him. She was familiar enough with Merle to know that he wouldn't mind a casual approach, and what they had to talk about was no short meeting. I want to know as much as I can about vibrations in the coven. Of course, I have Kay's ledger and diaries, but could be beneficial to have a more objective viewpoint. I assume you're referring most likely to Kingsley, yes? And the coup he tried to stage, blatantly trying to invalidate my naming. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate the show of support for following what Gran wanted. She nodded grimly. That's part of it, but as my father and other brothers have left town again, they are less of a threat, at least for the time being. I noticed some of the other men who clearly shared his sentiments. I'm trusting you to tell me the truth. What position am I likely to find myself in with Ives and Oslo? Well, Low Ace Lenny has always been a bit of a grunt. I doubt you'll have any real trouble from him or his. My guess is it was a show of good faith for King if he succeeded. Merle stroked his neatly cropped goatee, thoughtfully considering. Now, the position, as you say, Charles likely wants you in his daughter as you say, Charles likely wants you in his daughter-in-law. As his daughter-in-law? Wording! I reckon he still hasn't given up hope of a match between you and Marcus. You'd think he was a smart enough man to realize just how useless his plans are. His plans for that are. Charles wants her in the position. Daughter-in-law. Okay. No, it's just right the way it is. I'm just explaining it. Oh. Charles likely wants you in is of daughter-in-law. Alright, it breaks my brain. I reckon he still hasn't given up hope on a match between you and Marcus. You'd think he would be a smart enough man to realize just how useless his plans for that are. Ellie ran a hand through her unbound hair in frustration. Was this a burden of her new leadership she hadn't properly considered before accepting it? would she continue to be cornered with offers of marriage until she eventually conceded to a husband? Is it safe to assume he's been working to build a power base as an insurance policy for when I don't meet his son at an altar? I believe he thought he was doing so without Miss Kay's notice. Twinkle grew in Merle's eye. He, like Ellie, knew that Kay noticed almost everything done in the coven and the surrounding territory. She kept a watchful eye and quietly undermined his efforts. I would caution you to stick to her guidance as you were getting your own position settled. Which means, Miss Ellie, it would be wise to let those against you be loud as a tornado, while you stay as solid and dependable as the sunrise, he said sagely, looking compassionately down his hooked nose at her. Work to adopt the quiet strength your grandmother had, and you will garner the same support she did. I'll take all of this into consideration. She tried her best to keep herself from rolling her eyes. The virtue of Kay's quiet strength had been something she'd looked up to since she was a little girl. Looked up to, but never thought of was something she was capable of herself. Thank you, Merle. Anytime, Miss Ellie. With a wave of Merle's hand, the Hollow Point ledgers returned to their place. He'd given her an overview of the state of the coven and the ranch, both of which were in line with what she had expected. Kay was known for her generosity, but she never lent or spent recklessly. Well, I'm sure you have other business to attend to. Anything else I can do for you? One thing. I'm sorry, I didn't want to delegate your job as coven factor, but I don't have the time, Ellie said cautiously. She hoped she wasn't overstepping her bounds and asking for favors. I need a meeting, a full one, called on my terms, and it needs to happen before I'm expected to speak for all the witches with the town council. Well, fuck ads. I can't win anything. God damn it. There's more granola on me than in me. Sorry, Buffer, I had to refresh. Last thing I heard was word town council. It's the last thing that we read. We haven't read since. So you're totally caught up, country girl. I'm just finishing this granola bar. No worries. I got you. All right. Three more days! True Queen, 3 more days. Are you guys excited? What kind of smut story should we write, Queen? I've been thinking about it. And since we've been doing horror, I was thinking about, like, you know... Oh! No, 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 no! No, you know what we need to write? Okay, I know what we need to write. I killed my husband, so he would be reincarnated as a centaur. Stay with holidays, do a Hallmark Christmas movie, but smut it. I think we're just closer to Halloween, so I could stick with the horror genre for now. But December, we could do, like... Hank wasn't good enough. Now you're going the reversed angle? We were talking about this the other day, Sean. What would be the best story? And I was like... It's like a reincarnation story. But it's like a horror story, but also, you know... fucked up. And, like... There's always the, like... connotation, subtext in the background that, you know, he just reincarnated into a horse's body. So there's gonna be some fucked up shit in this story, guys. But it's all gonna be inferred, right? It's all gonna be, like, mood and inferred, but nothing's gonna actually happen, right? You just know. Anyways, let's take a toke. Right, 3, 2, 1, go! Sean, it's supposed to be like psychological horror from the perspective of the murderer. Their justification, their reasonings, their everything. So it's supposed to be the perspective of being tormented. I've had that thought already. And I was like, no, we need the perspective of the woman because the reader needs to feel like she's the woman. That's how you resonate with them. You have to make sure that they can put themselves in the shoes of the character. Very important psychological rule when it comes to smut. Because that's why they're there. That's why they're reading it. So they can put themselves in the situation and fantasize about it. So it's not coming from the female mind perspective. You know, you can't really get into it. At least that's what I've been told. You know, not my personal experience, right? Totally not my personal experience, guys. I swear. But anyways, back to the story. Would you mind calling it for me? Ah, that's no trouble at all. He smiled as if he'd just received a request to arrange the Palem Summit barbecue. And you want everyone there. Everyone over the age of 15, I think. So she's a goddess or great spirit from the other world and tried to find a sub-Mosso that could handle her brand of love as a centaur. No, she's a witch who uses soul and blood magic to bind her dead husband to her favorite horse. But you never know if, like, it actually worked. She just now loves the horse. Fuck, man, what are you gonna do, right? It's love. The heart does what the heart wants. But, Sean, the whole point is that it's like, it's not a centaur, it's just a normal fucking horse. She's fucking crazy. That's the whole story. She's actually just fucking crazy. That's no trouble at all, he smiled, as if he'd just received a request to arrange the Palem summer barbecue. And you want everyone there. Everyone over the age of 15, I think, Ellie said, thoughtfully. What you've said more or less confirms my predictions, but all the same, no reason to get the kids involved in a conflict, if there is one. I'll be dealing with it with their parents. I'd call that a reasonable conclusion. Merle quirked his sly eyebrow at her. A sly eyebrow at her. If you don't mind me saying, a stance on matters your grandmother would likely take. The first way to learn someone's intentions is simply to ask, Ellie quoted. The words were so clear, but remember, you don't listen to what they say, you listen to what they do when you ask. That's the important part. Words were so clear from Gran's voice that she turned, only slightly, half expecting to see Gran herself standing at her shoulder. Both will be confused, but the honest ones will answer. The liars will have to think. Well said. See? Predicted it. You're definitely, like, peak on the psychologicalness of this country girl. Clapped and gave her an approving look. I'd be happy to assist in calling the coven together. Ellie was relieved as she walked out of Merle's office. They decided the coven meeting would be best held as a dinner party at Hollow Point in just over a week. Thank you again for seeing me on such short notice, Johnny. Ellie stood on the viewing platform above the Sutter's cattle company round pens. I know it's a time that you and your boys are busy, being end time of the season and all. Not a trouble at all, Miss Ellie, John Sutters called back in between cattle clicks of his tongue. Hollow Point has been a pleasure to work with over the years. We were awfully sorry to hear about Miss Kay. Thanks, I appreciate that, Ellie said, motioning the gate shut as the last heifer calf pair went through a side chute. Saw in her ledges that she was in the middle of negotiations for a deal that would get a good load of cattle in the first drive to Brenertum come spring. Last offer looks good to me if it's still on the table. Absolutely, we were just getting it settled, Johnny grunted, yanking himself up to climb the platform. Can I trust you'll renew contracts with riders that are already on your place's list? As long as I don't see Hugh Montgomery's name on that list, Ellie nodded. Then you've got a deal. Heifer is a female. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Learn something new every day. It's like the equivalent of, like, bitch for a dog. Like a female dog. As long as I don't see... Yes? Cool. Okay. As long as I don't see Hugh Montgomery's name on that list, Ellie nodded. Then you got a deal. You've been talking to Jake, Johnny laughed, tossing his head back. Well, I tell you, my brother may embellish, but I'm afraid he's not far off on that score. Not sure how much longer Hugh will get by on family name and reputation. Can't have a man on a drive without trust. Things you learn as the daughter of a cattleman. It's funny because I've always lived in like farming areas, but I've never been a farmer or lived on a farm. So I hear all this kind of like chatter and gibberish and, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Banter and jargon that I just don't understand when it comes to that. My dad has a herd of American Wagyu. Oh, and all I know is that Wagyu steak is like the most expensive steak in the world. At least as far as I know. Or at least it's one of the most expensive steaks. Like, we're talking like $250, $300 a cut. At least from what I know. I just like my Asmongold $2 steaks. I get the cheapest cut I possibly can, and I rifle it out as much as I can. Kobe is most expensive because they massage the animal. I see. Is that like a form of veal? Because I know the reason that veal is so tender is because they break the cattle legs so they can't move. So they never strain. So the meat is tender. But it's like champagne. It can't be Kobe beef if it doesn't come from Japan. See, this is the kind of thing that I mean. Banter between farmers. I don't know that much about it, but it sounds great. Animal does nothing but eat in their stall. It's high quality food, and they literally massage the animal every day to keep its muscles loose. Sounds like the Japanese. Yeah, if you know, if you told me pick a country that would do that, I would have picked Japan. It just makes sense. Yep. 100% see it. Too true, Miss Ellie, Johnny said, straightening his hat. Don't worry. First drive of spring will take care of your cattle. Good to hear. Thanks, Johnny. Pressing matters out of the way, she was glad to walk into the iron gate and share a bit to eat with Talia. Oh, this is one of the things I missed most while I was gone. Ellie dug into a side dish of roasted wild onions with beef tips. Wagyu is our version, but I'm certain the animal doesn't get massaged. Okay. Yeah, we're not that, you know, we're planned obsolescence. We'll just take it down one notch and call it even more A's. Well, it'll be a double A game, but it'll be a quadruple A title. Genius. Down by the Gulf, you can't get it like this. Surprised you're so eager for saloon food. Talia stared at her before filling her own plate. Would have thought you'd got used to fish and more fish that far south, and a big city no less. Still the best steak I've ever eaten. I liked it fine, but you would know me. You would know we grew up here. She gestured around the familiar room. Never thought I'd be spending any lengthy time eating more ocean food than livestock. I learned to like the crab and oysters, but not enough to say that I like them. Some foods just say home, huh? Talia smiled. My ma has always said that type of thing, but I've doubted it. Never been more than 2 or 3 centuries away, counties away from Palem. To me, you know what's my home food? Fucking chili. Christmas season means Christmas fucking chili. Oh yeah. I'm excited. Traveling's fine as long as you don't do it for too long. Curry, yum. I mean, butter chicken is second on the list. Ellie searched for words to describe the feelings that had been growing and changing in her for the last week. And it's better when you have a place to come back to. When I left town, I might as well have been a loose tree in the middle of a tornado. No clue where I was going to end up or when. All that was clear to me was that home wasn't an option anymore. Really hurt you to leave that much? She asked. Ellie had to remember just how much of an age difference was between them. Talia was only 19, her junior by almost a decade. Still a carefree child when she, Ellie, had left town. I know for certain it hurt Miss K, too. Always wondered why she didn't ask you to come back. I wonder that too, she muttered, really not wanting to contemplate her grand's true motives. She must have thought she had good reasons to keep me away for as long as she did. Gran never did do anything without a damn good reason. Not trying to pry, Miss Ellie, Talia said gently, leaning into the confidence of their table. But if you don't mind my asking, what did it feel like to come back after so long? Like I say, to me, it doesn't feel like much of anything has changed in Palin my whole life. Do you see things that are different? Feels like I'm not the same as who I used to be, or even who I should be. Ellie looked around the trap room. At Kay's wake, crowd filled the place. The mood was far more desolate than Ellie had ever seen in the old iron gate. Now they were sitting here at ease in broad daylight, speaking as casually as they would if this were a regular habit. I don't know, minor changes here and there are obvious. New things in shop windows, old man Forbes' Smith shop, and a few on that side of the town look like their paint is never... Good eyes, Talia agreed. Newer. Jesus, I don't have good eyes, as you can tell. Talia agreed, jerking a thumb over her shoulder. Spring before last. The far end was unlucky enough to be in the path of a funnel cloud. No real lasting damage, but I think everyone agreed it was best for morale around her that everyone pitch in and help make the repairs. Miss K spearheaded the volunteers from the coven to help. She even went so far as to magically reinforce some of the... Ellie didn't hear the rest of what Talia had said as she looked around the room to see what had changed in her immediate vicinity. Her eyes darted from the spur cuffs on the floor that had only grown and multiplied for more years than she'd been living, and the glass of the window that was in nearly new condition. She wondered who the last person to be shoved through it had been. Her progression froze when she reached the wanted poster wall. Freshly printed posters, white with shiny black ink, hung alongside older yellowed ones featuring rustlers, murderers, and bank robbers, all uncaught criminals. And then she saw it. On the outlaws who had come and gone through Palin for decades, there was one for a stranger. Rogue wolf, wanted dead or alive. Male werewolf, origin and pack unknown. Last seen Doubletree onlook. Moon harvest night, autumn 1831. Known for to be responsible for the attack on Coven Witch Elvina Karras and the murder of Deputy Marshal Jeremy Porter. Reward 500 in gold brailer. For any information leading to the capture and conviction. Ellie hadn't noticed the sign during Kay's wake. The vague picture in the center and the lettering were enough to still the blood in her veins. Would she ever escape it? Would there ever come a day or night that wasn't marked by the attack she didn't even want to think about? No question she could think of had any plausible answers, and no one even to ask. All she knew for certain was she couldn't stay in her chair another moment with the walls of the bar closing in on her and the mere presence of the wanted sign feeling like a knife in her stomach. Miss Ellie, Talia halted in her one-sided conversation as she saw her bolting up from the table and running as fast as she could out the door. Miss Ellie, are you alright? When Ellie stopped, she was in the alley of the iron gate, her back pressed firm against the building, her lungs were tight, and her heart was beating like a trip hammer. When she regained enough of herself to remember her company, Ellie tried to convince Talia it was only that the spices of the wild onions weren't agreeing with her. Talia still eyed her suspiciously. and she doubted highly that she believed the excuse. Maybe that's enough business taken care of today, don't you think? Talia offered, and they ambled to the hitching post where they had left the carted horses. Even I can feel the crackling in the air. I'm sure you can feel the storm coming on. We should get home. So it is true. Clearly, a resentful third party approached them in the street. Turning, they both saw Winnie Montgomery, who was still... Or was it still Seno, now that her husband had died? Maybe Cord, Jake, and Talia had a point with the implications of mourning as a twice-over widow while raising a young son. Was all in bad luck, her habit of wooing soldiers, or were they dying by her hands? I heard that our new Coven Elder was running her own errands in town. Good to see you, as always, Ellie. Winnie, it's been a long time since I saw you last. Ellie knew she should have been wary when she thought a day in town to be going well. Granted, I may have overlooked it, but I didn't see you at either the burial or release ceremony for my grandmother. It's not like you to miss an occasion. My mother and father insisted when he rooted herself to the spot. Having lost Trevor only a few months ago, they were concerned going through the rituals of death would be too much for me. Of course, Allie quickly surveyed her. You seem to be containing yourself well. Naturally I am. She lifted her chin a little higher and trained self-assurance. Cutting and running isn't a Montgomery family trait. As much fun as this is, Winnie, I have things to take care of. Ellie stepped up onto the bench wagon, satisfied with the benefit of high ground. There will be a coven meeting at Hollow Point 10 days from tonight, and that's a full meeting of everyone in attendance. As they started the drive back to Hollow Point, neither of the women felt much like chatting. Even with the emotionally unsteady ground that she knew she was still on, she could admit to herself that the part of her that could more easily slip into the role of Coven Elder was sure of itself, even going so far as having enjoyed giving Winnie Montgomery a direct order, knowing that it would be obeyed. Nice. Everything ties back together super nicely, country girl. Like, you know, you talk about Winnie, you talk about the Montgomerys, and then you deliver on the Montgomerys, right? You kind of bring up again more things about leaving town and being away, and then Ellie notices the poster and freaks out. It's like the triggers are just hitting those beats one after another. It's so smooth and flows wonderfully. The beginning with like just like the discussion of like, hey, can you do this for me, like asking for help, is like great way of showing that Ellie's not taking it into her head that she's the leader. But then it's like she's taking it into her head that she's the leader. So it's like there's the in theory versus the in practice, which I think is a great contrast here. Winnie is a fun, not evil, but antagonistic force in Ellie's life. Yeah. So it makes sense that that would be like an at odds, right? But not like necessarily that bad. Could be worse, right? But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the chapter. Brings it a lot better. We're getting more into Ellie as the leader. Her responsibilities, what she has to do, her relationship with Talia. The fact that, like, Talia doesn't quite fully understand the scope of what's going on. Really fun to write, and the seesaw I've planned for her in future books. Hell yeah. Because you said that. Hey, Citation in chat. Hey, Ebola, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Good to see, just finished beta reading Country Girl's story. And if no one else has any beta reading, we gotta go back to reading Eye of the World in the Wheel of Time. Oh, I'm a little bit sick. I'm still, like, my nose is a little bit running, or a little bit, throat's a little bit, but we're here. That's all that matters. And we're having fun. We're enjoying it. I'm fucking starving, though. We got an ad break coming up in a bit here. I get sick one time a year, and it's this time of year. Thank you. That's why I took like a really early day yesterday. I'm even considering taking another early day today. And by early, I mean like probably another hour and a half. So I'll probably stream for another hour and a half. But we're probably going to skip the reacts and again skip drawing again today. Because I don't know how long it's going to take us to read this chapter. But I also want to do a comparison. We're going to watch. Well, it's actually kind of interesting because we already kind of did that, didn't we? Well, I mean, it's a little bit different, but critique of my narrating voice, and am I being lazy, or fuck abs. So you're telling me I have to pay you to not have ads? That's some bullshit. You should pay me to have ads. Wait, you do? No, you don't. No, you don't. $0.07. Come on, fuck off. In that case, charge me 7 cents to not have ads. Well, $7. Assholes. Alright. Toke's ready. Get your tokes. Get your tokes ready, everyone. We got tokes. Tokeny tokes. Token up tokes. Some tokes after. Tokes Italy, zones Italy, zang zode. Zip zoppin', zoop zapin', zip zopin', zap. Tick tockin', top tappin', tick toppin', toke takers. I don't know if you've experienced watching soap, but a staple is long-standing grudge matches, mostly between women. Not that they aren't between men, but the general progression is they have one-upmanship matches and the occasional moments of support and camaraderie when it's needed most. Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really... Do you have Discord? I do have Discord. That's a link if you want to join the Discord channel. If you want to drop any of your work in there, feel free. Discord is having a conversation with someone. Generally, a back and forth discussion over a topic. It's like a polite way of saying an argument. Does that make sense, Queen? It also means... That's what I have more or less planned out for Ellie and Winnie's dynamic in this and future books. That's a good dynamic. That's a good dynamic, country girl. It's just a contrast on perspective of living, right? It's not necessarily that Winnie's wrong. It's just her way of living clashes with Ellie's, and Ellie's the fucking leader. And that's very natural to have something like that happen. Yeah. So guys, I'm gonna do my hottest take I've ever done, okay? Small tits are just as good as big tits. 3, 2, 1, toke! All right. All right. Back to chapter 32. Eye of the World! Okay. Woo! Hey, Ninja! What's up? So, as soon as I start reading again, hey, Ninja, do you have a story that you want to share with us? Or do you have more critique for me for my YouTube channel and my narration skills? That's why I do it. It's like as for fuck's sakes. Working on my Boy Who Cried Succubus, I took the time to create a Sapphire Universe cosmic ecosystem. It's a short read. Want to give it a check? Yes, Ninja, I do want to give it a check. So pop that in the Discord, and we'll have a look at it. Oh god, can you guys see the sweat stains on my shirt? Or is my ass hanging out? Oh god, it burns! It burns. Oh boy. I'm like, why am I so hot? And then I'm like, why am I wearing my slippers? Fuck, I'm retarded. God damn it. Oh, my knees. My knees! They burn!
Try better luck next time, fat ass. Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit streamer. Get up, you fat fuck, and touch your toes.
Oh.
I know you can't, but try anyways. Don't fall over.
Are you fucking kidding me? It doesn't work! I keep forgetting! The capitals. Capital TTS. Oh boy, oh, this is brutal. It's like my nose is running too. This is like the worst of the worst right now.
I gotta get Smokito come around somehow.
Yes, Smoke-a-Nighty! You gotta summon him somehow. If my ass is sticking out, he'll appear immediately. Oh!
Nice try, better luck next time, fat ass. Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit streamer.
Exactly.
Oh, indeed. Thank you, Queen. I appreciate it. Your criticism means the world to me. Now I can improve myself and make myself better. Ah! Excuse me. Although I'll never will be better, I can try though, right? Oh, what's this? Oh, is this like the idea? Oh, I gotta blow my fucking nose.
You just couldn't help yourself, could you? Sounds to me like you couldn't help yourself.
If you are so into Clint and so over Bo, then what compelled you to open your big fat mouth?
Bo is the father of my son, and he needs to know what kind of a bitch he's exposing my son to.
If things don't work out between us, because I helped to save this family business, not to mention this house that you're living in, by the way, you're gonna be the one to pay.
Boo.
Cat fight!
Nora? Lindsay?
One life to live. Nora Hannon versus
Hello, John. Lindsay? Nora?
Oh, the table flip! Cat fight!
Nora? Lindsay?
Decades of hatred. Hey guys, you're not allowed to fuck in the middle of... This is really, really loud now. Let me turn it down. I didn't notice. All of a sudden got like super really loud. Now there's no sound.
Nora? Lindsay?
I liked you better when you were in a cult.
Oh man, daytime TV back in the day, guys. Daytime TV back in the day.
Really sure that
Stay-at-home mom shows.
works for you.
Shut up, Lindsay. Just shut up.
So, Nora,
Lindsay?
you're on the wrong end of this trial.
You don't get out of my face, you're gonna be on the wrong end of my foot.
Ooh!
Lindsay?
Nora? Nora? Is Nora dead?
No such luck.
Nora?
Lindsay?
I'm a jealous, obsessive shrew, and I can't stand for anyone else to be happy. Not much of a secret, Nora.
Oh, Lindsay, I don't expect anything from you but lies and deception because that's what you're good at.
Nora, don't you think it's time that you moved on from your little vendetta?
Hi, guys. Lindsay. You know, if someone walked in here right now, what would they think?
They would think you finally pushed me over the edge.
Well, it's a short trip. Well, you did collaborate on a jailbreak once before, and you were just in St. Anne's with her.
What the hell are you talking about? I never saw her at St. Anne's.
Miss Rappaport, let's get you to radiology for a CT scan.
Age with no beauty. I victim, you started this.
And who's acting crazy now?
Oh, you want to see crazy over here?
Nora,
Lindsay?
you know, I think we'd actually get along pretty well if you would just stop going after all of my ex-husbands.
And you should stop going after mine. Try not to kill this one, though, okay?
True.
If you're here looking for Clint, he's not here.
Actually, I'm here looking for you.
Why?
Well, I heard you lost everything in the fire, and I thought there might be something you need, household items or
Oh,
clothes.
no, thank you. I'm covered. Besides, I don't think we really share the same taste.
Except in men.
Okay. Yeah, bye.
That was pretty good. Thanks for sharing. Alright. Okay, you're up, Ninja. Let's go. Let's get her. You guys ready for this? So this is... That's their whole history in under 5 minutes. That's crazy. That's crazy. Alright, so this is Ninja's story. Cosmic tier list of ecosystem codex. I created the 4 gods. I decided I want to make more cosmic entities. Ah! Not really a codex, more like a dictionary. Okay. Meant not really a story. More like a dictionary. Okay. A dictionary can still tell a story. Tier C, the Keepers of Balance. A guideline to the Sapphire cosmology, basically. Okay. Sounds sick, Ninja. Fuck yeah. Tier C, the Keepers of Balance. Navara, the Dream Eaters. Form, small, insectoid creatures resembling zerglings, with translucent bodies that shimmer like mist. They move between the conscious and unconscious world, unseen by all but the dying. Roll. The Navara consume the dreams of humanity. By devouring lingering dreams, they prevent mortals from being trapped within eternal sleep, ensuring that the mind can wake again. By the way, Ninja, judge my narration. If it's bad, scream at me. Their silent work preserves the fragile line between dreaming and reality. Your narration is good. Yay! Putting a lot of effort into it, okay? You're talking about right now. Yes, I'm talking about right now. Because this is the practice, right? This is when I get to practice. Threat. Should the Navara perish, humanity would fall into an endless slumber, each person lost within their own dream, never to awaken. Right track. Hell yeah. See where I am in a year from now, right? That's the whole goal. Vor Mirith, the cosmic heart of barriers. Form. A colossal, pulsating heart suspended in the void, wrapped in hundreds of dark tendrils that pierce the edges of countless universes. Roll. Vor Mirith consumes universes that fall out of harmony, ones where laws of existence collapse or bleed into others. It also enforces the barriers between realities, ensuring that no being may cross into another world. Purpose? Its existence prevents universal contamination. Without Vor Mirith, the borders of reality would fail. Imagine Person A murdered by Person B, only for the truth to reveal that the killer was another Person B from a parallel world. Such distortions of truth and identity are what Vor Mirith forbids. Threat. The death of Vor Mirith would bring the fall of the multiversal walls. Beings from alternate timelines would flood each other's realities, collapsing cause and effect until even time no longer understands itself. The unraveling of the understanding of the universe. And that's the lowest tier. Remember that. That's the lowest tier. Tier B. Weavers of Time. Time Spinners. Formerly Zarithia. Form. Gigantic luminous spiders. Oh, I love it. That dwell in the void between seconds. Their webs are threads of time itself, glimmering like silver strings across the temporal abyss. Roll. The time splinters weave timelines. If you like this, let me know. I have written something similar pertaining to something you said when I first joined. If you post it in the Discord, Electrency, I will read it. Or if you post it in the chat, I would love to check it out. Through their eternal weaving, possibility is preserved and fate is kept in motion. Threat. If the time spinners were destroyed, time would unravel. All cause and consequence would collapse into a single still moment. An unending silence where nothing ever happens again. Tier A. Balance of concepts. Apheron. Concept devourer. Form. A vast, formless shadow covered in countless eyes and mouths whisper forgotten truths. Role. Apheron consumes absurd or broken concepts, realities that contradict existence itself. For example, if the idea of ants becoming rulers of humanity were to gain traction, Apheron would devour that concept to persuade universal reason. Threat. However, if Apheron loses control, it could consume vital concepts, morality, love, death, even logic, leading to a universe that no longer knows why it exists. God, that's a universe that we live in! Athernus, the immutable one. Form. A blinding sphere of light encased in obsidian armor. No weapon, power, or concept can touch it. Role. Athernus serves as the counterbalance to Apheron. When the devourer grows too ambitious, Athernus's perfect immunity restores order, preventing total conceptual collapse. Threat. If Athernus were ever destroyed, Apheron's hunger would go unchecked, devouring the foundation of creation itself. Tier S. The Divine Architects. The Grand Celestial. Lord of Radiance. Domain. Light and order. Role. The first flame to burn in the world. The Grand Celestial brought illumination to existence. It governs truth, clarity, and the cosmic cycle of creation. Threat. The death of the Grand Celestial would extinguish all light. Darkness would consume every world, and existence would drown in eternal night. The Void, Keeper of Silence. Domain. Darkness and absence. Role. The Void shaped the emptiness that gives the cosmos form. It defines contrast, the nothingness that allows something to exist. Threat. Should the Void perish, the universe would overflow with unrestrained matter and energy, collapsing under its own weight. The Elusive Fairy, Weaver of Secrets. Domain. Stars and Wisdom. Role. The fairy is the keeper of mysteries and the creator of the stars themselves. It carries whispers of knowledge between worlds, ensuring that enlightenment never dies completely. Without it, even the gods would lose their understanding of the cosmos. Threat. If slain, every star across the heavens would fade, leaving travelers lost in the endless dark, and wisdom itself would wither into silence. The Cosmic Rainbow, Giver of Life. Domain. Life and beauty. Role. The Cosmic Rainbow breathed the first colors into the void and gave shape to emotion. Every living thing carries the fragment of its light, the pulse of creation itself. Threat. Without the rainbow, life would lose its vibrancy. All things would continue to exist, but lifelessly, hollow and gray. Tier S+, Beyond the Divine. The Soul Collector. The Pale Whale. Form. A massive, ghostly white whale that drifts through the cosmic sea, invisible to mortals and seen only by gods and spirits. Role. The Soul Collector gathers the spirits of the dead from all planets, carrying them to their rightful afterlife. Its song is said to be the sound of morning stars. Threat. Should the whale perish, souls would be left adrift in the void, doomed to wander without rest. Death itself would become meaningless. Why the four gods transcend the two monsters. Apheron may consume the concept of anything, yet cannot devour what is absolute. Athernus may be immune to all, yet cannot resist the law of the absolute. The four gods are the authors of reality, not its inhabitants. Their power is not within the universe. The universe is within their power. The observer, the one who watches. Form, unknown. It manifests as pure awareness, a consciousness beyond comprehension. Role. The observer is the primordial entity that created the four gods, commanding them to act as its hands and voice. It never interferes directly, only observes the flow of creation. The reason it took the four gods years to find Rowena's soul is because the soul creator is stronger than each of the gods individually. So they had to team up to restrain the whale for a brief moment just to gather it. Oh, that makes sense. Nice. That's badass. I love the amount of thought that you've put into the complexities of the creation itself, and how that ties into the actual story and is extremely important, whether you know how it functions or not. But you as the author, having the knowledge of it, will maintain the consistency. Threat. None. The observer cannot die, for it exists even beyond fiction itself. Trivia. The observer is the only being aware of its own nature as a fictional entity, a creation shaped by the author beyond the Sapphire universe. When the four gods asked if the observer was limitless, it answered, yes, but even infinity must obey the hand that writes it. Damn. I love that, Ninja. Echoes hard as an encyclopedia. Like, this is something that's like, you could have like an encyclopedia like this literally as a book inside of the book. Right? Like, I think about like reading like, you know, political structural rules for Tamriel in fucking Elder Scrolls. Right? Like the Order of Kings kind of thing, right? Succession rights, stuff like that. Like the Rituals of the Daedra and everything like that. I fucking loved those books. That was one of my favorite parts about Elder Scrolls. But you know what I think would be epic, Ninja? Is if they made an Elder Scrolls Online 2, and they made it so people could submit lore as books, and just like random books in the world. So like you could go to a random bookshelf and you could pick it up and the story would be written by an actual person. I think that would be fucking badass as fuck. I think there's so much stuff that could be done with that kind of thing. Created the four gods. I noticed I created an ecosystem within the Sapphire Universe magic world. So I decided, why not make a Sapphire Universe cosmic ecosystem? One that scales above and beyond it. Exactly. Makes sense. Makes sense. No, that's badass. I love it. Alright. I agree, that's the beauty of fantasy world, when they create a cosmology that's so hard to comprehend. Did you post anything, Electrancy? I see that you have joined the Discord, but I do not see anything that you have posted. Did I miss it? Because I'd love to read it, I just don't see it anywhere. Pretty scary, no? Vormirith's roles prevent people from parallel universes crossing over, which would make it multiversal in nature, and it is the lowest tier in the ecosystem. Yeah, so I was like, damn. As I said at the beginning, it's the lowest fucking tier. That's crazy. But we're gonna have an ad break in a second here anyways, right? But Ninja, did you do another critique of my voice? What about this one, Ninja? Have you heard this one? Because we did all of the voices. So we have this one now. I fell down the stairs. When I woke up, I couldn't feel my heartbeat. This is a true story. It happened to a friend of mine. Next time I'll send you the boy who cried succubus. Until then, gotta go. And read your stories and work on my story. And to answer your question, I'm going to read your stories. See you again with new information. Alright, see you, Ninja. I was late for the quarterly sync. Some corporate brain dump I'd agreed 2 months ago. After. Thanks for sharing, as always, Ninja. Super appreciate it, brother. I like to think deep when I'm alone, watching your story. Well, I'm glad not to sound like a creep. No, that's okay. You're allowed to goon to it, Ninja. Everyone else does. Don't feel embarrassed about it. It's totally normal. See you tomorrow, my time zone. Sounds good. Yeah, with, you know, the whole daylight savings. Everything's a little bit out of sync. Alright, well, until, Electrancy, until you post your story, I'm gonna read Eye of the World when we get back from this ad break. Because I'd love to read your story again, but I don't see it anywhere. Unless, did you DM me? Alright, well we got one more token us, right? Three, two, one, Coke! Alright, back to Eye of the World! Oof. I don't know about this place, he said. Thought he could hear music mixed in the din, but he could not tell from where it was coming. From the inn, maybe, but it was hard to be sure. I don't like it. Maybe we'd better go on this time. Matt gave him a scornful look and rolled his eyes at the sky. Dark clouds thickening overhead. And sleep under a hedge tonight? In that? I'm used to a bed again. Cocked his head to listen, then grunted. Maybe one of these places doesn't have musicians. Anyway, I'll bet they don't have a juggler. He slung his bow across his shoulders and started for the bridge. Bright yellow door. Studying everything through narrowed eyes, Rand followed doubtfully. There were musicians inside. Their zither and drum almost drowning in coarse laughter and drunken shouting. Rand did not bother to find the landlord. The next two inns had musicians as well, in the same deafening cacophony. Roughly dressed men filled tables and stumbled across the floor, waving mugs and trying to fondle serving maids. He dodged with fixed, long-suffering smiles. The buildings shook with the racket, and the smell was sour, stench of old wine and unwashed bodies. Of the merchants, and their silk and velvet and lace, there was no sign. Private dining rooms above stairs protected their ears and noses. He and Matt only put their heads to the doors before leaving. He was beginning to think they would have no choice but to move on. The fourth inn, the Dancing Cartman, stood silent. It was as gaudy as the other inns, yellow-trimmed and bright red and bilious, eye-wrenching green. Though here, paint was cracked and peeling. Rand and Matt stepped inside. Only half a dozen men sat on the tables and filled the common room, hunched over their mugs, each one glumly alone with his thoughts. Business was definitely not good, but it had been better once. Exactly as many serving maids as there. There were patrons, busied themselves around the room. There was plenty for them to do. Dirt crusted the floor and cobwebs filled the corners of the ceiling. But most were not doing anything really useful, only moving so they would not be seen standing still. A bony man with long, stringy hair on his shoulders turned to scowl at them as they came through the door. The first slow peal of thunder rumbled across Four Kings. "What do you want?" He was rubbing his hands on a greasy apron that hung at his ankles. Rand wondered if more grime was coming off of the apron or the man's hands. It was the first skinny innkeeper Rand had seen. "Well, speak up, buy a drink, or get out. Do I look like a rarey show?" Flushing, Rand launched into the spiel that he had perfected at inns before this. "I play the flute and my friend juggles. And you'll not see two better in a year. For a good room and a good meal, we'll fill this common room of yours." He remembered the filling common rooms, and he had already seen that evening. Filled common rooms, he'd already seen that evening, especially the man who had vomited right in front of him on the last one. He had had to step lively to keep his boots untouched. He faltered, but caught himself and went on. "We'll fill your inn with men who will repay the little we cost 20 times over with the food and drink they buy. Why should—" "I've got a man plays the dulcimer," the innkeeper said sourly. "You have a drunk, Samuel Hake," one of the serving maids said. She's passing him a tray and 2 mugs, and she paused to give Rand and Matt a plump smile. "Most times, he can't see well enough to find the common room." She confided in a loud whisper. "Haven't even seen him in 2 days." Without taking his eyes off Rand and Matt, Hake casually backhanded her across the face. "Oh shit, bitch! No you didn't!" She gave a surprised grunt and fell heavily to the unwashed floor. One of the mugs broke, and the spilled wine washed rivulets in the dirt. "You're docked for the wine and breakage. Get 'em fresh drinks and hurry. Men don't pay to wait while you laze around. His tone was as offhand as the blow. None of the patrons looked up from their wine, and the other serving maids kept their eyes averted. A plump woman rubbed her cheek and stared pure murder at Hake. But she gathered the empty mug and the broken pieces on her tray and went off without a word. Hake sucked his teeth thoughtfully, eyeing Rand and Matt. His gaze clung to the heron-marked sword before he pulled it away. "Tell you what," he said finally. "You can have a couple of pallets and an empty storeroom in the back. Rooms are too expensive to give away. You eat when everybody's gone. There ought to be something left." Rand wished there was an inn in Four Kings they had not yet tried. Since leaving Whitebridge, he had met coolness, indifference, and outright hostility, but nothing had gave him a sense of unease that this man in this village did. Told himself, just the dirt and squalor and noise. But the misgivings did not go away. Matt was watching Hake as if he suspected some trap, but he gave no sign of wanting to give up the dancing cartman for a bed under a hedge. Thunder rattled the windows. Rand sighed. "Pallets will do if they're clean, and if there are enough clean blankets. But we eat 2 hours after after full dark, no later, and the best you have. Here, we'll show you what we can do." He reached for the flute case, but Hake shook his head. "Don't matter. This lot'll be satisfied with any kind of screeching so long as it sounds something like music." His eyes touched Rand's sword again. His thin smile touched nothing but his lips. "Eat when you want, but if you don't bring the crowd in, you go on, out you go in the street." He nodded over his shoulder at two hard-faced men sitting against the wall. They were not drinking, and their arms were thick. Thick enough for legs. When Hake nodded at them, their eyes shifted to Rand and Matt, flat and expressionless. Rand put one hand on his sword hilt, hoping the twisting in his stomach did not show on his face. "As long as we get what's agreed on," he said in a level tone. Hake blinked. For a moment he seemed uneasy himself. Abruptly he nodded. "What I said, isn't it? Well, get started. You won't bring anybody in just standing there." Stalked off, scowling and shouting at the serving maids, as if there were 50 customers they were neglecting. There was a small raised platform at the far end of the room, near the door in the back. Rand lifted a bench up on it and settled his cloak. Blanket roll and Thom's bundled cloak behind the bench, with the sword laying atop them. He wondered if he had been wise to keep wearing the sword openly. Swords were common enough, but the heron mark attracted attention and speculation. Not from everybody, but any notice at all made him uncomfortable. He could be leaving a clear trail for the Myrdril, if Fades needed that kind of trail. They did not seem to, in any case. He was reluctant to stop wearing it. Tam had given it to him, his father. So long as he wore the sword, there was still some connection between Tam and him. A thread that gave him the right to still call Tham father. Too late now, he thought. He was not sure what he meant, but he was sure it was true. Too late. The first note of Cock of the North. Half a dozen patrons in the common room lifted their heads out of their wine. Even the two bouncers sat forward a little. They all applauded when he finished, including the two toughs, and once more when Matt sent a shower of colored balls spinning through his hands. Outside, the sky muttered again. The rain was holding off, but the pleasure of it was palpable. Pressure of it was palpable. The longer it waited, the harder it would fall. Word spread, and by the time it was dark outside, the inn was packed full, with men laughing and talking so loud that Rand could barely hear what he was playing. Only the thunder overpowered the noise in the common room. Lightning flashed in the windows, and the momentary lulls, he could faintly hear rain drumming on the roof. The men who came in now dripped trails across the floor. Whenever he paused, voices shouted the names of tunes through the din. A good many names he did not recognize, though when he got someone to hum a bit of it, he often found he did know the song. It had been that way other places before. Jolly Jame was Rhea's fling here, and had been Colors of the Sun, and at an earlier stop. Some names stayed the same, others changed with 10 miles distance, and he had learned new songs too. The Drunken Peddler was a new one, though sometimes it was called Tinker in the Kitchen. Two Kings Came Hunting was Two Horses Running, and several other names besides. He played the ones he knew. The men pounded the tables for more. Others called for Matt to juggle again. Sometimes fights broke out between those wanting music and those who fancied juggling. Once a knife flashed, and a woman screamed, and a man reeled back from a table with blood streaming down his face. But Jack and Strom, the two bouncers, closed in swiftly and with a complete impartiality threw everyone involved into the street with lumps on their heads. That was their tactic with any trouble. The talk and the laughing went on as if nothing had occurred. Nobody even looked around except those the bouncers jostled on their way to the door. Patrons were free with their hands too. When one of the serving maids let herself grow unwary, more than one Jack or Strom had to rescue one of the women, though they were none too quick about it. The way Hake carried on, screaming and shaking the women involved. He always considered it her fault, and the teary eyes and stammering apologies she said was willing to accept his opinion. The woman jumped whenever Hake frowned, even if he was looking somewhere else. Rand wondered why any of them put up with it. Hake smiled when he looked at Rand and Matt. After a while, Rand realized Hake was not smiling at them. Smiles came when his eyes slid between them to where the heron-marked sword lay. Once, when Rand set the gold and silver chased flute down beside the stool, the flute got a smile too. Next time he changed places with Matt at the front of the dais. He leaned over to speak in Matt's ear. Even that close, he had to speak loudly. But with all the noise, he doubted if anyone else could hear. Hake's gonna try to rob us. Matt nodded as if it was nothing that he had not expected. We'll have to bar our door tonight. Bar our door. Jack and Strom could break down a door with their fists. Let's get out of here. Wait till after we eat, at least. I'm hungry. Can't do anything here, Matt added. The packed common room shouted impatiently for them to get on with it. Hake was glaring at them. Anyway, you want to sleep outside tonight? Especially strong crack of lightning drowned out everything else. And for an instant, the light through the windows was stronger than the lamps. I just want to go get out without my head being broken, Rand said. Matt was already slouching back to take his rest on the stool. Rand sighed and launched into the road to Dun Oren. A lot of them seemed to like that one. He'd already played it 4 times, and they still shouted for it. The trouble was that Matt was right, as far as he went. He was hungry, too, and he could not see how Hake could give them any trouble while the common room was full, and getting fuller. Every man who left was thrown out by Jack and Strom. 2 came in from the street. They shouted for the juggling and for a particular tune, but mostly they were interested in drinking and fondling the serving maids. One man was different, though. He stood out in every way among the crowd and the dancing cartmen. Merchants apparently had no use for the rundown inn. There were not even any private dining rooms for them, as far as he could make out. Patrons were all rough-dressed, with the tough skin of men who labored in the sun and wind. This man was sleekly fleshly, with a soft look to his hands, and a velvet coat, and a dark green velvet cloak lined with blue silk was slung around his shoulders. All of his clothes had an expensive cut to them, Shoes, soft velvet slippers, not boots, were not made for the rutted streets of Four Kings, or for any streets at all, for that matter. He came in well after dark, shaking the rain off his cloak. As he looked around to twist a distaste on his mouth, scanned the room once, already turning to go, then suddenly gave a start at nothing Rand could see, and sat down at a table Jack and Strom had just emptied. The serving maid stopped at his table, then brought him a mug of wine, which he pushed to one side and never touched again. She seemed in a hurry to leave his table both times, though he did not try to touch her or even look at her. Whatever it was about him that made her uneasy, others who came close to him noticed it too. For all his soft look, whenever some callous-handed wagon driver decided to share his table, one glance was all it took to send the man looking elsewhere. He sat as if there were no one else in the room but him, and Rand, and Matt. Then he watched. Them he watched over steepled hands that glittered with a ring on each finger. He watched them with a smile of satisfied recognition. Rand murmured to Matt as they were changing places again, and Matt nodded. "I saw him," he muttered. "Who is he? I keep thinking I know him." Same thought had occurred to Rand, tickling the back of his memory. He could not bring it forward. Yet he was sure that face was one he had never seen before. When they had been performing for 2 hours, as near as Rand could estimate, he slipped the flute into its case. He and Matt gathered up their belongings. As they were stepping down from the low platform, hate came bustling up, anger twisting his narrow face. "It's time to eat," Rand said to forestall him, "and we don't want our things stolen. You want to tell the cook?" Hake hesitated, still angry, trying unsuccessfully to keep his eyes off what Rand held in his arms. Casually, Rand shifted his bundles so he could rest one hand on the sword. "Or you can try throwing us out." He made the emphasis deliberately, then added, "There's a lot of night left for us to play, yet. We have to keep our strength up if we're going to perform well enough to keep the crowd spending money. How long do you think this room will stay full if we fall over from hunger?" Hake's eyes twitched over the room full of men, putting money in his pocket. Then he turned and stuck his head through the door to the rear of the inn. "Feed 'em!" he shouted, rounded on Rand and Matt, snarled. "Don't be all night about it. I expect you up there till the last man's gone." Some of the patrons were shouting for the musician and the juggler, and Hake turned to soothe them. And the man in the velvet cloak was one of the anxious ones. Rand motioned Matt to follow. A stout door separated the kitchen from the front of the inn, and except when it opened to let a serving maid through, the rain pounding the roof was louder in the kitchen than the shouts from the common room. It was a big room, hot and steamy from stoves and ovens, with a huge table covered with half-prepared food and dishes ready to be served. Some of the serving maids sat clustered on a bench near the rear door, rubbing their feet and chattering away all at once with a fat cook, who talked back at the same time and waved a big spoon to emphasize her points. They all glanced up as Rand and Matt came in, but did not slow their conversation or stop their foot rubbing. "We ought to get out of here while we have the chance," Rand said softly, but Matt shook his head, his eyes fixed on the 2 plates the cook was filling with beef and potatoes and peas. She hardly looked at the 2 of them, keeping her talk with the other women, while she pushed things aside on the table with her elbows to set the plates down, adding forks. "After we eat, it's time enough." Matt slid onto a bench and began using his fork as if it were a shovel. Rand sighed, but he was right behind Matt. He had only a butt end of bread to eat since that night before. His belly felt as empty as a beggar's purse, and the cooking smells that filled the kitchen did not help. He quickly had his mouth full, though Matt was getting his plate refilled by the cook before he had finished half of his. He did not mean to eavesdrop on the woman's talk, but some of the words reached out and grabbed him. Sounds crazy to me. Crazy or not, it's what I hear. He went to half the inns in town before he came here. Just walked in, looked around, and walked out without saying one word, even at the Royal Inn, like it wasn't raining at all. Maybe he thought here was the most comfortable. That brought gales of laughter. What I hear is he didn't even get to Four Kings till after nightfall, and his horses blowing like they'd been pushed hard. Where'd he come from to get caught out after dark? Nobody but a fool or a madman travels anywhere and plans it that badly. Well, maybe he's a fool, but he's a rich one. I hear he even has another carriage for his servants and baggage. There's money there. Mark my words. Did you see that cloak of his? I wouldn't mind having that my own self. He's a little plump for my taste, but I always say a man can't be too fat if enough gold comes with it. They all doubled over, giggling, and the cook threw back her head and roared with laughter. Rand dropped his fork and his plate. A thought he did not like bubbled in his head. "I'll be back in a minute," he said. Matt barely nodded, stuffing a piece of potato in his mouth. Rand picked up his sword belt along with his cloak as he stood and buckled it around his waist on the way to the back door. No one paid him any mind. The rain was bucketing down. He swung his cloak around his shoulders and pulled the hood over his head, holding the cloak closed as he trotted across the stable yard. A curtain of water hid everything except when lightning flashed, but he found what he was hunting. The horses had been taken to the stable, but the two black lacquered carriages glistened wetly outside. Thunder grumbled, and a bolt of lightning streaked above the inn. In the brief burst of light, he made out a name in gold script on the coach doors. Howell Goad. Unmindful of the rain beating at him, he stood staring at the name he could no longer see. He remembered where he had last seen black lacquered coaches with their owners, names on the door, and sleek, overfed men in silk-lined velvet cloaks and velvet slippers. Whitebridge. A Whitebridge merchant could have a perfectly legitimate reason to be on his way to Camelin. A reason that sends him to half the inns in town before he chooses the one where you are. A reason that makes him look at you as if he's found what he's searching for. Rand shivered, and suddenly he was aware of rain trickling down his back. His cloak was tightly woven, but it had never been meant to stand up to this kind of downpour. He hurried back to the inn, splashing through deepened puzzles. Jack blocked the door as he started through. Well, well, well! Out here alone in the dark! Dark's dangerous, boy! Rain slicked Rand's own hair across his forehead. The stable yard was empty except for them. He wondered if Hake had decided he wanted the sword and the flute badly enough to forego keeping the crowd in the common room. Brushing water out of his eyes with one hand, he put the other on his sword. Even wet, the knobby leather made a sheer grip for his fingers. Has Hake decided all those men will stay just for his ale instead of going where there's entertainment too? If he has, we'll call the meal even for what we've done so far and be on our way. Dry in the doorway, the big man looked out at the rain and snorted, "In this?" His eyes slid down to Rand's hand on the sword. "You know, me and Strom got a bet. Figures you stole that from our old grandmother. Me, I figure your grandmother'd kick you around the pig pen and hang you out to dry." He grinned. His teeth were crooked and yellow, and the grin made him look even meaner. "Night's long yet, boy." Rand but rushed past him, and Jake led him by with an ugly chuckle. Inside, he tossed off his cloak and dropped on the bench at the table he had left only minutes before. Matt was done with his second plate and working on a third, eating more slowly now, but intently, as if he planned to finish every bite if it killed him. Jack took up a place by the door to the stable yard, leaning against the wall and watching them. Even the cook seemed to feel no urge to talk with him there. "He's from Whitebridge," Rand said softly. There was no need to say who he was. Matt's head swiveled toward him, a piece of beef on the end of the fork suspended halfway to his mouth. Conscious of Jack watching, Rand stirred the food on his plate. He could not have gotten a mouthful down if he had been starving, but he tried to pretend an interest in the peas as he told Matt about the carriages and what the woman had said, in case Matt had not been listening. Obviously he had been. Matt blinked in surprise and whistled between his teeth, then frowned at the meat on his fork and grunted as he tossed the fork onto his plate. Rand wished he would make at least an effort to be circumspect. After all, Matt said when he finished, the creases in Matt's forehead a dark friend. Maybe, I don't know. Rand glanced at Jack, and the big man stretched elaborately, shrugging shoulders as big as any blacksmith's. Do you think you can get past him? Not without him making enough noise to bring Hake and the other one. I knew we should never have stopped here. Rand gaped, but before he could say anything, Hake pushed through the door from the common room. Strom bulked large over his shoulders. Jack stepped in front of the back door. You gonna eat all night? Hake barked. I didn't feed you so you could lie around out here. Rand looked at his friend. Later, Matt mouthed, and they gathered their things under the watchful eyes of Hake, Strom, and Jack. In the common room, cries for juggling and the names of tunes burst through the clamor as soon as Rand and Matt appeared. The man in the velvet cloak, Howl Goad, still appeared to ignore everyone around him, but he was nonetheless seated on the edge of his chair. At the sight of them, he leaned back, satisfied smile returning to his lips. Rand took the first turn at the front of the dais, playing Drawing Water from the Well, with only half his mind on it. No one seemed to notice the few wrong notes. He tried to think of how they were going to get away, and tried to avoid looking at Goad, too. If he was after them, there's no point in letting him know they knew it. Fucking ads! Oh, I just don't believe it. Ads! Added ads! Added ads! Dad 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 ads! They're all fucking dead! 'Cause I killed them. You know what I did? I erased them from existence. I can successfully say I've written 513 words into Chapter 7. Fuck yeah, Queen! Hell yeah, I believe in you. Let's fucking go. Scoozy. But yeah, I'm like trying to remember your story, Queen. Oof. Oof. Eef. Yeah. I'm sure as soon as I start to read it, I'll remember. No, I don't remember anything until I start reading it, Queen. Like, watch. I'll go here. I'm trying to fucking remember. Okay, let's just go back to the beginning of the chapter. That'll probably get my thing. Wait, this is a different character. It's not the main character. Shit. It's not Yvain. Yvain, who I was thinking of. Okay, I think the reason is because your story is similar to Country Girls, that I was like mixing them together with like the like Succession, right? I'm sorry, Queen. Character's running from something, right? Yeah. Yes, I'm so sorry, Queen. I'm so bad. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm like, this isn't reminding me of anything. She's on like, she's going to another country, right? I'm trying so hard. I'm trying to remember lore, I'm trying to remember characters, I'm trying to remember... Her dad's a piece of shit, right? He doesn't like her. No one's ever liked her, right? She's like the discarded child, right? Nox is a she. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Queen. I feel like a piece of shit. I'm so sorry! Oh my god, I feel so bad now. I'm like, I'm just gonna go, I'm gonna read a couple sentences and be like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, no, oh yeah, I remember that. Apparently not. Queen, I'm gonna blame it on me just being sick, okay? I'm just gonna blame it on me being sick. I'm a piece of shit. I can't think straight right now. I'm gonna go do a shit ton of research, And I'm gonna come back and be like, oh yeah, shit, I remembered. Oh yeah, that's right. No, I was having a brain fart. Don't worry about it. I know exactly what's going on. Ruffles through notes. Right, yeah, of course. Exactly. Yeah, see, I'm smart, guys. This isn't pre-recorded. Research. As in read on stream. No, Queen! I was just gonna go back and watch the VOD of me reading it. I wasn't even gonna go as far as reading it myself again. I wouldn't even put that much effort into it. You lazy as fuck. I am lazy as fuck. I'm a lazy ass piece of shit. Fuck that. If I can procrastinate and get away with it, I fucking will. That is why the pool from the 24-hour stream at the beginning of July is still in the corner of my room. Because I'm lazy as fuck, and it's not harming anyone. I don't go over there. I don't give a fuck. Too much work. Anyways, we should get back to the book, right? If we want to be, let's say, on time, in case Electrancy decides to pop in with their story somewhere. Or they did and I completely missed it. I have no fucking idea. I could not find it. I would love to read it, though. But anyways. Hey, fuck! I'm tired, guys. I'm fucking tired and hungry. I'm so tired and so hungry. But you know what? We get through the chapter and we're good to go. You never realized before what a good trap an inn made. Hake, Jack, and Strom did not even have to keep a close eye on them. The crowd would let them know if he or Matt left the dais. As long as the common room was full of people, Hake could not send Jack and Strom after them. But as long as the common room was full of people, they could not get away without Hake knowing. And Goad was watching their every move, too. It was so funny he would have laughed if he had not been on the point of throwing up. They would just have to be wary and wait their chance. When he changed places with Matt, Rand groaned to himself. Matt glared at Hake, at Strom, at Jack, without a care to whether they noticed or wondered why. When he was not actually handling the balls, his hand rested under his coat. Rand hissed at him, but he paid no attention. If Hake saw that ruby, he might not wait until they were alone. If the men in the common room saw it, half of them might join in with Hake. Worst of all, Matt stared at the Whitebridge merchant. Fucking Matt, giving everything away! The dark friend. Twice as hard as at anyone else, and Goad noticed. There's no way he could avoid noticing, but it did not disturb his aplomb in the least. His smile deepened, if anything, and he nodded to Matt as if an old acquaintance. Then looked at Rand and raised a questioning eyebrow. Rand did not want to know what the question was. He tried to avoid looking at the man, but he knew it was too late for that. Too late. Too late again. Only one thing seemed to shake the velvet-cloaked man's equilibrium. Rand's sword. He had left it on. 2 or 3 men staggered up to ask if he thought his playing was so bad that he needed protection, but none of them had noticed the heron on the hilt. Goad noticed. His pale hands clenched, and he frowned at the sword for a long time before his smile came back. When it did, it was not as sure as before. One good thing at least, Rand thought. If he believes I can live up to the heron mark, maybe he'll leave us alone. Then all we have to do is worry about his hake and his bullies. Hardly a comforting thought. And sword or no sword, Goad kept watching and smiling. To Rand, the night seemed to last a year. All those eyes looking at him. Hake and Jack and Strom like vultures watching a sheep caught in a bog. Goad waiting like something even worse. He began to think that everybody in the room was watching with some hidden motive. Sour wine fumes and stench of dirty, sweating bodies made his head swim, and the din of voices beat at him till eyes blurred, and even the sound of his own flute scratched at his ears. The crash of the thunder seemed to be inside his skull. Weariness hung on him like an iron weight. Eventually, the need to be up at the dawn began to pull men reluctantly out of the dark into the dark. A farmer had only himself to answer to, but merchants were notoriously unfeeling about hangovers when they were paying drivers' wages. Small hours, the common room slowly emptied as even those who had rooms above stairs staggered off to find their beds. Goad was the last patron. When Rand reached for the leather flute case, yawning, Goad stood up and slung his cloak over his arm. The serving maids were cleaning up, muttering among themselves about the mess of spilled wine and broken crockery. Hake was locking the front door with a big key. Goad, concerned, cornered Hake for a moment, and Hake called one of the women to show him to a room. The velvet-cloaked man gave Matt and Rand a knowing smile before he disappeared upstairs. Hake was looking at Rand and Matt. Jack and Strom stood at his shoulders. Rand hastily finished hanging his things from his shoulders, holding them all awkwardly behind him with his left hand so he could reach his sword. He made no move toward it, but he wanted to know it was ready. He suppressed a yawn. How tired he was something they should not know. Matt shouldered his brow and a few other belongings awkwardly, but he put his hand under his coat as he watched Hake and his toughs approach. Hake was carrying an oil lamp, and to Rand's surprise, he gave a little bow and gestured to a side door with it. "Your pallets are this way." Only a slight twist of his lips spoiled his act. Matt thrust his chin out at Jack and Strom. "You need those two to show us our beds?" "I'm a man of property," Hake said, smoothing the front of his soiled apron. "And a man of property can't be too careful." A crash of thunder rattled the windows, and he glanced significantly at the ceiling, and gave them a toothy grin. "You want to see your beds or not?" Rand wondered what would happen if he said they wanted to leave. I try to help. It's about a girl that had become queen at 11 because her parents were killed. She received part of her shadow. Oh my god, all I needed was the word shadow. Oh my god, that's right. The ceremony, her shadow, everything. Oh my god, okay, yes. The shadow. That's what I was missing, Queen. That's what made me think it was like kind of like the ceremony and everything like that. Like her coming of age rites. My shadow is like Peter Pan's shadow. Yeah, okay. Her parents were killed. She received part of her shadow that night, and in the last 7 years, she hasn't been able to learn control over her powers. Her family friend Willow promised to help her. Right, and then Willow never shows up. Willow's a fucking bitch, but we don't know what's going on in the background. But, yeah. Okay, yeah, it's all coming to me now. See, I needed like 3 words. I needed shadow, Willow, and Queen. And I think I would have got your entire story. I just needed those key words to spark my memory, but now it's all coming back to me. And Theo are always gonna try to stop King Athol's. Right, King Athol's a piece of shit! The person that killed her parents. Yes. Yes. Okay. It's all coming back now. It's all coming back now. See, my memory works on keywords like a search function. It's kind of fucked up. Yeah, you left off with Nox traveling there, and he got attacked by gloomhounds, and he passed out in a meadow. Okay. Rand wondered what would happen if they said he wanted to leave. You really did know more about using a sword than a few exercises Lan showed you. Lead the way, he said, trying to make his voice hard. I don't like having anybody behind me. Woot, you remembered though. Yeah, see, I told you, Queen, I would remember. I needed a hint. I needed a spark. Right? A tiny piece of the puzzle. That's why I was reading through this. I'm like, well, none of this has anything to do with the main story. Why can't I remember anything? But yeah, no. The shadow is definitely the main thing. Like, this is the worst chapter to try and be like, remember everything, right? But once I pull that file up, boom, it's there. Secretly, I'm reading your story off stream. Like, on the other screen. Like, it's like up right now, and I'm like side-eyeing reading the book and reading your story at the same time. Strom snickered, but Hake nodded placidly and turned toward the side door, and the two big men swaggered after him, taking a deep breath. Rand gave a wistful glance at the door to the kitchen. If Hake had already locked the back door, running now would only begin what he was hoping to avoid. Followed the innkeeper glumly. The side of the door he hesitated, and Matt crowded into his back. The reason for Hake's lamp was apparent. The door led into a hall as black as pitch. Only the lamp Hake carried silhouetted Jack and Strom. Gave him the courage to keep on. If they turned, he would know. And do what? The floor creaked under his boots. The hall ended in a rough, unpainted door. He had not seen if there were any other doors along the way. Hake and his bullies went through. He followed quickly before they could have a chance to set up a trap. But Hake merely lifted the lamp high and gestured to the room. Here it is. An old storeroom, he'd called it. By the look of it, not used in some time. Weathered barrels and broken crates filled half the floor. Steady drips fell from more than one place on the ceiling, and a broken pane in the filthy window let the rain blow in freely. Unidentifiable odds and ends littered the shelves, and thick dust covered almost everything. I am back! My computer went haywire. Oh, that's not good, Electric. So you talk about viruses and your computer just freaks out anyways. It's not a good thing to talk about. But welcome back, Electrancy. I was wondering if you were here because I saw that you entered the Discord, but you didn't post your story. It was Edge. Microsoft Edge. Edge me more, mommy. I mean, what? Undefinable odds and ends littered the shelves, and thick dust covered almost everything. The presence of the promised pallets was a surprise. Sword makes him nervous. He won't try anything until we're sound asleep. Rand had no intention of sleeping under Hake's roof. As soon as the innkeeper left, he intended to be out the window. It'll do, he said. Kept his eyes on Hake, wary for a signal that the two grinning men at the innkeeper's side. It was an effort not to wet his lips. Leave the lamp, Hake grunted, but pushed the lamp onto a shelf. He hesitated, looked at them, and Rand was sure he was about to give the word for Jack and Strom to jump them, but his eyes went to Rand's sword with a calculating frown, and he jerked his head at the two big men. Surprise flashed across their broad faces, but he followed them out of the room without a backward glance. Rand waited for the creak of their footsteps to fade away, then counted to 50 before sticking his head into the hall. The blackness was broken only by a rectangle of light that seemed as distant as the moon. The door to the common room. As he pulled in his head, something big moved in the darkness near the far door. Jack or Strom standing guard. Quick examination of the door told him all he needed to know. Little of it good. The boards were thick and stout, but there was no lock, and no bar on the inside. It did open into the room, though. I thought they were going for us, Matt said. What are they waiting for? He had the dagger out, gripped in a white-knuckled fist. Lamplight flickered on the blade. His bow and quiver lay forgotten on the floor. For us to go to sleep, Rand stated, rummaging through the barrels and crates. Help me find something to block the door. Why? You don't really intend to sleep here, do you? Let's get out the window and gone. I'd rather be wet than dead. True. One of them is at the end of the hall. We make any noise, and they'll be down on us before we can blink. Think Hake would rather face us awake than risk letting us get away. Muttering, Matt joined his search, but there was nothing useful in any of the litter on the floor. The barrels were empty, crates splintered, and the whole lot of them piled in front of the door would not stop anyone from coming in. Then something familiar on a shelf caught Rand's eye. 2 splitting wedges, covered with rust and dust. He took them down with a grin. Hastily, he shoved them under the door, and, when the next roll of thunder rattled the inn, drove them in with 2 quick kicks of his heel. The thunder faded, and he held his breath, listening. All he heard was the rain pounding on the roof. No floorboards creaking under running feet. The window, he said. It had not been opened in years. From the dirt crusted around it, they strained together, pushing up with all their might. Rand's knees wobbled before the sash budged. It groaned with each reluctant inch. When the opening was wide enough for them to slip through, he crouched, then stopped. Blood and ashes, Matt growled. No wonder Hake wasn't worried about us slipping out. Iron bars and an iron frame glistened wetly in the light above the lamp. From the lamp, Rand pushed at them. They were solid as a boulder. I saw something, Matt said. He pawed hurriedly through the litter on the shelves and came back with a rusty crowbar. He rammed the end of it under the iron frame in one side, and Rand winced. Remember the noise, Matt? Matt grimaced and muttered under his breath, but he waited. Rand put his hands on the crowbar. Oof. And tried to find good footing on the growing puddle of water under the window. Thunder rolled and he heaved. With a tortured squeal of nails that made the hairs lift on Rand's neck, frame shifted, 1/4 of an inch, if that. Timing themselves to peals of thunder and lightning cracks, they heaved on the crowbar again and again. Nothing. 1/4 of an inch. Nothing. Hair's breadth. Nothing. Nothing. Suddenly, Rand's feet slipped in the water and they crashed to the floor. The crowbar clattered against the bars like a gong. He lay in a puddle holding his breath and listening. Silence but for the rain. Matt nursed bruised knuckles and glared at him. We'll never get this out at this rate. Iron frame was pushed out from the window, not quite far enough to get 2 fingers under it. Dozens of thick nails crossed the narrow opening. Just have to keep trying, Rand said, getting up. But as he set the crowbar under the edge of the frame, the door creaked as someone tried to open it. Splitting wedges held it shut. He exchanged a worried look with Matt. Matt pulled the dagger out again. The door gave another skreek. Rand took a deep breath and tried to make his voice steady. Go away, Hake. We're trying to sleep. Fear you mistake me. The voice was so sleek and full of itself that it named its owner. Howell glowed. Master Hake and his minions will not trouble us. They sleep soundly, and in the morning they will only be able to wonder where you vanished to. Let me in, my young friends. We must talk. We don't have anything to talk to you about, Matt said. Go away and let us sleep. Goat's chuckle was nasty. Of course we have things to talk about. You know that as well as I. I saw it in your eyes. I know what you are. Perhaps better than you do. I can feel it coming from you in waves. Already, you halfway belong to my master. Stop running and accept it. Things will be so much easier for you. If the Tarvalon hags find you, you'll wish you could cut your own throat before they are done. But you won't be able to. Only my master can protect you from them. Rand swallowed hard. We don't know what you're talking about. Leave us alone. Floorboards in the hall squeaked. Goad was not alone. How many men could he have thought brought in 2 carriages? Stop being foolish, my young friends. You know very well. The great Lord of the Dark has marked you for his own. It is written that when he awakes, the new Dreadlords will be there to praise him. You must be 2 of them. Else I would not have been sent to find you. Think of it. Life everlasting and power beyond dreams. His voice was thick with hunger for that power himself. Rand glanced back at the window just as lightning split the sky, and he almost groaned. The brief flash of light showed men outside, men ignoring the rain that drenched them as they stood watching the window. I tire of this, Goad announced. You will submit to my master, to your master, or you will be made to submit. That would not be pleasant for you. The great Lord of the Dark rules death, and he can give life in death or death in life as he chooses. Open this door. One way or another, your running isn't at an end. Open it, I say. He must have said something else, too, for suddenly a heavy boot thudded against the door. It shivered, and the wedges slid a fraction of an inch, with a grade of dust rubbing off the wood. Again and again the door trembled as bodies hurled themselves at it. Sometimes the wedges held, sometimes they slid another tiny bit, and tiny bit, and the door crept inexorably inward. Holy shit, another ad? God damn. God damn! They're trying to kill me with ads, guys! I don't trust them! These ads, these so-called ads, they're just subliminal messages written to make you do things that you don't need to, right? Did you know that food and oxygen are actually an addiction and you can wean yourself off of them slowly? Yeah, I read it in a book. Isn't that epic? Are we back from the ads? Let's go, give me ads, I need ads right now. Right now, we need ads. I mean, what? Ads are bad. Some content. Ads are bad. Don't do ads. Ads are bad. All right. Submit, Goad demanded from the hall, or spend eternity wishing that you had. If we don't have any choice, Matt licked his lips under Rand's stare. His eyes darted like the eyes of a badger in a trap. His face was pale, and he panted as he spoke. We could say yes, and then get away later. Blood and ashes. Rand, there's no way out. The words seemed to drift to Rand through wool stuffed in his ears. No way out. Thunder muttered overhead and was drowned in a slash of lightning. Have to find a way out. Goad called to them, demanding, appealing. The door slid another inch toward being open. A way out. Light filled the room, flooding vision. The air roared and burned. Rand felt himself picked up and dashed against the wall. He slid down in a heap, ears ringing, and every hair on his body trying to stand on end. Dazed, he staggered to his feet. His knees wobbled, and he put a hand against the wall to steady himself. He looked around in amazement. The lamp, laying on its side on the edge of one of the few shelves still clinging to the walls, still burned and gave light. All the barrels and crates, some blackened and smoldering, lay toppled where they had been hurled. The window, bars and all, and most of the wall, too, had vanished, leaving a splintered hole. The roof sagged, and tendrils of smoke fought the rain around the jagged edges of the opening. The door hung off its hinges, jammed in a door frame at an angle slanting into the wall. Smokey, what's up, brother? How's it going today? How are you, Smoke-a-diety? Fuck, man. Oh, God, I told you guys Smokey would show up just to see my ass hanging out. How are you today, Smokey? How's it going, man? How's your morning treating you? We have daylight savings, so, you know, we're technically an hour later. So it's still like 7 o'clock for you, right? Or like 6 in the morning? Or wait, no, it would be like, it's almost 7 in the morning, right? Or is it almost 8 in the morning? I don't know anymore. I lost track of everything, Smokey, sorry. I'm just really bad at this.
Nice try, better luck next time, fat ass. Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit streamer.
True. Oh. 7:30. Okay. So you didn't have daylight savings then? Or you did, because you're 7 hours ahead of me. So if it's 7:30, yeah, that would make sense. I was so fucked up yesterday because I felt so sick and I had like a massive headache. I didn't even realize it was daylight savings. Excuse me. With a feeling of woozy unreality, he stood the lamp up. It seemed the most important thing in the world was making sure it did not break. A pile of crates suddenly heaved apart, and Matt stood up in the middle of it. Weaved to his feet, blinking and fumbling at himself as if wondering if everything was still attached. Peered toward Rand. Rand, is that you? You're alive? I thought we were both... He broke off, biting his lip and shaking. It took Rand a moment to realize he was laughing, at the edge of hysteria. What happened? Matt, what happened? One last shiver racked Matt, and then he was still. Lightning, Rand. I was looking right at the window when it hit the bars. Lightning. I can't see Worth. He broke off, squinting at the aslant door, and his voice went sharp. Where's Goad? Smokey! See, Queen, you always get your wish. Smokey will show up when you least expect him to. Nothing moved in the dark corridor beyond the door of Goad and his companions. There was neither sign nor sound. Though anything could have laid in the blackness, Rand found himself hoping they were dead, but he would not have put his head into the hallway to find out for sure if he had been offered a crown. Nothing moved out of the night beyond where the wall had been, either, but others were up and about. Confused shouts came from above stairs in the pounding of running feet. Let's go while we can, Rand said, hastily helping separate their belongings from the rubble. He grabbed Matt's arm and half pulled, half guided his friend through the gaping hole into the night. Matt clutched his arm, stumbling beside him, with his head pushed forward in an effort to see. As the first rain hit Rand's face, lightning forked above the inn, and he came to a convulsive stop. Goad's men were still there, lying with their feet toward the opening. Pelted by the rain, their open eyes stared at the sky. What is it? Matt asked. Blood and ashes. I can hardly see my own bloody hand. Nothing, Rand said. Luck. The light's own. Is it? Shivering, he carefully guided Matt around the bodies. Just the lightning. There was no light save the lightning, and he stumbled in the ruts as they ran staggering away from the inn, with Matt almost hanging on him. Every stumble almost pulled them both down, but tottering, panting, they ran. Once he looked back, once before, the rain thickened to a deafening curtain that blotted the dancing cartman from sight. Lightning silhouetted the figure of a man at the back of the inn, a man shaking his fist at them, or at the sky, goad, or hate. He did not know, but either one was as bad as the other. The rain came in a deluge, isolating them in a wall of water. He hurried through the night, listening through the roar of the storm for the sound of pursuit. This is Eye of the World. We just hit chapter 33. Eye of the World. Book 1 of the Wheel of Time. By Robert Jordan. Look how far we are into it, guys. This is what we have left. This is what we've read. We're on page 522. Does that count? The hilt of the sword? It's been turned into a show, so kinda. Yeah, but the show is like... Rand is supposed to be the main character, but it seems like Nynaeve is the main character in the show. Because they have to feminize it. You can't have a strong fucking male lead anymore. Because it's sexist to have a male lead. Alright, well, Smokey. What do you think? Has my narrating voice improved? What happened to the PoE streams? It got boring. PoE got boring. I haven't even played, like, the intermittent acts with all the is lame and weak. I mean, that's true. No, I haven't played the new update, Queen. Like, we never got through, you know, we played through all of the new stuff. Well, okay, there's two updates. Power over Ethernet, True Electrency. We played, like, the new release, right? But we didn't play the update that changed Endgame, because we had just gotten to Endgame. But, Electrency, do you want to post your story? Because I really want to read it, but I don't know where you posted it. So I don't see it anywhere. But I'm probably blind. Read one of Queen's. Queen's writing a new one. Well, I mean like a new chapter. Like more. Oh, I said hi. Nobody said hello. Oh, in the Discord? I see you in the Discord, but I don't have, like, I need a link to your work so I can read it. Yeah, you can post it in there. You can post it anywhere you want. It doesn't really matter. I'm still outlining a different story. I haven't started writing that one yet, though. Always good to have backups, right? You guys must think, why the fuck Smokey come here? I'm so illiterate. Smokey, you can still learn. I usually read like one chapter depending upon how long it is, Electrency. Because, I mean, now that Smokey's here, I don't want to end the stream, but I really should, like, go to bed. Sorry, Smokey. I'm actually, like, fucking sick as balls. I don't know what Pages is. I know, sleep sucks, but guys, if I keep wearing myself out, I'm gonna be sick for like a week and a half. So I gotta make sure that I, like, don't exacerbate, my shit. You know mine are short enough if you wanted to do one chapter or something. Sean, we could do like 3 chapters of yours. Quan! Yo, what's up?
Thank you for following for $99.99.
Welcome, welcome.
I hope you are enjoying the stream less than
Hi, sweetie. The patron was just telling me you used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
You almost have caught up. Yeah, but I don't want to catch up, Sean. I want to be behind you so I can read all the way up until the story's done. I write long chapter. Same, Queen. Some of my chapters are like 8,000 words.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
Story is finished. Wait, you finished today, Sean? I thought you said you had one more chapter. And I wouldn't want to rush the end. I apparently have a chapter that's 10k words. My chapter 1 to my book is 9,800 words. About the same length as Cryogen. But chapter 61, and that's the last chapter. I posted it after your stream last night. Oh, okay, cool. So it is done. Sick. Hell yeah. I got PDF. Which channel? Just drop it in any channel. And, yeah. We'll be good. I'll only place it in the stream beta reading so everyone knows that it's there. Because things can get lost in the general chat. But it doesn't matter. I'm not strict with anything, so you can just kind of do whatever the fuck you want. I don't give two shits. Now, I'd love to see what another writer would do with what I wrote. That would be neat. True. Smokey knows. I don't give two shits about fuck. I'm just here. I'm just here being me, doing what I do. Which is fuck all. So I'm glad y'all are here to do fuck all with me. It's a good time.
Jingle bells.
You're a bell of jingles. Castle of caves. Ooh. Ooh. Excuses. How much is this? It's only 1,000 words. I'd love to read more Electrency, but like I really should go to bed. And this, like, this 1,000 words could take us like half an hour because I'm probably gonna be like throwing feedback at you consistently and going on tangents and shit. So let's just start with this and see where we go. But I stream every single day, same time, so you know, always feel free to come back and we'll do the rest of the chapters.
When do you go back to work?
Smokey, whenever the fuck I want to. At this point, I don't want to. Yeah. Ooh. We'll see. We'll see. Anyways, Chapter 1, Electrency. An unprecedented motivation. Ooh. Fancy. Okay. Weirest Weirstanians? Weirstanians built the ominous space castle as their beacon of strength. After all, they were the most feared beings in the galaxy. The great empire of Wahirastenia had access to endless resources and recruited more soldiers than the grains of sand on Weirapantai. Close enough. My coochie's hairy! What is this? No, I need to know. What does this say, Mike? Toke! Okay, Toke. Toke. Okay, Toke. Toke. Don't sell me short, Smokey. I know what I'm doing, okay? Your mom taught me. I mean, what? Well, Queen, looking good. That ass be shaking, girl. Let's go. Alright, are you ready, Smokey? Are you ready? The voice note prank. Oh yeah, you bastard, my coochie's Harry. You definitely got me with it. I'm such an idiot. Fuck! Yes, bruv. Okay, 3, 2, 1, Toke! I can never win, guys. I try. And I try. And I try. But I just can't get no satisfaction. I mean, what? Alright. Whew. Warpantai. I can't get no! Such a good song. True. Their home planet. It was easy to see why nobody dared to wage war with the Weirstanians. For 7 millennia, approximately 6,789 Weirapantai years, of course. This all changed when a species called the Tarantuhans built the Arcosphere. I'm just gonna say, having really long names like that, like, it's totally a stylistic choice for you, but it's like, long names, especially at the beginning like that, tend to turn people off. I like it, though. I'm a huge fan of throw everything at me. A massive planet-sized orbital station with an agricultural surface and a breathable atmosphere. The Tarantuhans first used the Arcosphere to capture organisms from dying planets in a region of space called Giri Minor, located on the outskirts of the Arcos system. But then, while attempting to migrate a species, they discovered the Arcosphere had a darker, more experimental side. True! Oh god, stop throwing snowballs at me! Fuck! Ah! Queen, why are you so mean to me? Ah! Fuck, guys! Queen's being mean to me! Ah! fair. Fuck! God damn. It's like having a snowball in League of Legends. And you throw it at your ADC when you're the support. And then they just let you die. And you're like, what'd you do that for? And you're like, you throw a snowball at me. I was like, I was just having fun. Well, yeah, so am I. Throw sticks and stones. That's okay, Smokey. Sticks and stones can't hurt my bones. Only words can damage me. Retarded, ain't you? Shut up, Smokey. I'm smarter than half of the people you know. The Whitakers. It can also obliterate uninhabited planets. With this discovery, they turned their attention to the vast uninhabited desert linchpin planet of Geary Minor. A linchpin planet, as they called it, was a very special type of planet unlike any other. How dare you? I mean, I'm spitting truth here, Smokey. I'm spitting truth, okay? You don't like it? Can't take the heat? Get the fuck out the kitchen. The Taurean Tuhans first learned of linchpin planets while running advanced computer simulations that plotted the position and relative hypervelocities of every known mass in the observable universe. Timmy would F you up. Dude, I would be so scared of Timmy because he would probably try to bite my eyes out. Like, he would probably just eat my glasses. And he wouldn't even know what was going on. He'd be like a fucking chimpanzee. I was just having fun, bro. I didn't know what I did. Walking into the courtroom.
I'm sure he is harmless.
No, he has a fucking temper. That's like Timmy's biggest problem is he has a fucking temper. We need to get him on steroids, man.
Thank you for redeeming chair dance.
He'll get like,
now dance for you.
we need to get Timmy fucking jacked, bro. He needs to be like fucking the Mountain and just like walk over you. And then he'll know that no one can beat him up. Can you guys hear my chair crunching? Like, I don't think that's good.
Keep dancing, bitch.
You know?
Over yet.
Like, it didn't used to do that. I don't think that's good. I'm scared one of these days this is gonna well, fucking thing is just gonna come down on me. Until then, we abuse the fuck out of this chair. I mean, for a 14-year-old chair, it's pretty damn epic, I can tell you that.
You can rest now, babe.
Thanks, Smokey. You're such a gem. You're so kind to me, Smokey. I love it. This technology allowed the Taurean Tuhans to simulate universes so accurately that they were equivalent to alternate universes. 14 years of farts, nice, exactly. However, no simulation is entirely accurate since there is always a limitation to what can be known. A simulation's relevance to the real universe reduces as the simulation progresses. It gets worse every time Smokey does chair dance. His weight is there in spirit, ruining everything, so he owes you a new chair. Start spending bits, Smokey. Yeah, Smokey, I need at least 17 bits a day from you for like the next 8 hours. I think that's fair. I have never redeemed before. You must have a lot of points then, Smokey. You should do like a read me now emote. Or redeem. And then say, haha, I don't have anything to read, fucking bitch. And then spam it till you have no points. That's the best way to do it. Eventually forming a fabricated alternate universe. The Torana Tuhans knew this fact so well they had models which calculated the probability of a fabrication given a simulation's runtime. The Turanan Tuhans also had enormous difficulty simulating chaotic masses such as
You are in for
living
it now,
matter.
sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what
God
happens
damn
next.
it, Smokey. I'm sure you have more points on Kick. You're getting under my nerves, Smokey. This is not a good thing. It will not be a good time for you. I would trust you that, okay? So what I need from you, sir, is you to take a deep breath. Okay? You need to sit back. You need to take a deep breath. And then you need to pull out your wallet, okay? And inside your wallet there should be a card. It don't matter what color card it is. Take that card out and flip it on its back. And I need the 3 numbers on the back of that card. It is very simple, sir. I cannot understand why you do not understand what you must do. I do not know how to say it more simply. You take out your wallet,
This
you
my
know how
sexy
to do
librarian.
this.
You can put
Yes.
those sweet sight setters
You
back
can
in
take
place,
out
son.
your wallet. Never fear, Rigma is here. I don't got a wallet, I steal other people's. L ad. Or no, it is a ad. What would we ever do without the ad? Or the fuck. Fuck me, a buddy guy. We not getting through this ad very clearly. I can tell you right now, there is no one watching that ad. Because you are all subscribed to me. Because I go onto my ghost account and then I give myself subs so that my viewers will all be subscribers, so that it looks like I have people in my community that give subs. And then that will encourage people to give subs, but no one ever does give subs, so I am just spending my own money keeping my community subbed. So it is a long-term investment that I can do for about 8 more days.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat.
Oh,
Do not move
god damn it, a Smokey. I don't have any more weed.
another toke.
I don't know what to tell you. All my weed is gone. Not too sure what you just said, my headset turned off. Smokey, you can shut the fuck up, okay, Smokey? I don't want to hear you complain about my stream because of your headphones. Complain about my stream because of me. Because I can fix you, I cannot fix me. So don't give me advice that I can do and use. Give me advice I cannot use, then I can claim that I did something and it didn't work because I didn't do anything. Right? That will make total sense. And so I will say once again, Smokey, if you value our friendship that we have had on the phone for these last 10 minutes, you will take out your wallet and you will tell me the 3 numbers on the back of the card. That is all I need, sir. Then we can go on with our lives. But no. You'll keep stalling and you keep telling me no. And I am telling you, sir, no, you must do this. It is a not an if or but, it is a do. So you must. Do you understand? No, what? No, do not redeem. Why would you redeem? No, now do we have to start over again? No, do you not understand what the word redeem means? Oh my god, dude. This is not funny. We have been at this for almost 8 hours now. I cannot imagine how tired you are. Just do what I tell you, good sir. It is so simple. I cannot understand why you would not do this. It is unbelievable. 6:35:18 liar. Wait, what? Wait, what? Don't tell me how long my stream has been live for, Smokey. Okay, everyone ready? Everyone ready? Everyone ready? Everyone ready? Everyone ready? God damn it, Smokey, that means you. Tote. Okay, 3, 2, 1, tote! I always do too. Damn, Queen, you're hardcore. I love it. I always do 3. Damn, Smokey, you always one up someone else. You know how many I do? None. I'm AI. I'm fake. I'm not real. The Tirana Tuhans also had enormous difficulty simulating chaotic masses such as living matter. Every living entity required a separate simulation of its own, making the simulation of multicellular organisms a computational nightmare. Shut the fuck up and roll a joint. No, Smokey. I refuse. This constraint made Geary Minor the best candidate for the creation of alternate universes due to its primarily lifeless nature. Using the simulation technology, the Tirana Tuhans came to a startling realization about one linchpin planet in particular. They confirmed that the absence of this planet would trigger a chain reaction of gravitational forces so violent it could tear apart entire galaxies. I'm impatient, lol, so I take one while I have to wait. I ain't token. I had too much toke. I'm dying. I'm so hungry right now. I need to go eat food, guys. I was supposed to get off 40 minutes ago. But no, here I am, being a good streamer to my awesome audience and putting out the content that they want to see. Dance! Dance, monkey! You fucking dance! Woo, 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 woo. Ah, ah, woo, woo. Woo, woo, ah, ah. Dance! No, don't throw rocks at the monkey. No, it makes him dance if you throw rocks at him. Dance harder, monkey. Dance harder. It's kind of racist. It's not racist. I'm not talking about monkeys as in black people. I'm talking about monkeys as in the zoo. Is it racist to go to the zoo and laugh at a monkey that's dancing? No, it's speciest. Which is completely different than racist. Racist is within your own species. Speciest is beyond your own species. Right? It's like the opposite of interspecies love. You look like a racist. I mean, I did dress up as a South Park ghost. So, you know. Where is the pointy hat? It's definitely on my shelf. I know it's there somewhere. I'm not gonna do it. I was gonna roll up a piece of paper. I'm not gonna fucking do it. That might actually get me banned. That might actually get me banned. Oh man, I'm sorry. Okay, back to the story. They confirmed that the absence of this planet would trigger a chain reaction of gravitational forces so violent it could tear apart entire galaxies. some Toranan Tuhans speculated the chain reaction could ripple to the very edges of the observable universe. In many ways, it was the ultimate doomsday device for those civilizations seeking to avoid conflicts and war. The Torana Tuhans warned their spacefaring neighbors they would not be afraid to end all life if provoked. Why ain't you reading Queen's story? Sounds so interesting. Because she's not finished writing chapter 8, Smokey. Or chapter 7, sorry. As far as I know, she hasn't finished the chapter yet. That's why, Smokey. You know, stories don't just appear out of nowhere. You have to take the time to write them. It's not like you can just put in a prompt and have a story appear out of nowhere. Right? That would be crazy. Right? If you were just like, write me a story, and it was like, here's the story, and you're like, oh my god. The story would be like this.
I got to the store. It was closed. I took everything. Then.
Wow, is that mine? So it typos included, Smokey. Typos included. Hey, Hugo! How's it going? How are you, good sir? Welcome, welcome. How was your day today, Hugo? What are you up to, good sir? It's alright? Just alright? Having 2 a.m. coffee? Oh, damn, bro! Damn, bro, you down bad! 2 a.m. coffee? What are you doing to yourself? Damn, brother. I did until I figured out that's the reason why I was, yeah, it doesn't agree with me. Unfortunately, this was also the Torana Tuhans' undoing. Since the Torana Tuhans had not invented a means of traveling the multiverse, deploying their diabolical doomsday device would be an act of suicide. Moreover, the Torana Tuhans were unlikely to gain the ability for multiverse travel anytime soon, at least not without some intervention. In truth, the multiverse was a very tricky concept, even for the most advanced species in the universe. It relaxes me, it helps me get to sleep. Damn, how is it? Smells lovely, though, I must say. No, you smell lovely, Smokey. Don't ever forget it. No worries, man. Remember, I love a good smell of feet. I mean, what? I meant to say earth. I said earth, right? Yeah. Well. Fuck you, Smokey. Earth humans would probably... Oh shit. A woman is shopping in a grocery store. She picks up a half-gallon of skim milk, 2 loaves of white bread, 1 dozen organic eggs, and some carrots. She goes to the checkout line. You must be single, the clerk says. Amazed at the flattering insight of the clerk, the woman says, yes, I am. How could you tell? Because you're ugly. Oh my fucking god, I love it, Mike. I fucking love it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, that's fucked. Sorry, but we only tell racist jokes on Kick. Oh my god. Subversion of expectations. I'm like, where the fuck is this going? Is this gonna be like a carrot, like cucumber fucking joke? Nope. Nope. Oh, I love it. So true. I know, I'm ugly as fuck, and I'm gonna be single for the rest of my life. Unless I spend $12,000, I get breast implants, and, like, a tummy tuck, what the fuck is the one for your ass? Butt lift, Botox, hair transplant, yeah, Brazilian butt lift, yeah, oh, laser hair removal from the eyebrows down. Sold. It's only like $37,000 in total. Guys, it's only $37,000. Come on. Who makes less than $37,000 a month, right? Like, fucking losers, right? Like, Jesus. Who could ever imagine making less than $37,000 a month? Oh my god. Oh, what is the world coming to? A woman goes to the doctors complaining of stomach cramps. She gets sent off for some test and comes back a week later. Well, I hope you're ready for endless sleepless nights of crying and changing dirty nappies, the doctor said. Wow, you mean I'm pregnant? The woman replies, thrilled. No, you've got bowel cancer. Dark. Jesus. Jesus, I love it, Mike. Woof. Damn. Damn, son. Your stories are something else, Mike. You need to publish this shit, man. Absolutely heartbreaking. Oh. Yeah, I was probably right. This is probably going to take an hour to read this fucking thing. I'm sorry, Electrancy. Go straight to hell. Do not collect 200. Yes, exactly. In truth, the multiverse was a very tricky concept, even for the most advanced species in the universe. Earth humans would probably have you believe they can conceptualize the multiverse through their ability to comprehend 5D chess, or the many worlds interpretation of Schrodinger's cat. Nonetheless, the reality is far stranger than one would have you believe. Regardless, the fact remained that Torana Tuhos would never destroy their universe without access to the multiverse. To avert war, the Torana Tuhons elected to create a series of alternate universes, each containing a different version of events that could have occurred. Although the Torana Tuhons could create universes, they could not physically access their creations. Earth humans would probably use virtual reality as a good metaphor for this limitation. VR may seem very realistic, but it cannot replace reality for obvious reasons. For now, the Tehran. A few days after Christmas, a mother was working in the kitchen listening to her young son playing with his new electric train in the living room. She heard the train stop, and her son said, "All of you sons of bitches who want off, get the fuck off now, because this is the last stop. And all of you sons of bitches who are getting on, get your asses in the train." All right. I wonder where he heard that from. It wasn't me, surely. Surely it wasn't me! You know? Where'd he get that language from? Oh, his father, probably. No, from your son. What? 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 Ow! 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 Ah! If you know, you know. For now, the Tirana Tuhans used the alternate universes as a guide. They showed the Tirana Tuhans regions of space with safe bridges to actual alternate universes, where in the event of a cosmic cataclysm, the Tirana Tuhans would be provided an escape route, at least in theory. Astronomers on Earth would probably refer to these bridges as black holes, but it's perhaps worth noting that not all black holes are bridges. After acquiring this information, the Tirana Tuhans embarked on a mission. They sent countless vessels to scout these charted regions of space in hopes of revealing the safe bridges. Fuck me, excuse me. In hopes of revealing the safe bridges' exact locations and protecting them from potential enemies. Most vessel pilots belong to species that the Tirana Tuhans had captured long ago. Some of these species had been conspiring to escape for several generations, so when the pilots learned the location of the first safe bridge, they saw it as an opportunity to escape captivity. But this didn't happen. Instead, every attempt to flee resulted in obliteration before a ship could even reach the event horizon. The Tirana Tuhans had long suspected that safe bridges were only safe to approach in a vessel traveling at the speed of light relative to the tangent speed of the bridge singularity. However, no physical experiments had ever been done to validate this suspicion, and no simulations could be validated due to the chaotic nature of space near the bridge. Nevertheless, the reported analysis of the physical forces tearing the vessel apart as it approached the center of the bridge was evident enough. This was bad news because the Tirana Tuhans, I'm never going to get that right, did not have the technology to accelerate their vessels to light speed. Instead, they relied heavily on relative hypervelocities and gravitational slingshots to travel through space. For the Tirana Tuhans to achieve light speed relative to the tangent of a bridge singularity, it would require insanely precise timing, down to the Planck second. The Tirana Tuhans acknowledged the evidence of this history and developed spies throughout the Arco system, instructed to find a species with access to Planck-scale technology. In time, a few spies corroborated the existence of a species called the Nethinim, fortified by the Wahiristanian space castle on Wahir-Pantai. Acting in haste, the Tirana Tuhans repositioned the Arcosphere to orbit Wahir-Pantai and began broadcasting an unfriendly radio message to the Wahiristanian inhabitants. Give us your space castle, or we will take it by force. Damn. Damn. First thing I will say is a lot of people that write science fiction don't lean into the audience that reads science fiction. And they'll try to bring things down to a layman's level. I am so glad you did not do that. If you're reading science fiction, you should have at least some understanding of technology, of physics, of, like, the universe, right? It's like inherent knowledge of someone who's reading the genre. And you leaned heavily into that instead of, like, beating around the bush about it. You were just like, nope, we're going straight into fucking all of the theories. We're going straight into the multiverse. we're showing you exactly how deep this story is. And you're not gonna cater to normies because they might pick up your book. You're gonna go hard and become a pure sci-fi. And fuck yeah, love it. Yeah, I hate that too, to be honest. Yeah, because it's like you're saturating down the genre in order to gain a larger audience, which dilutes the entire story around what science fiction readers are looking for, right? At least in my opinion. Because when I read science fiction, I wanna be able to understand, like, I want the author to be able to have understood enough about physics on even like a layman's. Like, I just like to research things. I love quantum mechanics. My dad's huge into it. I love talking about that kind of stuff. I believe consciousness is fundamental to the universe, and everything spreads off of that, which makes, you know, the difference in the understanding that there could never be a unifying theory of quantum mechanics and normal general relativity, because they are two different, like, essences and sides of the same coin. So it's like, there's not one unifying theory of everything that would explain everything. You have to have them individually on each side. That's what I believe. And I also believe that humans don't have the mind to understand that. But when I look at, like, interpretation of a piece of technology, and I go, yeah, I can see exactly how that goes. Yep, you've been using, you know, you've been experimenting with alternate realities in simulations, so you basically have time in the palm of your hand, so eventually you're going to figure things out. And even if they're slightly off, you experiment with them and you learn from it. And even putting in, like, limitations. Limitations are the most important and the most underrated thing. It is not your magic system or your science system itself that is fascinating. It is the limitations that that system has. The rules that you've put on it. The way that you have to manipulate it in order to solve problems. That is what makes it interesting and deep, right? And then having this conflict always looming in the background, like we have this faked out, mutually assured destruction, and we're just hoping our enemies aren't smart enough to figure it out. And it literally immediately made me think of the Asgard from Stargate SG-1, and they're like to the Goa'uld, guys, just stop doing that, we're really nice, we're not gonna destroy you. Meanwhile, the Asgard are like, oh fuck, the replicators took another home planet, oh fuck. Bluffing their way through fucking everything. I absolutely fucking love that, because it shows that even as it's so advanced in everything, you still have more heights to conquer. No matter how high you go, there's always something else to reach. So, I fucking love this, because you didn't hold any punches, you got right into it, you gave us a story to follow, and then expanded how that story is going to be impacted, and then left us off with, boom, here's the conflict. Deal with it. Hell yeah. But anyways, hope you enjoyed the feedback. Hopefully it was helpful in a way. Sometimes I just, you know, I'm so entranced in it. It's like I'm trying to find something that I'm like, what's the smallest tiny thing you could add in here to, like, emphasize something? And it's like, I don't even know if I can think of something. Like, the beats are so fast through it. I'm trying to find and see. I don't think adding, and then I'm like, what could you remove? Right? I mean, there's maybe some, like, extra things you could like remove, but it's like every time you're building more layers on top of it. So it's to a layman it's repetition, to an experienced person it's nuance. And you're basically stating, oh, this happens, but if this and this, then this happens. And it's like, oh yeah, okay, I see what you're doing. And that was like the difference of like not being able to necessarily simulate human life in multi-celled organisms because it takes so much computing power because of the difference in outcomes that it would create. And to me, that shows that at least you have a basic understanding of our thought of what the multiverse might be, or what it could be, or the possibilities of it, and how it all ties together, which I love, because a lot of people who do sci-fi are more interested in spaceships than they are, like, breaking the fabric of space and time, and, like, gaining interdimensional travel, shedding physical bodies, and stuff like that. I'm glad you get it. That's why I was like, this is why I should do beta reading, because when I read people's stories, they're like, oh my god, you got that thing that I didn't think anyone would get, because it's like, you know, you have to actually put effort into reading the story and all together. That's all I'll say. Yeah, I love it. And so next time you're in, hopefully tomorrow, we can read another chapter. But, yeah, because I always try to find holes, and the only hole I know here is that it's really hard to pronounce those names, but I think that adds the style to it. And what I will say about style is consistency. As long as all of the names are like that, and build that consistency, I've gone entire books, and then I've talked to someone about the book, and realized that I've been pronouncing and reading the names in the book, like, not even close to what they are. Like, reading this like Neelathak. Because for some reason, I'm thinking of Diablo 2, and then I read it as Neelathak in my head the entire time, and then I'm talking to someone about it, and I'm like, yeah, dude, the Neelathak are so fucking cool, and they're like, the fuck are the Neelathak? I'm just retarded. Half the time it doesn't even matter. As long as I know it's a separated thing in my head, it doesn't really matter what the name is, right? As long as I know what it's referring to. And that's why I read so fucked up half of the time. And sometimes I can get it and sometimes I can't. It's one of those things. It's like the autism spectrum, right? I can see the bottom of the ocean, but despite seeing the bottom of the ocean, I can't tell you how deep it is. All I can tell you is that I can see the bottom. Even if it's like 22 miles deep, I can still see the bottom. But I couldn't tell you if it was 2 meters or 22 miles. It's an abyss. No, an abyss means you can't see the bottom of it, Smokey. That would mean that, like, you would only see the darkness. I mean, I can literally see the bottom. And people are like, how can you see the bottom? And I'm like, I'm a writer. I love deep storytelling. So usually I can find those hints that are like, I see what you did there. I know what's coming next. You can do this, 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 or this. Plus I have like 50 different branches going out in my head. And I'm picking out, what's the most likely best story you could get out of this? And that's usually how I look at the story. Somebody gonna get hurt real bad. Oh yes it is. So guys, we're going to call it here. We were an hour later than we were. We had a good stream today. We are at 7 hours. Okay. So remember, if you want more of me, go to the YouTube channels, as well as don't forget to go to the YouTube channels. You can also go to the YouTube channels, and there's even more YouTube channels. So if you can't get enough of me, go check out the YouTube channels, and you can get more of me. And then you can say, oh no, I've had too much of you, and then you want to come back tomorrow. And I will be like, oh, this sad face, I miss these people. Where did they all go? And then I remember that I am retarded, and why the fuck would anyone watch me? So then I am happy again, and I'm like, oh, okay, it all makes sense. As long as the world makes sense, that is what matters,
Go
right?
back to normal, bitch. This shit-ass accent is killing me.
Alright, guys. So remember, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for... Okay, it didn't do it, so I'm just gonna say fuck it. Thanks for stopping...
Chair dance.
Fuck!
Hitox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy.
Smokey,
this
are you just gonna
experience.
keep doing this? You're just gonna keep doing this? I'm not gonna be able to end the stream, because you're just gonna keep redeeming? Make that blood flow so I don't fall asleep? Maybe. You're so mean to me, Smokey. You're an abusive viewer, Smokey. Why are you so abusive to me? You're so fucking mean. I don't know if I can go on anymore, guys. They're just so mean to me. The words on the screen on the internet are so mean to me. Why? Oh, hey guys, look at that. The words disappeared. Oh my god, I'm free. The words are gone. I'm free. Yeah.
Good, you can rest now, babe.
This feels amazing. I didn't know I could do this. Oh my god. Oh no, they're back. Ah! Alright, anyways, guys, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. We had fun today. Not very, you know, well, I mean, we got beta reading done, but I didn't actually do anything myself. Lazy day. Yay! We'll be back again tomorrow. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, guys, who we rating today? Hey, guys, holy shit, we have 5 viewers. Let's go. We have 5 viewers, guys. Can we do it? Nope. Shit. Nope. Because I can only host someone on Kick if I have 5 viewers. And I only had 5 viewers long enough that I couldn't do it. Have a good one, Electrancy. Thank you so much for coming by and hanging out. I really appreciate it. And thank you for sharing your story. I really liked it. I love sci-fi. We need more sci-fi! Smokey, you do what you gotta do, bro. I believe in you, okay? Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise, Smokey. I absolutely 100% believe in you. I'm on Twitch. Twitch is a good time. You never know, though. Oh, that was classy as fuck. Alright, let's find someone to raid. If only it wasn't broken and it would actually do the ands, because it normally sounds like a gunshot, but TTS broke earlier on in the stream. Alright guys, we're getting back because we haven't raided coffee in a while, so let's raid coffee. I will be sus when raid, be careful. That's okay, coffee loves it. Wee Yeah. All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace.